StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, The Infected. Jimmy, let our brave pilots continue to keep an eye on the battlefield at the edge of the Serra Galaxy. All discoverers must be sent to the Marshal's headquarters through the highest priority line. Augustus instructed Raynor. I guarantee that those good guys won't blink an eye. Raynor replied immediately. How does this virus and parasite spread? Augustus went to the alien research laboratory on the upper floor of the mobile fortress through an anti-gravity mobile platform at the end of the corridor. 2 Alpha Squadron sergeants wearing white power armor were guarding the door. After seeing Augustus, these resocialized soldiers immediately saluted with an impeccable military salute. Compared with the ordinary revolutionary soldiers with serious expressions, these people all had professional fake smiles on their faces, which seemed silly to Titus. At present, it seems that these are mainly spread by the Zerg fungus blanket. It has not been found that it can be spread through air, water and physical contact. Kerrigan said. If that's the case, there should be a species in the Zerg population that is specifically responsible for infection. As he was talking, Augustus had already walked to the door of the Zerg research laboratory. Where are the infected people placed? The medical center in the mobile base is already overcrowded. At present, we have placed the seriously ill patients in the A11 isolation area, and the rest are placed in other isolation areas according to the degree of infection. All isolation areas have been disinfected and inactivated, and are guarded by the Revolutionary Army Special Operations Battalion to ensure that everything is safe. Kerrigan replied. Why do they need to be watched? Aren't they too sick to move at all? Raynor asked in confusion. You will know when you see those patients. Kerrigan said. Have you seen zombies? Those are them. I've seen that kind of movie. Raynor recalled. In my impression, zombies are similar to starving Hannock. The only difference is that they eat people. The door of the research center slowly opened with the arrival of Augustus. Augustus led Kerrigan and others to enter the clean room first, wrap themselves from head to toe in tight protective clothing, and put on breathing equipment before entering the heavily guarded alien laboratory. Just like the laboratory in Kel-morian, large and small dissection tables, mechanical arms, control consoles and low temperature culture tubes filled with blue liquid occupied most of the space in the entire laboratory. Even Augustus was even more horrified when he saw the twisted creatures on the dissection table that could hardly be called human beings. The bodies of the infected people being dissected were festering all over, covered with disgusting cysts and umbilical sores. The infected people who appeared here were obviously just dead not long ago. It is hard to imagine how the bodies decayed so quickly in a very short time. On the dissection table closest to Augustus lay a man in a black prison guard uniform. Augustus could only vaguely identify him as a man by the beard on his face. The English letters on his clothes showed that he had worked in the federal prison in Los Andes. The man's sunken eye sockets were extremely black, as if some creature had hollowed out or eaten his soft eyeballs. Like a scene from a thriller, the man's entire face was rotten, covered with pustules and agar-like spikes. Tendons and bone spikes broke out from under his uniform, and his limbs had undergone horrible mutations visible to the naked eye. Specialized bone spurs and fleshy tentacles replaced fingers and nails. He had completely become a member of the swarm, losing human wisdom and becoming an uncontrollable beast. When we brought these people back, they were at most not in good spirits. Some of them had fought for several days and nights with guns before. Renault said, looking at the man lying on the platform. The plague is the most terrible enemy. A well-trained soldier can overcome the fear of sharp teeth, claws and bloody mouths through holographic projection training, but he cannot defeat the disease. Then, as he went deeper, Augustus met several old acquaintances in the laboratory, including Dr. Francus, the chief alien biologist of the Revolutionary Army who had served the Federation on Victor V. Egan Stetman, who was visiting as a student of the former, and Justice Collins of Chatsera. Justice Collins, what are you doing here? You should have a good rest in the single rest cabin we arranged for you. Augustus was very surprised that the other party was here now and wanted to know who gave him such power, which made the Revolutionary Army Marshal a little unhappy. "Marshal Augustus, I must find a way to save my people. They say that no one can save the Zerg virus, but I don't believe it at all." Justice Collins was wearing a heavy protective suit, and his exhausted eyes had obviously not been closed for a long time and were covered with dense bloodshot. In this era, the advancement of medical technology has made the incurable diseases of centuries ago no longer incurable. However, as humans continue to explore the universe and come into contact with many natural ecosystems that are very different from the Earth's environment, more diseases that have never been seen before have begun to appear. Medical security resources are only open to the rich, and disease is still one of the enemies threatening human survival. "We will find it, we will." Augustus looked at Justice Collins and promised him. "But I need you to explain to me, why didn't you tell me that the people in Los Andes were infected? We don't know how many people are infected. They were infected only in the past week. No one expected it to turn out like this." Justice Collins' voice became weaker. "I'm afraid that once I tell you, the rescue ships won't come again. I can't abandon them. I can't condemn you." Augustus stared into the eyes of the judicial officer, "But there must never be a next time. Drive Francus, tell me what's going on with these people." He then looked at Dr. Francus and his young student Stetman, who were trotting not far behind Collins. As a professor and lecturer in the Department of Biology at Tarsinus University, Dr. Francus is fully qualified to be Stetman's teacher. From Stetman's pale face and startled appearance, it can be seen that he has seen enough monsters that will make him unforgettable for the rest of his life that day, and he is trembling uncontrollably. Just as Dr. Francus wanted to say something, the chest of an infected corpse on the dissection table suddenly exploded. Blood splattered, and two flesh-colored long worms with hard shells broke out of it. As soon as the two monsters were born, they opened their tiny triangular eyes and let out a sharp and terrifying scream, like the sound of stones scratching glass. However, before anyone else could sound the alarm, the laboratory researcher who was operating the mechanical arm to dissect the alien insects at the dissection table quickly pulled out a P-30 electromagnetic rifle from his waist and accurately shot the heads of the two monsters. After the two gunshots, the laboratory immediately became quiet. This ordinary Revolutionary Army alien researcher calmly took back his electromagnetic rifle and continued to complete his dissection work, as if nothing had happened. But Egon Stetman let out a scream and ran away. This is too scary." Egon Stetman might have to go through a long time to overcome his fear of alien creatures. Egon was not afraid of dead monsters at all, but it would be another matter if they could move. Chapter 252, The Queen of Alien Insects. "What is that?" Augustus walked straight to the dissection table, ignoring Carrigan and the others' dissuasion, and asked the researcher who had just put away his gun. "Marshal Augustus, it's my honor to meet you. This is an alien parasite." The researcher saluted Augustus with a standard military salute. The identity plate on his chest showed that he was a top student from the Korhal IV Cross-West region. Like most of the researchers in this base, he also had an experience of joining the Korhal Revolutionary Army as a volunteer before the Battle of Korhal. The Zerg can directly inject their eggs into the human body, and these eggs will hatch in a few days or even shorter. After that, the Zerg inside the eggs will break out of the body and kill their host. The alien researcher had a head of fine golden curly hair and a pale young face, looking fragile. But the people of Cross-West Territory have always been known for their bravery. They are the ones who really dare to fight against wild beasts. However, with adequate preparation, the hatched Zerg will not pose much danger. They are like swift six-legged beetles, with long and sharp bone spikes at the end of their appendages, as sharp as a knife for cutting meat. These little bugs are still deadly enough to kill unarmed people. The blonde researcher explained calmly to Augustus. "You mean, the Zerg will inject eggs into the human body?" Raynor, who was beside Augustus, felt a chill. "Yes, they are injecting eggs." The alien researcher's tone was not fluctuating at all. "The ovipositor is inserted into the human body, and eggs and cocoons that breed the aliens are laid in it. Just like the parasitic wasps of Umagen. They lay eggs in the victim's body, use the host as nutrients, and when they mature and break out of the body, it is the end of the host." "How disgusting." Sarah Carrigan unconsciously pulled a lock of red hair hanging on the side of her forehead. I was also so disgusted that I couldn't eat when I first saw these monsters. The researcher said indifferently, you get used to it. Now some of us can even eat when we see them. This is not right. Carrigan said. Will it be useful to take out the eggs? Can we save those who have been injected with eggs? Augustus asked. We have tried it, but without exception, the hatching process will be advanced. Once the eggs in the infected body detect our actions, they will immediately accelerate the hatching and hatch early. The researcher said. It is both efficient and deadly. Most importantly, this will be an extremely cruel torture for the infected who know all this. I see. Augustus nodded. Thank you for your contribution to the Revolutionary Army and all mankind. Your name and achievements will never be buried. Continue to complete what you are doing. Every work you do is to contribute to our ability to overthrow the tyranny of the Federation and recover Korhal. This is the responsibility and mission of every Korhal person. Marshal. The other party immediately showed an excited expression. As the researcher was about to continue working, Augustus looked at the Revolutionary Army's xenobiologist Francois. What happened to Egan? He looks like he was frightened. He then asked with concern. Egan insisted on coming here to see the xenomorphs, but he was frightened to death. Dr. Francois wore a pair of protective glasses that reflected orange light under the light and had simple white band-aids on his forehead and right cheek. How did the child behave? Augustus asked casually. I thought you would complain to me why I gave you a child under 10 years old. I have no complaints, Marshal. I'm very satisfied. Francois did not dare to say he was dissatisfied. As a xenobiologist who once served the Federation's xenomorph research project, the Federation must be trying every means to shut people like Francois up forever in order to keep their secrets. He has been completely tied to the Revolutionary Army's chariot. Either this revolution will eventually sweep across the Terran Federation and even the entire Korhal sector, and Francois' status will rise accordingly, or Augustus Mengsk will ultimately fail to escape the encirclement of the Federation army, and when he is executed he can only try his best to obtain a decent death for himself. Egan is actually a very smart child. He is a real genius not only in biology, but also in the field of engineering machinery. Dr. Francois said, the only problem at present is that he is too young. Moreover, this child talks too much. You mean he is a chatterbox? Renault, who had been listening beside him, came to the conclusion at this time. I understand that this feeling is disturbing. No, that's not what I mean. The doctor explained. This child is kinder than anyone I have ever met. He does things for others, rather than for himself. I like this child very much, and I also think this is his characteristic. If God used the same mold when creating humans, he undoubtedly made a heart of gold when he molded Egan Stetman. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with him being a chatterbox. In the final analysis, he still talks too much. He always immerses himself in his own world while talking. Renault spread his hands. Egan's heart is much purer than many people. He just gets nervous easily. A true genius is always different. I always tell him so. Augustus smiled. Okay, Dr. Francois, tell me in detail about your research progress. He asked Francois. How much do we know about the Zerg species that infected these people? Do we have any effective countermeasures? Combining the research data of Victor V and Chasala Frambase, the infection should come from the Zerg fungus blanket covering the entire Chasala and a Zerg creature called the Queen Zerg, which is a more advanced Zerg life form. Dr. Francois walked up to Augustus and took out his personal portable data template. This creature is similar to the Queen Ant and Queen Bee. In the huge population of Zerg branches, this kind of creature is mainly responsible for spreading the disease and releasing parasites to infect the host of the Zerg swarm. The infected will become a staggering walking corpse while they are still alive, just like a zombie. He said. The queen also lays eggs. Of course, there is no direct evidence that both springtails and hydras are produced by the Zerg queen. All Zerg populations should come from the metamorphosis of larvae after cocooning. Several pictures of the Zerg queen were drawn on Dr. Francois' data template. It was a hideous monster, a hybrid of spiders, starfish and arthropods. It had huge mouthparts and fangs, and its bloated abdomen seemed to be filled with tens of billions of deadly parasites. People also call the queen, but they are neither beautiful nor noble. These monsters can fly, and their speed is not inferior to our Avengers. My suggestion is, the Doctor adjusted his goggles. To deal with such monsters, missiles and anti-aircraft guns must be used, and offensive fighters are enough to easily deal with them. Oh, I thought you had some immediate solution or a good idea that only biologists can come up with. Renault screamed. Any valuable discoveries? The latest discovery is that Zerglings are allergic to lemon juice. They hate lemon juice. Francois shrugged. Why don't you say that the mutant blood-sucking infected people are afraid of garlic? Renault complained. Chapter 253 Psionic Emitter. I haven't tested it. Scientific experiments are rigorous. Dr. Francus knew that Renault thought he was joking. But he really wasn't joking. Maybe there is something in the lemon juice that makes the springtails unhappy. To the surprise of Francus and Renault, Augustus obviously agreed with this statement. Continue research in this direction. The Zerg are not perfect creatures. They certainly have flaws. Even if this is true, they can't die or flee when they see lemon juice. That's the effect we want. Renault said. I will start arranging this project. Dr. Francus led Augustus to the depths of the research laboratory at this time. Next, I will show you the monsters that the soldiers brought back from Losenders. Some monsters are what our soldiers should pay special attention to when fighting against the Zerg. In addition, I must show you a new weapon found in the Chassera Federation base. Humans have heavy artillery that can penetrate the chitinous shells of the Zerg and power armor that can resist sharp teeth and claws, while infection and mutation are the real invisible enemies. As they continued to go deeper, some creatures that were far more terrifying than the previous dead suddenly came into view. A dog-like monster that was being locked in an electrified iron cage. It was obviously not a springtail, and the faint golden hair on its body and the ears on its head all showed that it was originally a pet of the residents of Losenders, a golden-haired big dog that used to guard the farmer's house. Now, this pitiful beast has undergone horrifying changes all over its body. It has become even bigger and stronger, with a bulging back that is more than 6 feet long. The unnaturally high back is covered with pairs of spines and protruding bone spurs. This strange creature is covered with cracked shells and wildly growing spikes. Its originally furry feet are now wrapped with multiple pairs of retracted bone claws. These claws are too long and sharp compared to the past, so that the protruding parts have pierced into the tissues of its limbs. Such pain is enough to make a sentient creature unable to move, but it still stands like a lion looking up and around its territory, and occasionally emits deformed roars. As long as it's a living thing, the Zerg will accept it. Dr. Francus said as he walked. Dogs, cats, birds and even aquatic creatures are either devoured by the Zerg or transformed into twisted and deformed monsters. Maybe the Zerg want to find some redundant parts in the genes of these creatures, or maybe it's just to assimilate other species. Federation's Zerg researchers have been recording the characteristics of the Zerg they have discovered, and found that the Zerg that appear every once in a while are different from the first individuals discovered. The new individuals either have more efficient organs and muscles, or have stronger shells. It is foreseeable that the Zerg will continue to evolve. In the end, after an infinitely long time, the Zerg will be the only creature left in the universe. Their bodies have reached the peak that organic life can reach, and they will become the ultimate masters of the universe. Why did they come to the Caprulu sector? Raynor asked the doctor. They eat everything. Francois said. The Zerg are the locusts in the universe. In order to continuously optimize their own genes, they constantly devour other races that are considered valuable. The path of evolution is that, if they do not advance, they will regress. The brilliance of the civilizations and races in this universe may far exceed human imagination. We are just frogs in the well. Humans just happen to be on the Zerg's hunting path, or it can be said that the star region we are in happens to be in the Zerg's hunting ground. The result is that we can only blame ourselves for our bad luck. Renault said. How many such Zerg are there, and how many races like the Jumunganda are there? I'm really afraid that these bugs are more than the germs in the universe. Now, these are all unknown to us. Francois said, if we are lucky, the Zerg will not care too much about the existence of humans, because we are useless except for having a developed brain, and the Zerg do not need a thinking brain. This is most likely a Gestalt-like race. They only have a thinking brain. Who controls the Jumunganda swarm and what controls it? Augustus asked. Not sure, maybe all the Zerg are extensions of the same overall will. Dr. Francus said, but I roughly figured out how they coordinate the timing of their attacks and communicate. Psionic power. Psionic power has not been found in most Zerg, but the Overlord has obvious psionic power, and its intelligence is far superior to that of its peers. This may be the reason why the Hydralisk went out of control at the Umoyan Cerberusco station. They are extremely sensitive to psionic power. He said, psionic power is a beam of light in the extreme darkness for the Zerg, like oil to rats. When Seekers or Federation ghost agents appear on the battlefield, the Zerg will all become extremely crazy without exception. When human Seekers release their psionic signals, it is like dropping a drop of blood into a sea full of sharks. We got the file in cabinet in the Federation Zerg laboratory. The files in it show that the Terran Federation is using the attraction of psionic power to the Zerg to create a weapon. They want to use Zerg against us? Raynor said in surprise. Did the Federation prepare to do that as early as 2485 years ago? But Augustus was still in high school at that time. Maybe it's not just that. Augustus said at this time, the Federation must have discovered the Protoss a long time ago. Doctor, what is the name of this weapon? How does it work? And has the Federation developed a prototype weapon? Augustus had not had time to read the report submitted by the Revolutionary Army's alien laboratory after the evacuation of Chasala. The Federation's researchers named this weapon a psychic transmitter. As the name suggests, it transmits psychic signals. It's like firing an extremely bright, long-burning flare in a dark universe without any light. The Hydra can sense human psychics at a distance of about 5 yards, and the Federation's method of using it is also very simple. Francois finally brought Augustus and others to a prototype weapon platform. This prototype weapon looks like just a square black box, which is sealed with a simple lock, and there are multiple pairs of signal lights on the outside with unknown intentions. Just like I amplify sound, psychic voice can also be amplified because it is a signal of another wavelength. He said, as long as we continue to amplify this signal, then for the Zerg, this distance will no longer be as simple as 5 yards, but 25 light years. Chapter 254 Explosive Infected Body. This is the prototype we built according to the Federation design drawings. Francois pointed to the prototype weapon platform and said, of course, its effect is not ideal, and can only cover a few square miles. The research on the psychic transmitter is still in its early stages. The Federation originally expected the research and development cycle to be 5 to 10 years. There are still many imperfections in the design of the prototype. Unlike the final scenario envisioned in the Federation design drawings, there is still a big gap in the so-called ability to attract the alien insects in the entire universe. There is still a lot of room for improvement. In other words, this is like throwing a piece of candy into an ant pile. Renault shook his head, but as long as the place is stuck with alien insects, can it still be saved? It's really vicious. I dare say this is definitely the idea of the old witch of the Tagore family. How to use it? Augustus finally raised another question. We must not use this kind of thing. This is opening Pandora's box. Renault said in disbelief, his eyes widened. Of course it can't be used against our own planet. Only Karrigan knew what Augustus was thinking, and we can drop the psychic transmitter on an uninhabited planet to protect the planet on the way of the Zerg attack. We can even let the Zerg advance along the route we planned and avoid densely populated planets. The psychic transmitter needs a psychic above level 5 as a signal transmitter to start. Dr. Francus replied, the psychic transmitter transmits the psychic signal of the starter. List this weapon as a level 7 confidentiality level. Augustus looked at Francus and said, level 7 is already the highest level of confidentiality in the Terran Federation. Augustus's Revolutionary Army has adopted this standard of the Federation. Before this, these projects were usually resocialization transformation projects, ghost plans, and the existence of Zerg and Protoss. We also want to study the psychic transmitter. Although I don't hope to use it one day, it's better for me to have it than for others to have it and I don't. At the same time, Augustus also secretly decided that he would never let Karrigan activate the psychic transmitter. Given Kerrigan's psychic power and her special significance to the Zerg Overlord, the Zerg attracted by then might not be as simple as 1 or 2 broodling troops within 25 light years. No matter what, if there is a sword, we must hold it. After Augustus finished speaking, he looked at the black box on the prototype weapon platform in silence for a long time until the black box was wrapped by the closing blue plasma light curtain. Let's go. Let me see the monster you are talking about. Augustus waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Dr. Francus immediately led Augustus and others to the other end of the laboratory. There, the laboratory had been completely transformed into a cage, with various infected people imprisoned. The forms of physical changes of these infected people were not much different from the corpses Augustus saw at the door. The sharp teeth and purple-black shells from the aliens turned them into hideous monsters, and the exposed skin was covered with ugly pustules, spikes, and pulsating tendons and meridians. Unlike the corpses lying on the dissection table waiting for dissection, the infected people in the cages were obviously still alive. Their knees and elbows were twisted, and their calves and elbows were bent to incredible arcs, as if their limbs were twisted and then connected with silk threads. These creatures that could once be called humans, moved in the cage like puppets, and roared like beasts from time to time. The fat flesh-colored tentacles filled their open mouths, and green acid and disgusting mucus flowed out of their mouths that could not be closed, dripping onto the ground. Before they were infected, they were the sheriffs, construction workers, and doctors of Losenders. In the face of infection, everything is equal. Francus said to Augustus. Marshal, please keep your distance. These infected are quite special. Compared with other ordinary infected, their bodies have undergone some terrible changes. Their bodies are full of a large number of unstable chemicals, which can be triggered by a Zerg enzyme to produce a devastating explosion. He emphasized to Augustus, although we have added enough protective measures, please stay away from these monsters. You mean destruction? How destructive is it? Renault was a little unconvinced. You have to know that they were just ordinary humans before, and some of them didn't even do farm work. When these infected detonate the unstable chemicals in their bodies together, it will be enough to destroy this huge scientific research laboratory. The power is proportional to the amount of chemicals in the infected's body. Francus added. But the stench produced by the explosion is also destructive, and its effect is equivalent to some kind of biochemical poison gas. Dr. Francus must have experienced the explosion he described before, so much so that he shuddered with fear when he spoke. A moving human bomb. Augustus nodded. Their movement speed seems slow, but we must not take it lightly. Are they still conscious? Augustus pointed at the hideous infected people. Not sure. The doctor said, until now, we still don't know whether they still have the ability to think, or their consciousness is trapped in a dark space, and they have been dreaming a nightmare that will never end. Being trapped in your own body. This is really a nightmare. Renault said, I really don't want to see the people around me become like this one day. Are you sure you can develop an antidote? Augustus sighed. An antidote for Zerg infection. Unfortunately, with our current medical technology, Zerg infection is almost unsolvable. We can only hope that the Umoyan people or the scientists of the Federation will make a breakthrough in this regard. Francus said regretfully. Now, we can only study the way the Zerg enzymes work in these infected people, try to analyze the complex combination of genetic mutations and find the rules from them. He said, I believe that this will enable us to make great progress in the fields of medicine and materials science, and develop new power armor and restorative drugs. If we can figure out how the unstable chemicals in the infected work, new biological explosives and poison gas weapons can also come into being. Well done, Doctor. Augustus praised him. At this time, a hurried staff officer walked towards Augustus through the laboratory with a report. Marshal, the investigation team you sent to investigate the signal anomaly point in the southern hemisphere of Chatsera reported that they found a secret federal base there and defeated the federal army stationed there. The staff officer saluted Augustus and said, the federal troops guarding there are called Cerberus, the three-headed dog of hell in Greek mythology, also translated as Cerberus. It is a force composed of a large number of firebats and Goliath-armed robots. Another name for them in the Federal Communication Network is the Messenger of Hell. From the intelligence we have obtained, this force seems to exist specifically to deal with emergencies. Their mission in Chatsera is to clear all the out-of-control alien Zerg, but the severity of the situation is obviously beyond the imagination of the commander of the Cerberus troops. The adjutant reported. According to the data backup in the federal base, we have sufficient evidence to show that the Federation has been trying to breed and control alien Zerg in Chatsera. They have built at least 7 alien Zerg research centers in the southern hemisphere. Very good, Augustus said. Now, we have sufficient evidence to prove that the Federation is the culprit of the tragedy in Chatsera. Thank you for the reward from Clement001, the helmsman, and thank you for your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets. Chapter 255, Cerberus Hellwalker. Chapter 255 Hellhound, Hellwalker Fortress Central Command Room Set. 2491.6.4 What else did the commander of the Federal Hellhound Force confess? Augustus was standing inside the semicircular dome's central command room, holding a cup of military instant coffee that was as bitter as if it had burnt eggshells in it. In the past few days, Augustus always worked for a long time and had very little time to rest. He still had a firm expression, but a layer of shallow but lingering dark circles made his eyes always look a little fierce. The four walls of this central command room were all huge holographic projection screens, like a large monitoring room. The images on the screen came from the headquarters of various Revolutionary Army Corps and several revolutionary warships in the Serra Galaxy, and most of the screens were currently disconnected or connecting. Now, besides Augustus, the only person here is Sarah Kerrigan, his adjutant, bodyguard, and girlfriend. His staff officers are still in the conference room making the next plan according to the guidelines given by Augustus, how to deal with the Omega Squadron and the Jumunganda Zerg in the Serra system and rescue as many Mars Serra people as possible. In addition to Chatsera, Mars Serra also secretly built several alien research laboratories of the same level as Victor V. Kerrigan said, the records we found in the Federation base can strongly prove this point. The Zerg in the Serra system were brought here by humans themselves. It's really ironic. The reason why the Zerg invaded the Serra system on a large scale is just because humans provoked them and captured a large number of Zerg members. It has nothing to do with their brutality. She said, it was actually humans who provoked the war. We have one more piece of black material about the Federation. Augustus nodded and began to think about whether he should find a suitable time to occupy the headquarters building in Tarsinus again. Normally this is unlikely, but perhaps the people didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to be so bold. What on earth did that Cerberus unit encounter? I think that guarding a base deep in the Sea of Worms should never be their original mission. Augustus quickly returned his attention to the problem at hand. According to the usual style of the Federation's secret departments, they should have left directly after completely erasing all evidence, and finally burned the scientists in the laboratory and the commanders and soldiers who knew about it in the base. This unit probably arrived within a week of the large-scale alien Zerg invasion on Chatsera. At that time, there were reports of sightings of alien creatures all over the planet. Sarah Kerrigan, who was wearing a well-fitting dark grey military uniform, immediately replied. The person in charge of the alien research project was a member of the Federation Ghost Project, and the alien Zerg laboratory in Chatsera was managed by an unknown senior official under the Federation Council. Kerrigan frowned, as if recalling the bad memories of the Ghost Academy in the past. At first, the Federation thought that there was only an accident in the Chatsera alien laboratory, so they sent an elite team of the Federation Cerberus to clean up the mess and eliminate all the Zerg to ensure that the Zerg research project in Chatsera remained under the highest level of confidentiality. However, this Cerberus team was facing more than just a few slippery fish in the laboratories. Augustus had guessed the whole story and why this team continued to stay in Chatsera and was eventually discovered by the Revolutionary Army. To be precise, the Cerberus team did not realize that the number of enemies was far beyond their imagination until they were dropped to the surface of Chatsera by the destroyer. Kerrigan said. But the destroyer had already left, so they were actually trapped in the Federation base in Chatsera before we found them. Why were they able to persist for so long in the southern hemisphere of Chatsera, which was full of Zerg? Augustus asked. The commander of the Hellhound squad didn't know why. The flat base where they were located was surrounded by the main nests and underground tunnels of the Jumunganda swarms. Kerrigan said, just like the siege of Los Andes, every attack by the Jumunganda swarms made the people in the base exhausted, but they would not completely capture it. At the same time, this unit is indeed a well-equipped and high-quality special force. They were established to deal with the alien enemies that humans might encounter in the universe. During the Kalian War, the Hellhounds always appeared on the most tragic battlefields, and when they were discovered, they were often walking out of a sea of blood and corpses, she said. This earned the Hellhounds the title of Hell Messengers, and the honors and medals they received were even more than those of the Devils of Heaven. I won't be jealous if you say that. Augustus finally smiled, knowing that Kerrigan was just joking. Point: the Federation also calls the Zerg of Chasera the Jumunganda Swarm. Augustus thought that Jumunganda was just the name used by the Revolutionary Army. It seems that the leader of the Jumunganda Swarm may be observing the human attack method and testing the combat effectiveness of the Zerg under his command. It is more likely that they are selecting the strongest among the races through battles, or forcing some Zerg to mutate through cruel wars and environments, and then selecting beneficial mutant individuals from them, and finally copying the new genes to other Zerg members, he guessed. The Federation also named the Zerg of Chasera the Jumunganda Swarm, which is the same as our naming idea. The Zerg that appeared had a large-scale ground force mainly composed of hydralisks and springerlings. Those snake-like creatures with snake tails and terrifying muscles always remind people of monsters in mythology. Kerrigan explained to Augustus, maybe your guess is right. Zerg, at least some of them are still very intelligent, she said. But the way the Zerg think is definitely completely different from ours. They are not human. Augustus took a big sip of strong coffee. Negotiation is useless. To deal with humans, we can start a war and then force them to the negotiation table and use negotiations and agreements to fight for territory, interests, and honor, he said. But when facing the Zerg, there is only a life and death war. How is it? Has the commander of the Hellhound Squad decided to join the revolution? Augustus asked Kerrigan again. I have met him. He has professional military qualities and strategic thinking that our officers and non-commissioned officers rarely have. He is a very good professional soldier. I know you like to collect the best talents from all walks of life. Kerrigan showed a teasing expression. I would rather you call this thirst for talents and value talents. Augustus drank all the coffee in the cup. Instead of me having some strange collecting habit, I don't have any special habits. Thanks to the leader of the Holy Dragon Cassius, the 1500 from Agent Rangrong, the reward from Corporal Carey who was out on patrol, and the reward from the helmsman Shiiji, there are now 3 leaders, and I owe almost 40 chapters. Chapter 256. The glass burner is here. Well, I'll just assume you didn't. I can't think of any other options for the Hellhound commander. Kerrigan smiled and said, any Federation soldier with a sense of shame and morality should join the cause of the revolution without hesitation, and stand among us after hearing about the great revolution we are engaged in. As a psychic with telepathic abilities, and one of Augustus' closest people, Kerrigan is perhaps the woman who knows him best in the world except for Augustus' family. Many people think that Augustus is a great, noble and flawless perfection, but lacks the charm of age. But only Kerrigan knows that Augustus's original dream was just to own a 3-bedroom and 1 living room in a small city. Later, his dream expanded a little, that is, to be a leisurely farmer and spend the rest of his life in an idyllic life. Now, something called fate is imposed on Augustus, forcing him to become a leader, otherwise he and his family will die. Actually, he doesn't have much choice. Augustus shrugged, either work for us, or be executed or brainwashed by the Federation when he returns. Incorporate this force into our combat sequence within this year, Augustus said. Temporarily assign it to Colonel Ilya Kilovsky's armored division. No matter how powerful a person is, he still has to be commanded by the people of the Heavenly Devil. You are so narrow-minded. Kerrigan said to Augustus. You've been too nice to the people of the Heavenly Devil. Augustus paced a few steps in the central command room. Don't you understand that when you tell others that you want to start a revolution with me, if you fail, you will die. In the end, they still follow you. Some people don't even care about politics or changes in government. This is a chaotic world. The people I trust most are always my relatives, the heavenly devil and the generals. Well, you've done a good job. Augustus sighed. Sarah, you have done a good job these days, and never made mistakes. I really don't know what I would do if I lost you. This is just my job. Kerrigan's slightly pale face, which was always looking after Augustus day and night, flashed a look of smugness for a moment. This is not common in the red-haired ghost, who usually looks cold. In Sarah Kerrigan's family, before she was 5 years old, her father was always a majestic man, and even her mother rarely praised her daughter. After joining the Ghost Academy, her life became even more monotonous and cold. In fact, it only takes a compliment from the heart, or even a superficial compliment, to make the red-haired ghost smile. If you tell Kerrigan that you really need her, she will give everything for this sentence. Although this is just a casual remark from Augustus' heart, it is precisely what can move Kerrigan. Kerrigan is used to lies, conspiracies and intrigues, and has seen the ugliest human nature and the evil of hypocrisy. In this way, words from the heart are even more precious. Only Augustus can do this, which is why Kerrigan is so obsessed with him. No one can do it better than you. Augustus looked at Kerrigan. I know. Kerrigan finally stopped and smiled brightly. You really think so? For some reason, when Augustus saw this smile, his mind thought of Lisa Cassidy on Korhal IV. Although it was only a moment and Augustus himself did not notice it, he would pay a heavy price tonight. Kerrigan's brilliant smile disappeared in an instant, as if the bone-chilling cold blew through the lush grass and the flowers with it. What's wrong? Augustus said. You smiled just now. You are very charming when you smile. Better than the most beautiful Tarsinus noble lady I have ever seen. Seeing you smile at least makes me feel better. There are too many things happening these days. Kerrigan frowned and was about to say something when a series of English words suddenly popped up on the wall on one side of the central command room, indicating that the Norad 3 was connecting to the communication. Without saying much, Edmund Duke's pointed head and domineering eyes appeared on the screen. Sorry, it looks like you are flirting. As a gentleman, I'm deeply sorry. Duke's expression was serious, but what he said was not so serious. I may have missed a good show. As a Tarsinus noble, Duke had frequently mixed in the social circles of nobles when he was young, and was quite familiar with the chaos of noble social relationships. In his opinion, young men and women who are passionate about sex may like to do something exciting on special occasions. You are still so humble and polite, General Duke. Augustus was not angry or annoyed. What happened that was worthy of you using the emergency line? Well, it's not a big deal. At least that's what I think. Duke waved his hand. He also knew that it was not wise to tease a powerful person. Maybe Augustus was still approachable and never cared about it at this time, but who knows if he would bring up the old accounts again when he took a higher position and truly held the power of Caprulu. You will know after you look at this. Don't blind your eyes. He still said sarcastically. The scene turned, and golden flashes immediately occupied the entire holographic projection screen. These flashes were so dazzling that Augustus felt like he was looking directly at a golden star, and even had double images and black spots in front of his eyes. It was a huge fleet composed of warships emitting golden and blue light. The curves, patterns and pale blue plasma shields of each warship were as exquisite as a beautiful work of art. The elegant arcs were perfect and harmonious, and the soft pale blue halo emitted by the crystal resonance was like spreading waves. There were at least 100 Protoss aircraft carriers and 100 times that number of subwarships. Their figures occupied all the cameras of the Norad III, blocking the brilliance of the stars and planets in the Serra system, as if they were the stars that illuminated the universe. Countless small fighters like pale golden moths flew up and down around the fleet, sweeping across the galaxy like a swarm of bees. They were as beautiful as butterflies, but they were definitely deadly killers. Directly in front of this fleet were the retreating Jumungandus swarms and the planet of Chasera in the Serra system. The latter had now completely become a pale purple planet covered with thick fungal carpets. That is. Kerrigan's jade green eyes widened. This huge fleet is undoubtedly a combination of war art and beauty. To be more precise, they should have been the pinnacle of aesthetics, elevating war to the height of art. Protoss. Augustus whispered a word. Not Tal'Darim. Kerrigan said. They are here. Augustus said in a voice that only he could hear. Where there are Zerg, there are Protoss. At this time, multiple screens in the central command room lit up at the same time. The official communication channels of the Ceres system and several nearby colony worlds are still unobstructed and have become more and more frequent in the past 2 months. Now, the number of sent and received communications has begun to increase wildly, and a word has begun to appear frequently in the information intercepted by the Revolutionary Army. Golden Flash. What are they doing? As Kerrigan muttered to himself, the cylindrical capital ships of the Protoss fleet passed the edge of the Ceres system at a phantom speed and dispersed to the outer space orbit of Chatsera. Its hull was perpendicular to the surface of the planet at all latitudes, and the fan-shaped hatch on the bow opened with brighter golden blue flashes. The firstborn god's firstborn son will not be afraid of you. Thank you for your monthly ticket and recommendation ticket. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, The Destruction of Chatsela. Chapter 257, The Destruction of Chatsera. The Norad III, where Edmund Duke was, sailed a little further away to avoid being targeted by this unknown huge fleet. Hundreds of cameras on the Norad III were still tightly locked on the Golden Fleet that was staying in the high altitude orbit of Chatsera. Whether it was the officers of the Alpha Squadron who were giving orders in the bridge or the technical soldiers who were running back and forth, everyone held their breath and watched everything. Once, humans thought they were the only intelligent creatures in the universe, and even the Zerg were no more than beasts compared to humans. However, the fact is that the well-organized army and the magnificent fleet are not exclusive to humans. An elder race that entered the Starship era far earlier than humans is releasing his anger on the Serra galaxy. The giant has awakened, and he stepped into the children's playground. The energy output level sensed by the Norad 3 detector is constantly increasing, said a technical officer. Tell me what this means. Duke's hands were behind his back in his dark grey shawl military coat. His snake-like triangle narrowed slightly. No one knew what this rough and arrogant Tarsinus noble was thinking. Their main guns are about to fire, the technical officer replied. For God's sake, what the hell is going on with these fucking aliens? Commodore Duke yelled, full of the vulgar words of the fringe star region country bumpkins. I bet it's definitely the pointy heads of the Tal'Darim Protoss behind the scenes. This matter must have something to do with them. If the gap in strength between the two sides was not so huge, according to General Duke's usual style, he might have rushed up with his fleet. This old Tarsinus noble looked down on aliens from the bottom of his heart. In his opinion, any non-human monster should be shot immediately, regardless of whether they have so-called wisdom and emotions. And the Revolutionary Marshal Augustus was in the central command room of the fortress, closely watching everything that was happening on the Norad 3 and the Ceres system. As some people in the Revolutionary Army said, Duke was just an orangutan in King Arthur's court, and King Arthur would keep a close eye on his pet. While Duke was cursing, even though the Norad 3 was already quite far away from Chatsera, almost at the edge of the galaxy, the incandescent, extremely bright light still instantly illuminated the bridge of the entire battle cruiser, dyeing the world and the eyes of the soldiers into an extreme white. This dazzling light lasted for 3 to 4 seconds before dissipating. At this moment, the main screens of the Norad III, the command rooms of the Revolutionary Fortress at all levels, and the human warships in the entire Serra galaxy were synchronously recording this extremely shocking scene. In the high-altitude orbit of Chatsera, the cylindrical golden warship was releasing the flame of purification towards the planet. A series of huge white beams shot straight at the planet with a cyan glow, and the surface of the planet immediately appeared with bright orange spots that were constantly expanding, as if it was an oil film spreading on the water. At the impact points, colorful vortices of radiant light stirred the white clouds. These beautiful vortices spun and stretched for thousands of miles, clearly visible in space, like the red spots on Jupiter. The colorful ripples quickly spread from dozens of impact points to the entire surface of the planet. Such brilliant colors and orange-red spots completely obscured the color of the planet itself in the dull eyes. As an Earth-like planet, Chatsera shone hundreds of times brighter than before. They looked on the main screen like a dying star that would turn into a hot white dwarf in the long years, turning into a melting colorful ball. Flickering, discordant orange-red spots were all over the surface of the planet, and some major impact points were particularly bright. The Protoss main gun strike destroyed at least 80% of Chatsera's atmosphere, and the heat flow stirred the scorching air and formed hurricanes and storms that swept across the planet. The main gun beam swept across the surface of the planet. The mountains covered with a thick layer of fungal carpet were instantly wiped out forever. All the oceans of the planet were evaporated in a short period of time, and a large amount of water vapor escaped the gravity field of the planet and escaped into the universe. On the main screen of NORAD III, Chatsera was like an orange spherical balloon filled with water vapor with the hole torn open. The strike was comprehensive and had no blind spots and penetrated the surface to a depth of 20 to 50 feet, 6 to 15 meters. In the center of the strike point, the strike depth even exceeded 160 feet, 50 meters. A particularly powerful beam of the main gun of the Protoss aircraft carrier even penetrated the Earth's crust. Sticky and hot red magma gushed out of the crust. All volcanoes erupted magma and smoke. This once lush and beautiful world turned into a lava world with red magma oceans flowing on the ground and terrifying hurricanes raging in the sky. Dawn was about to arrive at the latitude where Chatsera was about to turn to the star, but it had now become a scorching red hell world. The red light on the horizon and the sky covered everything, like a constantly flickering red aurora. Under such a large-scale orbital bombardment, it was impossible for any creature on Chatsera to survive. Even the terrifying Zerg were burned in the flames and turned into ashes. The attack of the Protoss fleet did not stop until Chatsera completely turned into a burning sphere. Chatsera, this beautiful planet that once gave birth to countless wonderful creatures, will slowly cool down and gradually turn into a black crystal with a surface composed entirely of silicate. The planet is completely dead. There was a dead silence on the bridge of NORAD III. They had never seen such a scene before, watching a planet completely disappear before their eyes. Even the extremely conceited and arrogant General Duke was speechless and kept repeating the habitual action of tightening and loosening his collar. Obviously, humans could not do such a level of attack at all. Even for the Korhal IV that had been hit by a nuclear attack, the Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs only cleared the buildings and forests on the surface. At the intersection of the nuclear attack, there were even many people and animals left behind who survived by chance. In the revolutionary fortress, Augustus also witnessed all this through the perspective of the NORAD III. He acted very calmly, as if he had already expected all this to happen. Augustus just hugged the extremely shocked Sarah Carrigan next to him and stroked her back. "It's okay, dear. We have rescued the people of Chatsera." Chapter 258. Don't underestimate humanity. Woo woo woo. The sobbing sound broke the strange silence in the bridge of the NORAD III. A naval officer of the Alpha Squadron with the rank of Major suddenly began to sob, and tears kept pouring out from the gaps between his fingers covering his cheeks. This was a trusted officer sent by Augustus to take over part of the command of the Alpha Squadron, and to some extent to bypass and clamp down on Edmund Duke. Just like the most loyal and brave warrior in the Revolutionary Army, this major of the Revolutionary Army is a member of the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party of Ka descent, fighting to overthrow the Terran Federation for the welfare of all Terrans. This major also participated in the Battle of the Defense of Ka as a non-commissioned officer of the Revolutionary Army, and witnessed the destruction of Ka IV with his own eyes. The scene at that time left a very deep impression and painful memory in the mind of this strong soldier. This kind of psychological trauma is more common among the Ka people, and now this phenomenon is likely to appear again among the Chatsera people. Drag this coward out. Drag him back to his cabin. Get him out. Duke roared, furious like a lion whose tail was stepped on. He was not feeling sad for Chatsera, but was just angry at his own incompetence. Of course, the crying Revolutionary Army officer was not treated roughly, but was helped out of the bridge by two sergeants. Turn right. Start the main thrusters. Move to 5, 4, 2. Duke shouted. Under Duke's order, the NORAD III approached Chatsera a little closer, but still kept a considerable distance from the Golden Protoss fleet that was evacuating Chatsera's high-altitude orbit and regrouping near the moon. "General, The communication connection between the Norad 3 and the central command room of the Revolutionary Army base had not been disconnected. Augustus immediately said, "It's not his fault. Try to send a communication request to that Protoss fleet and see if you can establish a communication connection with them." Augustus said to Duke as the Norad 3 slowly sailed towards Chatsera. "We have been trying." Duke took a deep breath. "We even used the deciphered Tal'Darim Protoss language, but we still didn't get any response. These warships look like Tal'Darim Protoss." Augustus said, "But in fact, they are very different." The Revolutionary Army, who had fought with the Tal'Darim before, could find many striking similarities between these gorgeous golden and blue warships and the appearance of the Besha Tal'Darim Protoss warships. But if the former's warships were a combination of war and art, then the latter developed the aesthetics of killing to the peak. Is this the re-dyed Tal'Darim Protoss or their distant relatives who like gold? Duke hated all the Protoss, just as he disliked all the non-human alien creatures. They don't take us seriously. Augustus calmly stated a fact that he thought was self-evident. The Protoss don't even care how many artillery pieces are on our warships. In their eyes, humans are just a pathetic and weak race. Then they waited for a few more minutes, trying to get a response from the Protoss fleet, but that direction remained silent. No response at all. They ignored all the communication signals. Duke punched the current control panel. "Maybe in their eyes, we are just a group of squeaking mice. I'm worried that their next target will be Marsera." Augustus said with a little uneasiness. "Are there any of our fleets around? Where is Omega Squadron?" "No, Marshal, only us." Duke said, "Omega Squadron has been anchored in the orbital base on the other side of the Sera system. They are still on vacation. The Revolutionary Army currently has only Duke's battlecruiser and some attached spacecraft in the Sera system." It was Augustus who ordered Duke to stay and monitor the situation in the Sera system when he led the main fleet of the Revolutionary Army away. At this time, the Norad 3 moved between the outermost planet of the Sera system and Chatsera in a short jump and was less than 1 astronomical unit away from Marsera, another human colony planet in the Sera system. Suddenly, the Norad 3 was closer to the magnificent golden Protoss fleet in Chatsera, which was melting in flames. "Scan Chatsera and see what happened there." Augustus then gave another order to the Norad 3rd. "Report to the Marshal. The preliminary scan results show that there is no sign of life on the surface of Chatsera." The order was immediately responded to by a technical officer. "The tens of millions of Zerg on Chatsera are all dead, and the Jumunganda swarm has turned to ashes." "What about the behemoths?" Augustus asked again. "We didn't find those huge Zerg biological warships." The technical officer replied, "We detected the remaining traces of warping. The Zerg behemoths can warp like our spacecraft. How is this possible?" Duke didn't believe it. "How do they enter the hyperspace channel? Tentacles, wings, or those ugly pus? Psychic power?" Augustus said, "It can only be psychic power. Keep a close eye on the movements of this Protoss fleet." Augustus said, "If the Protoss fleet responds to our communication request, get on my channel immediately." "Yes, sir." "General, the Protoss fleet is moving again." "Oh my god, they are heading for the Marsera system." At this moment, a technician in front of the bridge console suddenly shouted, "There are still millions of people on Marsera." A female officer on the Norad 3 screamed, "Gather my fleet." Augustus made a prompt decision. "We can't let them do that." Suddenly, the Protoss fleet, which had regrouped, moved again. In the illusory golden and blue flashes, the Protoss fleet jumped to the synchronous orbit of Marsera in a large-scale space distortion and flash vortex, and it seemed that they were undoubtedly going to repeat what they did to Chatsera before. There were still dozens of Terran Federation military transport barges and space garbage recycling ships in the synchronous orbit of Marsera, but these ships had lost their original luster, and their surfaces were covered with ugly purple-black veins, granulation tissues and pulsating blood vessels. Obviously, these ships had been eroded and infected by the Jumunganda swarm, and the possibility of people still surviving inside was very small. The human ships that happened to be blocking the Protoss fleet and the planet were immediately turned into a mass of molten black waste in the artillery fire of the Protoss warships. But in the eyes of the crew of the Norad 3 who were far away from Marsera, the Protoss were undoubtedly slaughtering their own compatriots. "We are the only ones left." General Duke paced twice and repeated what he had just said. "We are the only ones who can stop them." There was only silence, and all the crew members on the bridge were waiting for Duke's order. "I'm General Duke. Everyone speed up." About 10 seconds later, Duke gritted his teeth and ordered the captain and the captains in the command channel, "Once we enter the catapult range of the dock, launch all our 8th fighters, and all artillery is ready to fire." These alien bastards, how dare they do that in front of me? The crew of the NORAD 3 executed this extremely crazy order from any angle without hesitation. This dark red painted steel giant ship sailed towards Marcera and the Protoss fleet in silence. "Don't underestimate humans, you alien bastards," Duke said, asking for a vote. Chapter 259, Executor Tacita. The executive officer detected a human ship, a Behemoth-class battle cruiser, and its parameters have been uploaded to the Star Shuttle Star Array. On the splendid bridge of the Star Shuttle, the flagship of the Protoss Expeditionary Force that departed from the home planet Air, Tacita, the executive officer of the Expeditionary Fleet, wearing the purple, black, white, and high-level Templar vestments, was staring at the hologram projected above the star array. The golden bridge decorated with beautiful precious metals, gems, and azure Kel-morian crystals echoed with the melodious and pleasant humming of crystal resonance, and all the Protoss in gorgeous golden blue armor and white robes were bathed in the brilliant starlight and crystal ripples outside the energy-shaped wall. In the ice blue, radiating eyes of the Protoss Empire executive officer, a dark red human battlecruiser with a hammer-shaped bow was heading towards him at the maximum speed it could reach. More than 100 rectangular and conical human warships and fighters followed the flagship closely. The orange, red and blue tail flames of the thrusters looked like a trembling little light point, as if it would be swallowed by the darkness of the universe at any time. "It is about to enter the range." In front of the console, inlaid with blue gems, a Protoss Templar reported to the executor Tacita. He had no mouth or vocal organs, but he could still speak. When he spoke, his voice had a slight psychic echo, as if he was speaking in a mountain stream that could form echoes. Lens calibration. "Is this a fleet carrying diplomats?" Next to the silent executor stood a Protoss woman in a white hooded robe. There was only a Kel-morian crystal pendant on her simple robe. The hem hung down to the ground, and the long nerve bundles tied with golden ornaments were neatly tied behind her back. "This is Zamora, the protector of the Ilvirari clan. Her duty is to follow Tacita, the most outstanding executor of the Protoss Empire, and his expeditionary fleet that was ordered to purify all Zerg threats and record the events that occurred in various battles for the enlightenment of future generations." Although the Protoss are not mammals, the body curves of their women are charming and elegant even in human eyes, with delicate and smooth gray or blue skin and S-shaped waist curves. They have activated all weapon systems. This is not self-defense, because the humans are using the energy needed for the shields on the weapon systems. This is an obvious hostile attack, the executor's deputy replied. Through the mental link network Kara connected by the nerve bundles on the back of the head, the Protoss on the bridge realized at the same time why the humans did that. After witnessing the main gunfire power of the Protoss fleet when it destroyed Chatsera, the human commander believed that their warship shields were useless, so they gambled everything on their ridiculous ballistic weapons and primitive energy weapons. There is no doubt that this was a suicidal attack. Even if it was just a comparison of the number of warships, the Protoss had hundreds of times more than the humans. The gap between the Protoss and the humans was so great that they could look down on this young race from a high position. In their eyes, the humans were just a baby waving stones in front of the Terran. Ignorance. A suicidal attack. The bravery of insects. Calm voices without any emotional fluctuations echoed in the bridge of the Star Shuttle. Perhaps in the eyes of humans, their huge steel warships were the highest display of their military power, but in the eyes of the Protoss Empire, they were just rubbish piled up with scrap copper and iron and flies that could be killed with a light slap. "Executor, the human ship has entered the range. Should we destroy it?" a Templar asked. "They are the only human warships here. There are no others." Tacita has been thinking since the fleet arrived at Marcera and has been hesitant to follow the order of the Supreme Council of the Protoss Empire to destroy this orange-gray planet. These humans have nowhere to retreat because their homeland is behind them. If our planet is about to be destroyed, we will also rush to the enemy, even if we have to use our bodies to block the enemy's blades and artillery fire. What a brave warrior, what a tragic sacrifice. At the same time, a feeling of respect and sadness was transmitted to the minds of all the crew members through Kara's mental connection, and the executive officer's subordinates all felt the same sadness at this moment. For a long time, when humans just arrived in the Korhal sector, the Protoss Empire had been observing this young race. Their understanding of humans far exceeded their image. Even the human home planet Earth once had Protoss probes and even witnessed the Apollo moon landing of humans. The humans in the Korhal sector have been feeling complacent and lonely because they are the only highly intelligent race in the universe, but they don't know that there are eyes watching them closely. The Protoss scholars have been watching this race, watching humans kill each other, plunder the resources on the planet for development, and the rise and fall of various civilizations. When Tacita was over 100 years old, the ancestors of the Terrans, Kel-morians, and Umagans had just begun to multiply and thrive on their respective home planets. He watched this race gradually prosper. It's over. Tacita calmly gave his orders: enter the subwarp field and order a retreat. This human ship is insignificant. You should destroy this planet. It has been infected by the Zerg and is terminally ill. Protector Zamara's voice was cold and decisive. If we continue to let it go, the Zerg will spread in the universe like a virus, and this star region will become a diseased and corrupted tissue in the body of the universe. She said. You are the first person to discover the Zerg, Executor. You know we can't just sit back and do nothing. All this is for the Doru Doctrine. The firstborn of God has always followed the footsteps of the Zelniga. We are the only correct and fair judges in this universe and the protectors of weak races. We must eradicate the pests in the universe, otherwise more races will be destroyed. You know what I'm thinking. The reason I retreated is only because there are still many uninfected humans alive on this planet. Executor Tacita said, in addition to destroying the planet, maybe we have other ways to deal with the Zerg. But the order of the Supreme Council is. Zamara's light blue eyes flickered. I will explain to the Supreme Council. Tacita said. You will face the accusations of the Supreme Council and the heavy pressure that comes with it. Although there are considerable differences with Tacita on this matter, Zamara still accepted the executor's order. Because of Kara, the mental connection network that connects the thoughts of all the firstborn of God, they can empathize and look at things from each other's perspective. Here, most differences and conflicts will be eliminated in the bud, and hatred and suspicion will be eliminated before they lead to disasters. Thanks for voting. Chapter 260 I have Admiral Duke. What are you doing, General Duke? Augustus' cautious character of thinking before acting would never rush forward so recklessly if he was in command of Norad III. The Protoss fleet has an absolute advantage in both firepower and numbers. Except for Duke, there is probably no other general in the human race who is ready to rush forward at any time like him. Duke is rough and rude and will never look back once he has set his sights on a direction. If Alpha Squadron is facing a piece of tofu, then they can certainly crush everything in front of them. If there is an iron plate with steel nails in front of them, then Duke will also fight to the death. This old noble of Tarsinus with a terrible temper seems to have no idea what fear is. As Duke's commander, he must have the ability to control a fierce horse and point it in the direction. Just as you can see, Marshal, we are going to stop them. The man called VIP by Raynor and others has a firm expression and a sharp gaze at this moment. Whether he is stupid or ignorant, he really has a fearless courage. Duke, the disgusting old noble, didn't care whether there were really millions of lives waiting to be saved on Marcera. He just fought for merit and other things related to personal interests. Raynor truly loved the people he wanted to protect, but Duke only loved himself and cared about himself. These Protoss warships have just destroyed a planet. Their warships must have run out of energy and are not capable of fighting us. Duke calmly analyzed and concluded. No ship will challenge a large fleet alone without support. They will definitely think that our support fleet will arrive soon, and then they can only retreat. Then have you ever thought that they don't care whether we have a support fleet or have never considered this matter at all? Augustus was furious. You idiot. Although Augustus was not wrong, the Protoss executive who commanded this Protoss fleet was most likely the future Protoss hero Tacitor, and this executive at least had no ill will towards humans, and would not slaughter humans at will, but Augustus could not bet on uncertain things. While Augustus was scolding Duke, NORAD 3 was heading towards the Protoss fleet in orbit of Mars Era at the fastest speed. Even when Augustus ordered Duke to retreat, NORAD 3 still plunged into the attack range of the Protoss fleet. Before Augustus had time to say a few more words to Duke, a technician on the bridge of NORAD 3 shouted loudly, "General, the Protoss fleet has disappeared. Take over the screen immediately." Augustus said. NORAD 3 was very close to the Protoss fleet at this time. The huge Protoss fleet was like a magnificent golden city floating in the black deep sky. This was an extremely shocking scene, as if humans were heading towards a lost floating city. While the technician was speaking, the Protoss fleet warships on the screen disappeared one after another in the distorted light and shadow. The Protoss have retreated. Augustus was stunned at first, but soon smiled. They helped us a lot. The situation in the Sera system was originally quite chaotic. Neither the Jumunganda Zerg nor the Federation Navy's Omega Squadron could be easily defeated by the Revolutionary Army. It was almost impossible for them to evacuate the Mars Era refugees on a large scale between the two. Now that the Jumunganda Zerg has suffered heavy damage under the attack of the Protoss fleet, Augustus's pressure has been reduced a lot. But the Protoss fleet is still a threat, because Augustus doesn't know when they will suddenly jump to the Sera system and burn Mars Era again. After all, the Protoss is really unpredictable. Hahaha, they are scared. Duke reacted in a very short time and accepted the reality of the Protoss retreating in a hurry. He laughed. They are vulnerable, whether it is the Golden Protoss or the Tal'Darim Protoss. As long as they face an enemy that can fight back, the Protoss will immediately run away, he said complacently, unable to stop laughing, as if he had never been so proud in his life. Well done, Duke. It turns out that your decision is correct. Augustus first praised Duke. I will give you a medal. Yes, a brand new style, a new badge and a new name, and it is still shining with gold, which is definitely different from the hundreds of medals you have. At the same time, I will consider awarding you the rank of Major General after this battle. The people of Mars Era were saved thanks to you. I didn't expect that you were the one who saved Mars Era. General, the Protoss still haven't responded to our call. Augustus was not happy for too long. His sharp mind quickly turned to more important things. No. Duke thought that Augustus would praise him a few more times to satisfy his vanity, but he didn't care. The important thing was that the power in his hands increased again, which was what Duke was most addicted to. I see, those arrogant pointy heads don't even bother to talk to us. In their eyes, we are just monkeys and barbarians, Duke said, but it doesn't matter. In my eyes, they are not even as good as monkeys. They are just a pile of shit. We don't know if they will come back, and whether they will destroy Mars Era after they come back. Augustus walked around in the central command room of the Revolutionary Army fortress. General Duke, you are the only warship still in the Sera system. He paused to think for a moment and said, I need Alpha Squadron to land in Mars Era immediately to complete the preparations. Before evacuating the refugees, the guerrillas we left there will meet you. Augustus said. Then you have to contact the refugees in various parts of Mars Era and ask them to go to the expected landing site of the transport ship to prepare for evacuation. At the same time, you have to deal with some of the Jumunganda Zerg troops that have invaded Mars Era and the Omega Squadron Marines who are controlling it, and protect the refugees who follow us. Why do we have to do this? I don't understand how saving so many people will help us overthrow the Federation. Duke frowned, but did not want to disobey Augustus's order. The federal government never allocates funds to save any refugees, let alone save the people of an entire planet. Often, such things rely on spontaneous donations from private organizations. I know too well what kind of people those people in the Federation are. Of course, I'm no more noble than them. Duke is not a person with a long-term vision. Most of the time, his attention is between his eyes. It is precisely because the Federation does not do it that we have to do it. Augustus said. We never claim to be saviors and saviors, but no one else will do this except us. and the people of the Terran Federation will eventually remember everything we have done, and remember that the Revolutionary Army is a righteous army. Chapter 261, The Great Evacuation. On the surface of Marcera, the capital of the colony, Marcera, Augustus last came to the red-soiled planet of Marcera more than a year ago. When he stepped on this vast expanse of desolate land again, he felt as if he were in another world. It seemed that Reno's son John had been born for more than 3 months. The capital of Marcera had been devastated by war a year ago. Now the main roads and buildings destroyed by artillery fire have been rebuilt and repaired, and have been restored to their pre-war appearance. At that time, several main divisions of the Revolutionary Army surrounded the main urban area, while the planetary defense forces of Governor Marcera tried to use the residential area as a barrier and strategic buffer zone for the governor's office. Today, the grid-like streets of Marcera are in a state of extreme depression. The solar telephone booths, orbital satellite base stations, restaurants, shops, and Adian crystal trading stations and other buildings are already empty. This large city that once had a population of more than 1 million people has become a silent dead city. Only a flag of the Terran Federation on a flagpole in the distance is still fluttering in the wind. The scattered barbershop flowers swept over Augustus's coffee-colored short combat boots with spikes and flew into the sky with a gust of wind. Augustus tightened the collar of his thick cloak, and his thick grey eyebrows were always tightly knitted together. In the capital area at this time of year, rainfall is rare and the air is dry. Frequent strong winds blow up the red soil outside the city, bringing dust like drizzling rain. Not long ago, the oases and greenland outside the capital area could block the sandstorms from the city, but now the green plants in this area have withered. The thick zerg fungus blanket has spread to less than a few miles away from the main urban area. Whether it is farmland or small rivers, they are covered with a layer of sticky fungus blanket like oil stains. Spore infection. Look at these houses. They are almost growing mushrooms. Titus Finley was wearing his specially made crimson power armor with the number 625, holding a Whisper Persuader heavy machine gun in his hand. In the sky are the spaceships of the Omega Squadron, and underground are the bugs that are still digging holes. The situation is not favorable. This is really strange. The entire Sera galaxy. We are the only ones who are thinking about saving people. Just as Titus said, the Jumunganda swarm has begun to infect the city, and the dark purple granulations of the fungal mat have appeared next to the sewers and manhole covers. Behind Augustus, Titus and others, a fully armed mobile battalion of the 1st Division of the Revolutionary Army was passing by them in an orderly manner. The Revolutionary Army soldiers with white whip rings and the black double-headed eagle emblem of the 1st Division on their power armor were followed by huge red Goliath-armed robots, and a large number of Moria chariots and medium tanks were passing on another wider road. From time to time, the Avengers and Wraith fighters belonging to the Revolutionary Army and transport ships carrying airborne troops flew across the sky. These troops were heading in the same direction and the same goal, which was the largest airport in all of Marcera, the Marcera Airport. They were ordered to seize the airport, which was controlled by the Omega Squadron, within 2 hours, so that they could use the launch port to launch transport ships carrying refugees. A dozen hours ago, a Marine Corps company of Duke's Alpha Squadron tried to seize the airport, but was repelled by the guarding Omega Squadron. As a last resort, the lieutenant of the Alpha Squadron, who commanded the company, could only seek support from the main force through the communication radio. Before the Revolutionary Army arrived in Marcera, the city had been continuously transporting weapons and equipment from the Marcera military base and crystal mines from the government warehouse out of the Sera system through hundreds of Vapid transport planes. The airport launched spacecraft day and night, and the schedule was always full, but there were only property, weapons, and files on the transport ships, but no refugees who needed to be evacuated urgently. It is said that the last Marcera Justice used large transport ships to transport the money he had plundered during his more than 1-year term, and only the rich and those with connections could board the government and military transport ships. Even the Justice's dogs and cats could get a seat to escape from Marcera, and the refugees could not get a seat to escape the planet, no matter how much they cried. Don't complain, Titus. I heard that you are an expert in dealing with Zerg. So, how are you going to deal with the Zerg here? Jim Raynor, who was dressed in heaven's devil grey, was wiping his beloved Colt military revolver, gesturing from time to time, as if he wanted to use this pistol to break the head of the Zerg. In the main urban area of Marcera, not only is there an elite Omega squadron stationed, but also a few squeaking and howling Zerglings may emerge at any time in its dark and narrow streets. This small and agile creature can even travel through the sewer network of Marcera, waiting for an opportunity to drag passing humans underground. Before the Revolutionary Army entered the city, residents here often heard the sound of a large group of creatures suddenly rushing past their feet, and the thumping sound of horny feet stepping on broken metal was creepy. The increasing number of missing reports, bodies that had been gnawed clean when they were found, and giant scorpion-like creatures never caused any response from the city government and the governor's office, as if they didn't care about such things at all. Now, there are probably millions of Zerg under the city. They have hollowed out the city's sewer network and worked hard to build the Zerg's underground kingdom. As long as the time is right, or the leader of the Jumunganda swarm decides to attack, the swarm can destroy the entire city like a big wave overturning a small boat in the sea. Burn them. Titus said. The Protoss have told us what to do. Burn all the bugs, whether they are springtails, hydralisks or bug eggs. Burn them all. The only thing you need to do is add black pepper and come into the roasted bug carcasses. There is only one way to deal with bugs. Burn the entire surface of the planet, then inject magma into their damn caves and seal the cave entrances with cement. The Protoss have shown us how. Yes, you should try the Mutalisk wings, Jimmy. New Sydney grilled chicken wings. Hannah Kank said, I find that burning bugs is much more fun than burning people, but those monsters have no fat, so they can't be used as oil lamps. Sometime after the destruction of Chassera, Titus watched the documentary footage of the Protoss expeditionary fleet destroying Chassera with other senior officers of the Revolutionary Army. This made a deep impression on Titus, who once looked down on the Protoss, and he turned into an advocate of superior fire mechanics and a master of Zerg barbecue overnight. This also made Titus and Hannah Kank, the commander of the flamethrower unit in the Revolutionary Army, have more common language. Burn the entire planet. If we can do it, we would have done it long ago. Augustus said at this time. At present, our troops can only compete with the Zerg in small-scale battles in local areas. Once it involves a full-scale war, we can only rely on fusion weapons to fight back. Boys, wait until we rescue the people of Marcera before thinking about roasting the worms. At this time, there were a few sporadic gunshots in front of the Revolutionary Army's marching column. It was obvious that the vanguard troops led by Rickid had exchanged fire with the enemy, but the gunshots soon stopped, and then Augustus received a report that the Omega squadron had retreated. Augustus, there are many residents stranded in the city gathered outside the Marcera airport. They set up tents outside the airport, just hoping that the Federal Army will have a conscience and take them on the way when they escape. Colonel Rick's voice came from Augustus' communicator. When the Jumunganda swarm first invaded Marcera, the rich people who could afford to buy tickets for long-distance interstellar spaceships had already left. Now only the middle class and ordinary civilians remain. How many people are there? Let's set up a quarantine area first. We need to confirm whether these people are infected. Augustus said immediately. Maybe tens of thousands of people. Rick replied, I'm afraid we have to mobilize more transport ships to this area. At present, the Revolutionary Army has collected about 2 million Marcera refugees and is transporting them through the Marcera airport. The work of collecting refugees and organizing rescue is unexpectedly smooth. This is related to the efficient work efficiency of the Revolutionary Army officers with firm beliefs and the support of the Marcera people for the Revolutionary Army. But the most important thing is that the Federation has completed the work of collecting refugees in advance. Before this, the soldiers of the Omega Squadron had forced the residents living in the city into refugee camps surrounded by simple tents and wooden fences, and then sent troops to guard them like prisoners. When the alien Zerg invaded Marcera, the federal government did not take any measures at all. The federal government of the colony first implemented strict military control in the name of protecting all federal citizens. If this is still a tenable measure, then the act of forcibly driving the residents of cities and towns to refugee camps in the wilderness for centralized disposal is quite incredible. The Revolutionary Army on the side of Augustus clearly knew that the Federation did not have enough transport ships to transport everyone out, and they might not even have a plan to rescue the people of Marcera. The behavior of the Federation to drive people out of the city and concentrate them is even more incomprehensible, because if they are not prepared to evacuate refugees, the city is undoubtedly safer and easier to defend than the open wilderness. A few days after the Revolutionary Army landed on Marcera, the soldiers of the Omega Squadron stationed on the surface of the planet also evacuated Marcera without any nostalgia, leaving millions of desperate Marcera people behind. It was as if the Federation wanted their people to die faster. Fortunately, the Revolutionary Army arrived in time. As Augustus promised, when he left Marcera in the past, they will return one day, and when they return, they will definitely bring salvation. The next evacuation mission is up to you. When Augustus said to Rick, everyone could feel that the sky seemed to have suddenly darkened. The sky filled with misty red dust seemed to be covered with dark clouds in an instant, and the distant sun became looming. This is the fleet monitoring station. We have detected a swarm of Jumunganda insects numbering nearly 5 million, gathering towards the city of Marcera. The fleet headquarters is sending air support troops to the ground. The ground commanders, including Augustus, heard the fleet's warning at the same time. This is not good news. It's about to rain, insect rain. Ty just smacked his lips and said, "It's your turn to perform." Augustus said, "Exterminator. There are alien insects heading straight here." Suddenly, Sarah Kerrigan, who had been silent beside Augustus, raised her sniper rifle. Kerrigan was wearing a fitted dark grey military coat and a long-brimmed military cap to block the wind and sand. Her fiery red waist-length hair fluttering in the wind looked like a trembling flame. "They are only about 700 yards away from us in the expanded sewer network underground," Kerrigan added. "I can feel their chaotic murderous thoughts. They are elite assassins of the Zerg, following the orders of the Jumunganda Zerg's brainwormiac, who wants to devour the leader of the Revolutionary Army." Kerrigan can also read the thoughts of the Zerg, because the Zerg's thoughts are not complicated, and they don't even have complete logical thinking ability. She can also clearly perceive the will imposed on these creatures, and according to the Zerg's name for that will, she said a strange word. Brainwormiac. The leader of the Jumunganda Zerg. It seems that the Zerg also understands the principle of capturing the king first, Augustus said calmly. Augustus was surrounded by several generals and dozens of elite guards, and there were 2 main battalions advancing in front and behind. Almost at the same time Kerrigan spoke, Corporal Faraday led the fully armed martial elite guards to form several layers of human walls around Augustus. Except for Augustus, everyone present heard the term brainworm for the first time, but they didn't have time to care about it now. Keep an eye on all sewer exits and watch your step. Titus, who had fought against the Zerg, said loudly, "Boys of the Red Devil Army, open the valves of the storage tanks and prepare for the barbecue." Hannock, who was wearing firebird power armor, had no fear in his voice, only a trembling excitement. "What?" Raynor thought of more at this moment. How did the worms know Augustus was here? The Zerg can obtain the memories of the enemy by eating or infecting them. Kerrigan explained, "This is a new discovery of Dr. Francois, who is the highest-ranking commander among the recent deaths." Augustus asked. "It should be Lieutenant Colonel Alfred. He died in the battle with the Zerg at the Battle of Marcera Lane 14, while protecting the local refugees. He had just arrived at the Marshal's headquarters before his death." Kerrigan said, "His men did not take back his body. These bastards." Raynor cursed. The distance of 700 yards was only a few tens of seconds for the Zerg elite assassin team moving at high speed. With the sound of metal twisting that made people's teeth ache, the first Zergling that jumped out from under the manhole cover waved its crackling elite front claws and jumped out. This is a Zerg that is larger and stronger than ordinary Zerglings. It has colorful skin, a crown of thorns and a huge and ferocious mouth. However, this elite Zergling that had just emerged collided head-on with the hot plasma and immediately burned in the twisted blue flames. Thank you for voting, thank you for the reward, and thank you for your support. Chapter 262 Protoss Ground Forces. The crackling sound of flames burning the Zerg and the beast-like roars made many soldiers present shudder. The blazing flames almost lit up half of the street, and soon the wind was filled with the stench of burnt protein. This alien monster, which was not much bigger than a local large dog, remained sensitive and excited under the effect of adrenaline. However, when it emerged from under the manhole cover in high spirits, Hank and his elite firebats, who had been prepared, immediately smeared a ball of hot plasma flames on its face. Augustus and the revolutionary soldiers who protected him watched the monster twisting and struggling in the flames, desperately trying to shake off the flames attached to its body, without a trace of pity in their hearts. The first Zergling that suddenly sprang out was just a signal for the Zerg elite team to launch an attack, and more Zerglings jumped out of the manhole soon after. The Zerglings emerging from the underground sewer system are 1.5 times longer than normal Zerglings. They have some extremely rare atavistic features, with colorful sail-shaped spines on their backs that extend all the way to the tail. These alien monsters have harder chitinous shells and sharper pale claws, more like small tanks. They may be directly commanded by the leader of the Jumunganda swarm, the brainworm Yak, through a psychic link. This loyal descendant and servant of the Overlord did not die in the destruction of Chatsera. Yak is commanding a huge Jumunganda swarm army simultaneously in the brain cavity of each deep space behemoth, which is densely packed with central nerves and soft tissues. The wall of flames in front of the firebats failed to stop the springtails that continued to pour out. They were like rats pouring out of a rice warehouse or groups of hyenas jumping out of the manhole of a sewer, until these alien monsters used their flesh and blood to resist the surging flames. More springtails jumped from their fallen kin and pounced on the heavy power suits of the firebat troops. The improved CMC 250 power armor of the Revolutionary Army firebats was much stronger than the ordinary marine power armor, so these little monsters could not cut through the heavy armor in a short time. But even so, the two pairs of sharp dense bone sickles on the back of the springtails could easily cut and insert the relatively fragile helmets of the firebats and knock open the soldiers' heads. Other Zerglings endured the scorching flames and stabbed their long knife-like claws on their chests into the plasma feedback of the firebat flammer thrower. This move blocked the flammer thrower and caused the hot flames to flow back into the interior of the firebat power armor, turning the power armor itself into a scalding oven. What awaited those firebat flammer throwers was an extremely tragic fate, as if it was the retribution for burning many people alive. They eventually died in the flames they fired. These Zerglings are quite smart. They have found ways to deal with humans instead of charging blindly. Local battles are breaking out all over Marcera, and whenever the Zerg in a certain area discovers the weaknesses of humans, this skill will be synchronized to all newly born Zerg through genetic material. Zerg, this dangerous and deadly race has been evolving. They do their best to eliminate the defects in their genes until they reach the pinnacle of biological evolution, the best and the most beautiful. Since the firebat power armor is generally 2 feet higher than the ordinary CMC 200 or even CMC 300 power armor, the Martial Elite Guard soldiers holding Gauss rifles and individual rockets behind the firebats can only fire from between the firebats' shoulders to avoid accidentally injuring their comrades. Are facing the wailing of the firebats, the elite guards can only use rifle bullets to end their lives from behind, so that they don't have to endure the pain of being burned alive. Many firebats did not die in the hands of the enemy. The most painful way to die is to be trapped in their own power armor and burned alive. At the same time, few people are willing to endure the high temperature and wear firebat power armor. Therefore, the firebats in the Federal Army are basically death row prisoners who have undergone resocialization transformation. Only the firebats in the Revolutionary Army are lunatics who voluntarily joined the army. Augustus can hear the painful screams of the firebats, and watching those brave warriors wailing makes him feel deeply sad. At this time, it is the best choice for his comrades to end their lives with a pistol so that they can be free from the pain before death. To date, countless revolutionary soldiers and intelligence personnel have sacrificed their young lives for the cause of the revolution. Find a way to block the wellhead, Augustus ordered. Throw all our grenades and explosives in. The Marshal's elite guard members behind the firebats immediately executed this order. After Moria purchased a large amount of ammunition that the Kel-morian Combine had left behind after the Kalian War, each revolutionary soldier carried much more grenades and bullets than before. With the help of power armor, the soldiers don't have to worry about the load, which is something the commanders of the ground and air transport forces should consider. Damn it, it would be great if Zinder was here at this time. He would definitely be able to get a few boxes of explosives out of his armor. Renault shouted while shooting a C-14 Gauss rifle. Maximum Zinder, the devil of heaven, is no longer with Augustus. He is now in charge of the commander of the airborne forces of the Revolutionary Army. Under Xander's example, the airborne troops of the Revolutionary Army became explosive maniacs who threw electromagnetic grenades at the enemy as soon as they landed. Wherever the Revolutionary Army Airborne Division passed, it was as if they had just experienced a large-scale carpet bombing. Throw them all out. Titus ordered Corporal Faraday and his Marshal Elite Guard soldiers. Even grandmas are faster than you. A shocking explosion responded to Titus's roar. The blue electric pulses and arcs raised by the electromagnetic grenades gushed out from the blown-up sewer manhole. The sky-high light instantly submerged the springtails in it, and immediately the soldiers' front became quiet. But then a larger individual of the same species than the previous springtail poked its head out of the gorgeous arc. It had a huge head and bright red blood-like skin, and its bright orange eyes flashed with a kind of smart flash. If the springtails just now were slightly larger dogs, then this was a male lion in its prime. Its extremely hard leather skin was covered with a blood-red carapace, as if it was stained with dried blood. Under Augustus's order, the remaining firebats retreated one after another. A platoon of the Marshal's elite guards used all their weapons to aim at the newly appeared monster and shoot, but then everyone was surprised to find that the bullets could not hurt it at all. Wow, a big guy. Ty just said, I bet that's the mother of those bugs just now, and now it's here for revenge. However, the bright red giant springtail just poked its head out and shrank back into the ground, retreating to the underground cave. At this time, 2 nearby revolutionary camps also rushed over to support, and the alien Zerg had no choice but to retreat. A king of the Zerglings. Raynor said, it ignores fire and electromagnetic grenades. That shell is comparable to the mammoth-like giant Zerg found on Turtle Island. It doesn't look simple. Even a fool knows it's not simple. Ty just chewed the cigarette in his mouth and put away his heavy machine gun, and I can't see how that thing looks like an elephant. Don't think we didn't learn those things in elementary school. That's what Augustus said. Raynor looked at Augustus behind him. Well, after all, the Marshal is the most important here. Ty just said, they retreated. They know we are a tough nut to crack. Hurry up and rescue the wounded. Augustus ordered, let the nearby troops send a medical squad over. Sarah, can you feel anything? He turned to Sarah Carrigan beside him. The swarm is confused. Carrigan held the front of her hat. They don't understand why we found out about this raid. They will find out the reason. They will retreat into the shadows and wait again, waiting for the next opportunity. It sounds like you have to be more careful recently, Augustus. Raynor said, the worms have read our minds. They know that you are the soul of the Revolutionary Army, the leader of the brainworm Yak. Jumunganda. Augustus repeated the name in his mouth. As long as it is killed, its tribe will surely fall into chaos. I have heard an old saying, give it back in its own way. Raynor said, but how to kill it? It may not even be on Marcera at all. There will be a way. Augustus looked at a firebat wounded who was being pulled out of the power armor. He knew that each Zerg hive had a brainworm as its leader, and the brainworm was actually the brain of tens of millions or even billions of Zerg. Once the brainworm died, the hive troops under its command would fall into madness. But the brainworm is actually immortal, because the master of the swarm can resurrect the dead brainworm. Only the Nerazim, another branch of the Protoss, can kill the brainworms forever and seal their chance of resurrection. Augustus said as he walked towards the wounded man who was being carried on a stretcher. He noticed that his entire chest was torn open by a springtail. The hideous wound indicated that his chances of survival were not high. The unconscious firebat did not wait for Augustus's greeting. He was carried onto an Appa transport plane that landed nearby with his eyes closed. Hanuk was the soldier's direct superior. He silently carried the stretcher away. This was a soldier from the Marcera Shiro region. He was not only fighting for the revolution and the orders of his superiors, but also for his hometown. The surface of Marcera was full of Zerg, and such sacrifices happened almost every minute. The Zerg were not the Federation army. They were deadly and numerous, and would only retreat on their own initiative in very rare cases. Augustus had already seen death. and dying in battle had become commonplace. We suffered heavy casualties in the face of the Zerg. Raynor looked at the charred corpses being pulled out of the scalding fibered power armor and closed his eyes in pain. We are facing the Zerg head on, and it will take time to evacuate. We have evacuated more than 500,000 people, but it still takes time to take the rest away. But the Zerg won't just stand there and watch. They are endless, and we can only fill in the gap with human lives, he said. Yes, our army is only a few 100,000 people. Augustus said, we need reinforcement, whether it is the Federation or the Protoss. Those who believe in the Federation are definitely the stupidest idiots in the world. As for the Protoss, Raynor shook his head. We know very little about them. I heard that the Protoss landed in Marcera not long ago, and someone saw their ground troops wearing gold and silver armor. Is this true? I don't really believe it. I also received reports from Lundstein, Nord, Zandal and Duke. They all found the Protoss ground troops. Augustus said, the Protoss ground troops appeared in the center of the main nest of Jumunganda, among countless Zerg. Although they did not make any contact with our people, every time the Protoss troops appeared, the Zerg around our base and the refugee camp began to retreat. He said, obviously, the Protoss are helping us and buying time for us to evacuate the refugees. Is there such a good thing? Titus was shocked. You mean the commander of that Protoss is a good man? Is that possible? He was merciless when he blew up those ships in the high altitude orbits of Chasala and Masala. This is really the best news I have heard in a while. Raynor said, having said that, why would the Protoss help us? Protoss? If it was them, why didn't they just blow up Masala? That would be much easier. Titus didn't believe it either. In their eyes, we may be no different from the Zerg. I don't know. Augustus said, but this is a good thing for us. As Augustus said, the ground forces of the Protoss Expeditionary Force that landed on Masala did help the Revolutionary Army and the refugees a lot. The situation in Masala became more and more complicated. The Jumunganda Zerg, the Federation Army, the Revolutionary Army and the Protoss Expeditionary Force were fighting each other for different purposes. I hope we can meet with the commander of the Protoss fleet. If that doesn't work, I also hope to have a formal dialogue, Augustus said. Maybe they can help us deal with the Federation? Titus had a bad idea. That's unlikely. Augustus shook his head. They won't interfere. Let's go to the governor's mansion in Marcera. Augustus sighed and felt sad. Augustus has been fighting and waging wars, but that doesn't mean he enjoys it. I heard that the new governor of Marcera wants to see me. New governor? Raynor shrugged. This is the first time. I heard that the Federation sent a new governor after we left, but he ran away again when the Zerg invaded. The current one should be the third one. In 1 year, Marcera has changed 3 governors. I have to say that the Federation's efficiency in this regard is still unique. Titus said sarcastically. I heard he was unlucky. The Federation sent him to deal with the rebels and the Zerg problem, but soon after he arrived in Marcera, the governor's mansion was controlled by our people. Augustus said, let's go meet that unlucky guy. A governor-level Federation official surrendering to the Revolutionary Army is big news worth dealing with. I remember the new governor's name is Prilkote. Don't scare him. Here it comes. The player character in the first generation will be free tomorrow. Thanks for voting. Chapter 263, God of War Governor. The capital district of Marcera had experienced war, but the city hall, the governor's office and the new Hagia Sophia were still well preserved. These longitudinal rectangular buildings have pointed and high domes, which are very different from the semi-dome houses of the Marcera immigrants. Before that, only the most powerful and wealthy people in Marcera, or both, could enter the door of the governor's office. In the few days after the new governor of Marcera, Mr. Pryor, took office, this young and promising gentleman from Tassinus immediately rectified the corruption and malfeasance in the governor's office and its subordinate institutions. This airborne governor of unknown origin gained the trust of the commanders of the garrison and militia organizations in the capital district in a very short time, and took over the control of these military organizations. After that, Governor Pryor swiftly executed a number of federal officials who committed serious crimes, and promoted his confidants from the grassroots. Before the landing of the Omega Squadron in the Revolutionary Army, he had actually controlled the administrative and military power of Marcera City. It is said that Governor Pryor executed hundreds of federal officials who had neglected their duties, shooting 20 people every 10 minutes, and those who were shot were declared traitors and apostates at the same time. At the same time, the gang forces entrenched in the capital area were also uprooted. If the fear brought by the aliens had not destroyed the will of the Marcera people, and the Omega Squadron invaded Marcera before the Zerg, and deprived him of the power he should have as a governor, then this capable governor would have been able to easily control the situation. However, after the vanguard of the revolutionary army arrived in the capital area, this ruthless and talented governor Marcera surrendered quickly. He claimed that his surrender was not due to fear and cowardice, but just to seek a glimmer of hope for the people trapped in Marcera. Augustus rushed to the office of Governor Marcera that afternoon, and met with the young governor who was believed to have offended someone, and was sent to the vast sea of insects. "Nice to meet you. I'm Augustus Mengsk, the leader of the federal resistance." Augustus hurriedly walked through the courtyard of the governor's office filled with rare treasures and plants, and met the long-awaited Governor Pryor behind a door, made of a whole piece of Chatsera sunwood. After the complete destruction of Chatsera, this still must be priceless. "What should I call you, Governor or Commander?" Governor Marcera, who was opposite Augustus, was a rare Asian. He had short black hair and pupils, and looked about 30 years old. Governor Pryor wore a neat blue suit. He was not tall, only a little taller than Kerrigan, but he had a straight back and sharp eyes. The governor had a long face, and looked much younger than his actual age. While waiting for Augustus, Pryor was having a meal. These days, the city of Marcera was full of refugees. When the former governor of Marcera fled, he took away almost all the property in the government warehouse. Pryor could only survive on canned food and bread, provided by the militiamen, who were still loyal to him. Even so, this governor, who was obviously of extraordinary origin, prepared luncheon meat, ham, calf beast meat, and stewed mushrooms for Augustus. The textile tablecloths on the table and the silver tableau left by the previous governor were arranged in full compliance with the cumbersome etiquette standards of the nobles of Tarsinus. Augustus believed that the other party was at least a minor noble who often mingled in the social circles of the creation families. Considering that the Zerg usually used spores to spread fungal blankets and infections, Augustus and his followers Raynor and Kerrigan frowned frequently when they saw mushrooms. "I'm just an unknown governor. I have my own ideas about commanding the army, but I'm not qualified to be called a commander by a marshal." Governor Pryor invited Augustus to sit down as soon as he saw him, and the latter accepted the invitation calmly. "There are not many people left in this city. Omega Squadron has driven most of them to the wilderness. I only have a few thousand militiamen and tens of thousands of civilians following me," he said. "People who know me always say that my greatest advantage is that I rarely make mistakes, so my superiors are always happy to let me do some thankless work. I have declared my allegiance to you. Anyway, you can call me whatever you want. The best general is always the one who makes the fewest mistakes," Augustus said. "Governor." In his memory, this commander character controlled by the player is a super tough guy and an invincible god of war who kicked the Zerg, and fought the Federation, and finally led the invasion of Tarsinus. The leader of the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Sons of Korhal, the successor of the Mengsk dynasty. From the pride of the water to Tirida, from Valhalla to Tarsinus, your name is known to everyone. In Tarsinus, it is rumored among the creation family that you have ascended the throne in Umagen and crowned the new emperor. Pryor said to Augustus immediately, "Even if half of the rumors a Federation spread about me are true, my troops would have already been heading straight for Tarsinus." Augustus smiled and sat opposite Governor Pryor. "Sir, you should be very aware of the Federation's false propaganda against us," he said. "I heard that you are an open-minded person and should not believe the unslander against us. I have never heard of any news that I want to become an emperor. This is simply unbelievable. In this era, how can someone want to go against the trend of the times and reverse history? It is precisely because the Genesis family of the Federation is already the de facto royal family, so they are also afraid that I will replace their position." Augustus also wondered how the rumor that he wanted to become an emperor came about. Now it seems that this rumor should only be circulated in the small social circle of Tarsinus nobles. Similarly, the rumors about Augustus can be said to be increasingly demonized. Some people even say that he is a powerful psychic who uses mental power to control people's hearts, and some people claim that Augustus controls a neurological drug that can enslave people's minds. In short, as Augustus won a series of victories in the marginal galaxies, those who hated him the most in the Federation hated him the more, and those who respected him loved him the more. It is precisely because they are afraid that I will do this that they have to use all kinds of words to slander me. He finally said, taking a piece of perfectly roasted beef from the plate on the table. Mr. Governor, we don't have time to eat now. Marcera is full of hideous alien beasts and Federation soldiers, and there are also aliens of unknown origin who are ready to bombard this place, thinking of roasting us. Augustus said, opening his arms to Governor Pryor, unbuttoning his cloak, revealing the dark grey straight military uniform belonging to the soldiers underneath. In the process, the golden wolf head badge on Augustus's body was particularly conspicuous. Behind him, Raynor and Kerrigan were standing behind his seat, the former staring at the former Federation governor vigilantly, and the latter gathered the crimson cloak that Augustus took off. Only when you are well fed can you have the strength to fight the enemy, Marshal Augustus. Before this, no one like you has ever been given so many names. The Devil, the Warlord, the Roaming Starry Hero, the Instigator, and the Source of Heresy. Pryor was very respectful to Augustus, and it was hard to tell from his words that he was praising him. So, what do you think of me? Augustus attached great importance to the governor in front of him. Of course, you are not any of the people they say you are. Pryor looked at Augustus and said, in fact, you simply meet all my fantasies about integrity and greatness. The Federation has abandoned everyone here, and only you risked being caught between two aliens to come here to save us. You are just too young, really too young. I didn't expect you to be so young. I will take this as a compliment. Augustus said, Governor, what do you think of the two aliens who suddenly appeared in the Serra galaxy? To be honest, before coming here, I thought aliens didn't exist at all. That was just a lie for children. But the fact is that they really exist, and they are much stronger than us and humans. I'm afraid only the legendary Earth Federation can deal with them. The humans in the Caprulu sector are just a small colony. Governor Pryor said. The Zerg are the product of the Federation's biological laboratories. They thought these monsters were just some independent species living in a few galaxies, but they didn't expect their population to be all over the universe. The Protoss are the gardeners who keep order in the universe. Their mission is to eliminate insect pests and species they think are over-evolved, he said while chewing the food on the table. Although the decoration on the table was quite elegant, the former federal governor of a distinguished status did not eat very elegantly. His mouth was full of food, and he looked quite hungry. It was said that the governor had been distributing the few remaining food in the governor's mansion to refugees before the arrival of the Revolutionary Army, and he ate very little himself. In Tarsinus, only those who are both smooth and cunning can survive in the political struggle for power, while those who are upright and selfless are often excluded. Governor Pryor is undoubtedly a very capable person, but his coming to Marcera is more like the result of a political struggle. Because no one would think that running to a marginal planet, where monsters are rampant at this time, is a good job. If being a governor in a poor star zone was considered an exile before, then coming to Marcera where aliens are rampant is simply suicide. Moreover, the only federal armed force in the galaxy, Omega Squadron, ignored Governor Pryor, and only the militia supported him. All federal transport ships basically evacuated Marcera, and the Federation even directly left a new governor here. Then, it is very likely that he was thrown to Marcera to take the blame for the former governor, because he offended someone. The Zerg have lost themselves on the road of evolution, so the Protoss rushed to destroy them. This is closer to the truth. Augustus said, what I can tell you is that the Zerg that arrived at Marcera is only one of their infinite swarms. There are dozens of Zerg nests that are larger than the Jumunganda swarm, and the Protoss fleet like this is still not the only one among them. Governor, the Federation only wants to preserve their own core areas and let the devastated marginal galaxies go, he said. I really can't imagine what the people of Marcera would do without you. The governor swept the entire table, while Augustus had just swallowed a few pieces of meat. You are a very upright person. Augustus nodded and said, for these people you have never met, you are willing to betray the Federation and collude with the rebels. Didn't you do the same, Marshal Augustus? The governor and Augustus smiled at each other. When Governor Marcera took out a tissue to wipe his mouth, Augustus stood up. Everyone present knew that this small dinner was over. Let's go, Mr. Governor. There is no need to stay in this governor's mansion any longer. Let's go to the airport. Augustus said to Prior, after we leave, Marcera will definitely face the same fate as Chasera. What do you need me to do? Let me serve as your military clerk or civil governor, or I can start from the most basic private soldier. The governor wiped his mouth with satisfaction. No, to be more precise, I want you to be the commander of the troops. Augustus said, from now on, I will select the most elite troops from each legion and each division to form a special tactical force. This force is specially designed to deal with aliens. The initial establishment is about 10,000 people. After chatting for so long, Augustus was able to confirm that he was the Governor Marcera because his predecessors were extremely unbearable. Compared with them, Governor Prior was simply the glory of the Federation. Are you serious? The governor was obviously shocked. This shock was not because he was going to command an army, but because he didn't understand why Augustus would trust him so much after just chatting with him for a few words. This trust touched him, but also puzzled him. The governor could not think of any other explanation, except that Augustus had a good eye for people. I was just an administrative staff member before, and I was forced to be the governor. He said, if you want me to lead an army, it should be when I have won many victories to prove my ability. But I have never led any army except the militia. I believe in your ability. Before walking out of the door of the governor's office, Augustus's eyes stayed on the Chasala Sunwood door at the door of the office. Anyway, we are leaving, so why not take all these valuables with us? He gave instructions, let Corporal Faraday take people to knock down the door. This sounds no different from bandits. Governor Prior said, I'm not short of money, but the revolution is short of money. Augustus said, I remember there is a church nearby, and the people in the church are the richest. You don't really want to do that. Renault smiled sinisterly. Most of the time, these people are quite devout in their belief in God. But this church in Marsala City comes from a sect that has separated from other branches of Christianity. They believe in a local god instead of God himself, and can be regarded as pagans. You know what I'm thinking. Augustus said, anyway, the monks have all run away long ago. You are such a villain. Raynor said with a smile. Nowadays religion is really getting more and more chaotic. According to investigations, there are still people in Marcera who believe in aliens. There are people who believe in Zerg and Protoss. Some people are welcoming aliens with open arms. They are always obsessed with things they don't understand. After all, what they believe in is power itself. Marshal, a federal base called Jacob Base is calling for help. The federal troops there swear that, if we save them, they will turn their allegiance to us. At this time, Carrigan on the side suddenly received a report from the Marshal's headquarters through her headset. Look, it's time for you to show your skills. Mr. Governor, the victory you want is here. I will mobilize the nearest ranger troops immediately. Raynor said. No, you just need to follow my militia. The governor straightened his suit. I will prove your vision. Thanks for the vote. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, The Benevolent Teacher. Quick. At dusk, the refugee evacuation work in the capital area of Marcera was still in full swing. Under the gloomy twilight and the red dust in the sky, hundreds of thousands of refugees who were originally evacuated to the wilderness by the Federation were escorted by the Revolutionary Army to the Marcera City airport. These refugees used all the means of transportation they could get, such as off-road vehicles, hover bikes, and troop carriers, provided by the Revolutionary Army, but most of them could only rely on their legs to complete this extremely difficult journey. The refugees gathered into a dark, slowly moving crowd on the red land of Marcera, heading towards Marcera City along a road from south to north. The sky was getting darker and darker, and even the sun seemed to be setting. The less than 1 mile journey from the wilderness to Marcera City became unusually long at this moment. In the distance was the flickering lights of Marcera City, and the interior of the airport in the center was already brightly lit, with bright spots of light rising from there from time to time. In the eyes of the refugees, the light from the airport tower is their only hope. Revolutionary soldiers wearing crimson CMC power armor mixed in with the running crowd. They carried the exhausted old, weak, women and children on their backs, and carried medical kits and supplies on their shoulders. Their tall figures looked like indestructible giants in the crowd. In the propaganda of the Federation, these soldiers with white whip rings on their armor were described as demons who killed without blinking an eye. But it was this group of people who brought hope to the desperate Marcera people at this moment. They were called heroes by the Marcera people, but their actual age was only between 18 and 24 years old. The refugees were all wearing dusty grey miners' overalls or thin shirts, with sad and panicked faces. More than a month ago, the Federation's Omega Squadron used force to forcibly drive them from their homes to refugee camps in the wilderness without any prior notice. The residents of the cities and towns of Marcera thought that the rescue ships would arrive soon. In addition, they were in a hurry. They were driven by the Omega Squadron and only took the most valuable small items in their homes and set off. As a result, when they arrived at the refugee camp, they found that the Federation had built a few tents for them, but there were no other supplies, including food, water, and clothes to keep warm in the cold night of Marcera. In order to prevent the Marcera people from using private communication equipment to tell the outside world about the Sera system, there was no communication equipment in the refugee camp. Not only that, the Omega Squadron also used the Marines and even Goliath armed robots to block the huge refugee camps, to prevent the refugees from escaping their control. Lack of food, and clothing and hunger and cold took the lives of many Marcera people in the first cold night. The initial casualties were entirely caused by the evacuation measures of the Terran Federation. Therefore, before the humongous swarms launched to various parts of Marcera, quite a number of Marcera people had died in extreme pain and despair. In the end, no one could figure out whether the rescue measures of the Terran Federation were saving people or killing people. Or maybe they were afraid that the alien creatures were not killing people fast enough, so they drove all the people to the wilderness and let them face the Zerg and the Protoss. With the Federation army as a backdrop, the Ka Revolutionary Army that came to rescue the Marcera people naturally became the savior in the eyes of mankind. People looked at Augustus with respect when they walked in front of him. They had completely believed in all the promises that this grey-haired man with broad arms had made. These Marcera people will undoubtedly become staunch supporters of Augustus's revolutionary cause in the future. Such a revolutionary marshal who dared to command the army on the front line is more trustworthy than the generals of the headquarters of the Terran Federation. Hold on to your families and children. We are almost there at the Marcera airport. Hold on. Wait for everyone to board the ship. The ship will take off immediately and take us all out. At this moment, Augustus was standing among thousands of refugees, wearing his cloak that was almost covered by red sand and shouting, standing still in the advancing crowd. When the refugees came to Augustus, they would split into two different teams and finally merge again after passing Augustus. Sarah Carrigan was wearing a dark grey long hem windbreaker and a hood with a golden wolf emblem on her head. She carried a sniper rifle on her back and held a red battle flag with the symbol of the Revolutionary Army in her hand, just like a heroic red-haired Valkyrie. This is the last batch. After waving his hand to signal the refugees not to stop, Augustus looked at Carrigan beside her. We must escort them to the airport. What are the latest reports from other areas? He asked. According to Augustus's deployment, his generals and the colonels of the heavenly demons were responsible for the refugees in a certain area. Augustus personally directed the evacuation of the capital area with the largest population. Except for Duke claiming that he encountered a little trouble, the evacuation of refugees in other areas went smoothly. Carrigan said, a few hours ago, Duke's men found a group of Marcera miners trapped in the mine, so he personally led an Alpha Squadron assault team to rescue them. It turned out to be an ambush by the Zerg. Augustus had already guessed most of it. Yes, the Zerg found that as long as humans were trapped, his own people would try every means to rescue them. The leader of the Jumungundus swarm discovered this pattern and took advantage of it to set a trap. Kerrigan said. After entering the tunnel, Duke's troops found hundreds of infected people and spider-like monsters and fled there after leaving behind hundreds of corpses. Let Duke record this failure in detail. All troops must read this report to learn from it, Augustus said. Although most of the soldiers in Alpha Squadron were criminals who had undergone resocialization, the lost equipment was enough to make Augustus sad. Moreover, although the resocialized soldiers lacked ability, they were different from ordinary soldiers who would be terrified and stiffened when they saw alien creatures. Even if the resocialized soldiers face more terrifying monsters, their hands holding the guns would never tremble. This will make Duke feel very embarrassed. Kerrigan said, you know his character, and you know that Duke cares most about honor and dignity. In other words, he likes to show off. That's good, so that next time he will at least think about the consequences before he gets too excited, Augustus said. Almost half of the negative teaching materials read by the officers of the Revolutionary Army came from Edmund Duke, which made Duke feel deeply ashamed. This also led him to try harder to prove himself. Fortunately, Duke's recent incident of leading the NORAD 3 to repel the Protoss fleet has restored some of his reputation, allowing Duke to gain the title of lone hero and brave guerrilla in the Revolutionary Army. What's the news about Governor Pryor? At this time, a middle-aged woman in front of Augustus suddenly staggered, and he immediately supported her like lightning. The blonde woman who was about to faint looked at Augustus with a look similar to being flattered, and then panicked and looked away, trying her best to stand up again. But she was so exhausted that she couldn't stand up again. I'm deeply sorry, Marshal, I'm sorry. She was only wearing a pair of worn-out shoes, and her feet were full of blisters. This is not your fault, it's the fault of the Federation and the Zerg. Augustus then shouted. Corporal Faraday. Take this lady away, she can't walk anymore. Sergeant Claire. Corporal Faraday, who was standing not far from Augustus, immediately ordered one of his marshal's elite guards. A tall soldier wearing crimson power armor with a golden emblem on his shoulder armor immediately ran over and helped the woman next to Augustus. It's my honor to serve you, Marshal, the soldier said to Augustus. It's an honor to serve the people, Augustus replied to the soldier. Marshal Augustus, you are a hero. At that time, I thought you were traitors who disturbed the order, the woman said to Augustus, after being carried away. I made a mistake, she said. Let's go. Augustus patted the shoulder of the elite guard soldier and said. After the soldier carried the woman away, Augustus looked at the slowly moving crowd behind him and felt that countless pairs of eyes were looking at him, watching his every move. The team behind Augustus still had no end in sight. Conservatively estimated, the number of refugees behind him might still be tens of thousands. Where are Governor Pryor's men now? Augustus asked Kerrigan. He only brought less than 2,000 new recruits. Raynor's men followed him, but I'm still not very reassured. In the last report, the governor had already led his assault force into Jacob Base and rescued more than 500 Federation alien physiologists and Federation soldiers from Jacob Base. The governor also ordered someone to obtain the weapons backup at Jacob Base through a disk. What are the losses? Augustus asked. Only a few people were injured. Governor Pryor personally led the charge. It is said that he killed a giant bright red hydralisk by himself and used its huge crown as a decoration on his helmet. Kerrigan said, the governor is now leading his men back to defend the city of Marcera. Augustus was stunned for a long time. Judging from the governor's face, he didn't look like a particularly good fighter. Soon, Augustus warned himself in his heart that he had made the mistake of judging people by their appearance. The governor is really good at fighting, he said. Perhaps I should consider handing over one of my most elite troops to him. I have decided to hand over my guards division to Pryor. Did they gain anything? Kerrigan moved closer to Augustus to prevent their words from being heard by others. They found the same psychic transmitter blueprints in Jacob Base as we found in Chasera, but the psychic transmitter in Marcera Jacob Base is more advanced and can transmit psychic energy to several light years away. The psychic transmitter is still a secret that must not be made public. The Terran Federation originally planned to use the psychic transmitter to attract the Zerg to destroy their enemies, and then they would drive away the Zerg and become the savior. If people knew that such a weapon really existed, they would not only doubt the Federation, but also some people would doubt the Revolutionary Army, especially when the public opinion trend is completely controlled by the Federation. It is a common tactic of the federal government to bite back and put the enemy's actions on their own bodies. This psychic emitter has the ability to be put into actual combat, which means that the scientists of the Federation have made a breakthrough. Augustus said, a distance of several light years is enough to influence the advance route of a Zerg hive. In a sense, this distance may be just right. What did Swan say? I just had someone hand him the prototype of the psychic emitter not long ago. He asked Kerrigan. Swan and Kaczynski are still researching this new weapon. Kerrigan said, they said this thing gave them a lot of inspiration. Since the psionic transmitter can emit psionic energy, it should also be able to do other things by enhancing the intensity of psionic energy. Drive Francois discovered that the advanced units of the Zerg control their clan members through psionic energy, and perhaps we can disrupt this psionic link based on this principle so that the controllers of the Zerg swarm lose their control over other Zerg. I think this is worth a try. Augustus' eyes lit up. Has Swan made any progress? Rory Swan said that he is asking his old acquaintances in Meinhof, Moria and Umagen to bring some blueprints of new weapons. He said he has some ideas, but it is too early to put them into practice. Okay. How can Swan have so many old acquaintances? Augustus shook his head. I believe he will succeed sooner or later. Swan is your most trusted engineer after all. Kerrigan said. No, I trust his old acquaintances more. Augustus said. Alien Zerg have appeared in the direction of the White Rock base. I'm on my way to support them. As Augustus encouraged the refugees around him, the earphones under his hat continued to transmit reports from the commanders of the Revolutionary Army's ground forces. The Revolutionary Army was dispersing in various divisions and brigades to cover the refugees' retreat. As long as there were inhabited places, even a small village with a population of only a dozen or so people that was forgotten by the Federation, the Revolutionary Army provided assistance. Where are my guards? Augustus said. Corporal Faraday. As Augustus gave the order, a thunderous roar suddenly came from behind the refugees. People could even feel the ground shaking under their feet. In that direction, the ground began to sink inward and soon revealed huge caves. A large number of Zerglings and Hydralisks emerged from the crypts and rushed towards the slowly moving refugees. The rustling and rubbing of sharp teeth and claws were terrifying. The nearest revolutionary scouts and a company responsible for the rear guard would round in an instant, and the communication channel was filled with their roars and screams of death. All soldiers, gather to me immediately and form a line of defense. Augustus said. Thousands of revolutionary soldiers wearing crimson power armor went against the crowd and walked to the rear of the refugees, forming a line of defense. A dozen huge Goliath armed robots walked past the flanks of the crowd with heavy steps. Arc tanks have been set up and artillery fire roared. Thank you for voting and rewarding. Chapter 265, Bloody Battle of Marsala. Chapter 265, Bloody Battle of Marsala. It's the Zerglings, Hydralisks, Thunder Beasts and swarms of scorpion worms. Their limited brain capacity can only support the most primitive desire for killing and bloodlust. Sarah Kerrigan planted the bright red Revolutionary Army flag in her hand into the red sandy soil of Marsala. She grabbed the butt of the C-10 shotgun from behind her shoulder and pulled it out like a giant sword behind her. The momentum was really like waving a big sword. With the crisp click of the bolt, Kerrigan raised her wild eyebrows. Stand behind me, dear. I don't like you to say that. Augustus frowned when he heard about the scorpion worms. In his impression, this giant scorpion is often associated with poisonous fog and virus plague. Scorpion worms are rare in their population. Whenever they appear in large numbers, it means that the swarm is focusing its attention on this area. The humans who fight these monsters can be said to be one of the most unfortunate people in the world. While Augustus was speaking, Corporal Faraday had already approached him with a dozen members of the Marshal's elite guard. Go to the front line. Augustus took a C-14 electromagnetic rifle from Corporal Faraday and walked towards the revolutionary soldiers who were forming a defensive line behind the refugees. The revolutionary soldiers wearing crimson power armor and the arc tanks and Goliath armed robots behind them had now formed an indestructible front line. In front of the front line was a red dust that looked like a sandstorm that was several miles long and dozens of miles wide. In the dust, the sharp teeth, claws and mottled skin of the alien creatures were vaguely visible. They howled and made a clicking sound of spikes rubbing against their shells. The rustling sound of the alien insects moving was just like the sound Augustus had heard in the summer fields in the past, which was the low hum of swarms of insects. The Revolutionary Army's arc tanks continued to fire at the advancing Zerg, with rumbling gunfire and shells landing in the air, raising dust, blood, and flesh and carapace with chitinous hard shells. The Zerg swarm was not without order. When it launched its charge, it was like an army that advanced and retreated in an orderly manner. The Zerglings and their huge thunder beasts charged in front, followed by the hydralisks and scorpion worms. Because the Zerg swarm was too large, even if the driver of the arc tank didn't aim, every shot would hit the Zerg head. Even so, such casualties were insignificant to the huge Zerg swarm. The eggs hidden in their underground nests and hatcheries could hatch more Zerg at any time to make up for this loss. As long as the nests were not destroyed, the brainworm Yak, the leader of the Jumunganda Zerg swarm, could continuously summon its clan members. There are at least hundreds of thousands of these Zerg. "Jimmy, where are your people?" Augustus said in the commander's communication channel. "The Rangers and I were just complaining about this. There are so many bugs." Renault's response came immediately from the communication channel. His voice was mixed with the sound of whistling wind. It was obvious that this Marcera cowboy was happily driving a vulture. "In short, I and more than 2,000 Rangers are currently in your left and right wings of the Zerg army. The Zerg crawled out of those collapsed holes. Their underground network is all over Marcera." Renault said, "We are trying to use fragmentation grenades to kill as many Zerg as possible, and then use explosives to seal those caves. Although they will soon break out of the ground again, this will surely delay them for a while. Faster, cowboy, time waits for no one." Augustus ran all the way, helping up some refugees who fell from time to time. Fortunately, the physique of the Marcera people is much stronger than that of the people in the core world. Even if they have walked a long distance, they can still speed up again under the threat of death. If the Omega Squadron had not taken away all the weapons of the Marcera people, they would have fought to the death with the invading Jumunganda swarm. In such a group of people, hundreds of revolutionary soldiers ran against the direction of the crowd towards the direction of the alien Zerg attack, leaving a wide back for everyone. "I'm as fast as the wind," Raynor said. "Haha. There's no need to rush me, Augustus, I can deal with those Zerg in a moment." Raynor's troops have the largest number of vehicles in the entire Revolutionary Army, including a large number of vulture vehicles, command vehicles, reconnaissance vehicles and Kel-morian light tanks equipped with 12mm machine guns. It was Raynor's Rangers who were responsible for reconnaissance, harassment, and raids in the crisis-ridden Marcera. They always appeared when a certain immigrant team was in the most critical moment, and after successfully repelling the alien Zerg, they left like a whirlwind and retired. Augustus had enough energy to run while talking to Raynor. His well-trained body was not inferior to the strongest warriors in the Revolutionary Army. By the time Augustus felt the approach of the defense line, the mighty Jumunganda swarm was already very close to them. In front of Augustus, several rows of revolutionary soldiers were raising their Gauss rifles to aim at the Zerg vanguards that were getting closer and closer to the front line. The scene in front of Augustus reminded him of the first time he stepped onto the battlefield, except that the enemy he faced was no longer the Kel-morians, but an endless swarm of Zerg. Every revolutionary soldier had a badge of the whip-ring painted on his right shoulder armor, and the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party political commissar who was in charge of ideological work among them would also paint the symbol of the Revolutionary Party on his armor, a panda with sharp eyes. Augustus seemed to be able to hear the thumping heartbeats of these soldiers, and see the cold sweat on their foreheads. Fighting with humans is completely different from fighting with Zerg. These alien creatures meet all human imaginations of grotesque and terrifying alien creatures. Once they are pounced on by the Zerg, the hideous monsters will immediately tear the victims into pieces or eat them alive. If this is already a tragic way to die, infection is the most terrible ending. Considering the battle with the Zerg, The new recruits in the Revolutionary Army's boot camp must come into contact with Zerg corpses, all have samples before graduation, until they can overcome the fear of aliens and leave the barracks, which to a certain extent, prolongs the period from recruits to actual combat. The Terran Federation does not need to consider this. When they implant combat skills into the minds of resocialized soldiers, they can also add combat skills against Zerg and Protoss. Damn. This damn pest. Kerrigan cursed and raised the C-10 shotgun in her hand, opening the optical sight. The first to open fire were the Goliath armed robots. Their cockpits above the ground could take in the overall situation. The weapon system would automatically lock onto the running Zerg and use 25mm machine guns and missiles to beat the jumping Zerg into a ball of rotten meat mixed with bullets, shells, and flesh. Everywhere was the screams of flying shells and alien monsters, and all kinds of roars seemed like millions of creatures from hell roaring at the same time. Fire. The commander of this unit was a lieutenant colonel from the 2nd Squad of the Heavenly Demons, who had now become an accomplished senior commander. Following the lieutenant colonel's order, the revolutionary soldiers could not wait to pour out the bullets in their rifles. The dense firepower immediately swept away a large number of running springtails. The magnetic male bullets penetrated the relatively fragile shells of the springtails and beat them into a bloody sieve. Even if they were hit by dozens of bullets and their brains were pierced, the springtails could still run more than 10 yards before they died and fell to the ground. Among the springtails were huge thunder beasts, which were huge in size, far exceeding human tanks and all mechas. At first glance, the thunder beast's sturdy walking feet and the pair of sharp curved bone blades on its jaws resembled mammoths in the Earth era, but the multiple pairs of skull eyes on its head, the drooping tentacles and the dripping saliva could not make people associate it with mammals on Earth. The Zerg that appeared in Mars era far exceeded those in Chat's era in both species and number. The number on the planet alone exceeded 100 million. The Ultralisk, these monsters that were tens of feet tall, could almost ignore the shooting of human Gauss rifle bullets with their thick shells behind them. Even the machine guns of Goliath armed robots and Wraith fighters in the air were just tickling for them. Zerg fell under human artillery and bullets every moment, but then more Zerg pounced on them. When the Zerg in the front entered the distance of less than 50 yards, the Revolutionary Army soldiers began to throw the electromagnetic grenades they carried. With the blessing of the power armor servo system, they could throw them even farther. After Moria and his group, the Revolutionary Army had no shortage of bullets and grenades, and even had so much that they could throw out boxes of grenades at once. The blue electric pulses released by the electromagnetic grenades immediately engulfed the Zerg in the front and blew them into a pile of rotten meat. But at the same time, more Zerglings jumped out from the charred corpses, and the Hydralisks also entered their attack range, and their arched backs immediately ejected deadly spines wrapped in green acid. These sharp spines pierced the armor of the front row Revolutionary Army in an instant, piercing their flesh. Fighting the Zerg on a wide plain is almost tantamount to seeking death, but at this time, the Revolutionary Army is the only barrier between the people and the Zerg. If it were in the past, Augustus would never choose to fight the Zerg here, but he could not let hundreds of thousands of Mars era people be slaughtered by the Zerg. Augustus fought side by side with these warriors, and could also feel this despair. It is not that human weapons cannot penetrate the Zerg's shells, and even automatic weapons can hurt the screaming monsters like Zerglings, but the problem is that the number of Zerg swarms is too large. It took only a few minutes from the appearance to the close combat with the Revolutionary Army. After suffering tens of thousands of casualties, the surging swarm of insects quickly rushed to the defense line of the Revolutionary Army soldiers under artillery fire. A large number of screaming springtails pounced on the soldiers' armor and tore them to pieces. When a huge thunder beast rushed into the middle of the Revolutionary Army's front line, the Revolutionary Army began to retreat step by step. Its head shook its huge long fangs and swept left and right. Each time it could overturn a dozen soldiers in power armor, crushing their armor like crushing cans. The wailing in the communication channel continued, and the sound of bones breaking and gnawing flesh never subsided. Augustus could even see the spikes and protruding claws on the backs of the springtails in front of him, and the sound of the Hydralisk's spines piercing the armor was endless. As Augustus kept shooting, there were even helmets full of holes rolling to Augustus' feet. Right in front of Augustus, a hydralisk that pounced on the front line used the bone sickle ejected from its forelimb to cut a young Korhal Revolutionary Army soldier in half. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and bright red blood splashed on Augustus' face. Kerrigan fired steadily at the hydralisk, and the 25mm canister bullet passed through one of the hydralisk's eyes, immediately taking the monster's life. The hydralisk's snake-like body fell to the ground, and the end of one of its forelimbs pierced into the chest of a Revolutionary Army soldier. The bone sickle passed through the chest, bringing out dripping blood. Just like that, the soldier who just celebrated his 20th birthday this year embraced the hydralisk, and fell to the ground. "Hold the line, I'm Marshal Augustus, and I'm fighting alongside you," Augustus shouted in the communication, to maintain the morale of his soldiers. His words more or less encouraged the soldiers who were facing countless Zerg. When they thought that they were fighting side by side with the greatest warriors in the history of the Terrans, they felt infinite courage. Retreating at this moment was undoubtedly the most foolish decision, because humans could not outrun the Zerg. In the face of fear, retreating would immediately turn into a catastrophic defeat. Just when it was about to turn into a tragic defeat, the Revolutionary Army's Air Force arrived in time. More than 100 bombers and Hellhound fighters modified from APAD 33 transport aircraft flew from low altitude and dropped a large number of incendiary bombs and pulse bombs on the ground, creating a death zone of flames and charred corpses in front of the Revolutionary Army's front line. Augustus had already called for air support. When the defense line was in danger, the bomber formation passing through the air cleared a large number of Zerg on the ground, greatly reducing the pressure on the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, Raynor also brought good news. His rangers filled the entrance to the tunnel of the Jumunganda swarm, and the swarm's attack slowed down. With the air support that followed, the Revolutionary Army barely managed to resist the first wave of the Zerg attack. After sacrificing hundreds of lives and 2 Goliath-armed robots, they managed to deal with several Ultralisks that broke into the defense line. 10 minutes after the encounter broke out, the Jumunganda Zerg finally retreated. Before evacuating, they killed more than 1,000 Revolutionary Army soldiers and cut off the limbs of many more. In front of Augustus, there were corpses everywhere, both human and Zerg, with a thick layer of blood stains on the broken chitin shells and the power armor made of new alloys and plastic ceramics. On the battlefield, only the Revolutionary Army's flag was still fluttering in the wind, and the flag, that had once been bright red, was now stained with blood and acid. Have all the refugees left? The smell of blood made Augustus feel dizzy. The officers stationed in Marcera said they have entered the city. Kerrigan said, "Take back the remains of the victims." Augustus ordered in the communication channel, "I will not allow them to be infected by the Zerg and become monsters and zombies. I want to take them home. I will take a day off tomorrow. My eyes are not feeling well, probably because I have overused them." Chapter 266, Trapped Protest Troops. Marcera Airport. The sun was about to set, and the cold and darkness enveloped the brightly lit airport. The light of the lights and signal indicators covered the high and low buildings of the port with a thin layer of red, blue, and white. The airport was full of Marcera refugees. These poor people who had finally reached their destination after many setbacks immediately showed joyful expressions when they saw the lights that symbolized the glory of human civilization. But it didn't take long for all the expressions to solidify on their faces, because they would soon find that there were tens of thousands of people waiting to evacuate in front of them. At this time, the dark side of human nature would begin to magnify. Everyone hoped that they would be the first to escape, and the collapse of order was sometimes just a moment. If it weren't for the revolutionary soldiers with live ammunition who were still maintaining order, this escape would quickly turn into a fight between people or a crazy stampede. The white dark silver alloy platform in the berthing area was crowded with Marcera people who were eager to escape, like mushrooms stuffed in a can of mushrooms. They pushed and shoved their way to the boarding platform. Every time a red-painted Revolutionary Army transport ship took off or landed, the crowd would slowly move. The surging crowd could even push the Revolutionary Army soldiers wearing CMC power armor. At this time, the people squeezed in the middle were undoubtedly the most painful. Once they fell in the crowd, they would never have the chance to get up again. Everyone felt real tension and fear, afraid that someone would suddenly tell them that the spaceship they had just launched was the last batch, and the people on the spaceship vented their joy of surviving the disaster in various ways. There were all kinds of voices mixed in the crowd, cheering and crying at the same time, and people prayed from time to time. Marcera was one of the most tenacious people among the Terrans. Before the Federal Army intervened, they could even rely on old weapons and Molotov cocktails to fight against the Zerg for a short time. Rumors of hunting alien creatures in several towns and even villages were common. But that didn't mean that they didn't feel fear as human beings, not to mention that they were facing terrible countless alien monsters. The fate of the Sera system is destined to be an unavoidable page in the history of mankind in the Korhal sector. This is the first confrontation between mankind and the other two alien races in the universe, and it ended in a tragic defeat for mankind. At this moment, Augustus, who had just experienced a brutal battle, was walking quickly on the road from the port, entranced to the command center. Only Sarah Carrigan and Corporal Faraday and several other soldiers followed him. A few hundred yards behind Augustus was the fortification wall outside the airport, which was piled with automatic machine guns, revolutionary soldiers with live ammunition, and boxes of ammunition. Dozens of searchlight beams crossed in the air. In the past 10 hours, the alien Zerg that followed the last batch of refugees have controlled all areas outside the central urban area of Marcera. With the city center park outside the airport as the boundary, the infection is still spreading to the city center. Outside the silver gray metallic fortification wall, the low roar of the alien Zerg and the click of claws stepping on broken glass can be vaguely heard. In the darkness, countless pairs of red eyes are watching the people in the airport. Soldiers in heavy red power armor patrolled the fortification walls. Machine gunners cleaned 20mm electromagnetic cannons and 12mm Gauss machine guns on a platform made of boxes and metal ladders. The upper bases of the dense missile towers kept rotating, ready to fire at any time at the mutilas flying through the sky. Guarding Marcera were all veterans of the Augustus Guards. They followed Augustus when he established the Korhal Revolutionary Army. They had fought against the most outstanding armies of the Terran Federation, and now fought on the front line of the human and Zerg battlefield. The Martial Guards were also known as Augustus's personal guards. They were directly loyal to Augustus and his Mengsk family. These Korhal veterans were well equipped, wearing CMC 300 power armor with a red background and gold trim, and the white Mengsk Scar wolf head emblem on their helmets. Augustus waved to his veterans as he walked, which immediately attracted many respectful looks. In front of Augustus, the launch port of the Marcera Aerospace Port launched a batch of shuttles and transport ships every few minutes. The orange flames turned the ground and the faces of the people looking up below red, and the tail flames of hundreds of thrusters formed a wall of flames that climbed up in the dark night. Every time a batch of spaceships took off, the crowd would burst into cheers. These spaceships, which had been back and forth between the surface and space many times, had already become scarred by the burning of the alien acid. Whether flying from the ground to space, or landing on the surface of Marcera, it was a dangerous adventure. In the past few days and nights, the Revolutionary Army has lost more than 20 APA transport ships and all the people on board. More fighters and fighter pilots disappeared while escorting the transport ships and dealing with the dragons. They are cheering for the spacecraft that are taking off. The people on the Korhal IV did the same before they fled. Augustus's dark grey eyes reflected the brilliant lights of the airport, and his serious and tough face often showed a melancholy and gloomy look. Sooner or later, there will be a day when humans no longer have to flee their homes. War cannot break out on human soil. Carrigan knew what Augustus was thinking at this moment. She was staring at the man beside her, fascinated by his thoughts and everything about him. It is better to defend against the enemy on the battlefield than to neglect the enemy at home, Augustus said. Well said, Augustus. But this is actually something that the Federation should worry about. We don't have to worry about the fate of all mankind. To be honest, the lives of these Marcera people have nothing to do with us. To me, this is just a dog chasing rats and meddling in other people's business. At this time, Titus Finley, Hannah Kank and Jim Raynor came over together. They had obviously just withdrawn from the battlefield. The deep red power armor still had traces of acid burns and dents. Harnack was also injured. During the battle, His helmet was pierced by a hydralisk, and a piece of flesh about 4 inches long and 3 inches wide was cut off from his right cheek. Now he was relying on powerful tranquilizers and painkillers to hold on. Of course, in Harnack's mouth, he was just scratched by the little snake. Harnack was completely disfigured this time, and he would inevitably leave a commemorative scar on his face. However, laser plastic surgery and skin grafting surgery are advanced enough now. As long as he is willing to spend money, everything will not be a problem. I think that's the case. Harnack said vaguely. It's different, Titus. If all of humanity is finished, then why do we need to revolt? Raynor took off his helmet, revealing his bruised face. It would be best if the Zerg and Protoss could eliminate all the Federation's troops at once, so that we can easily kill the Federation Parliament and those nobles in Tarsinus. Then we can unite all the colonies to fight the enemy. It seems that the Federation has no intention of defending its territory and wants to be a coward. They have been shrinking their defenses and turning a blind eye to the fall of the marginal territories. What happened to your face? Augustus knew that Hannick's face was injured, but he didn't know about Raynor's situation. Hank, I think you should take a rest. My troops can't do without me. Hannick replied. I was in a fight. Well, it's over. The man who loved to race the Vulture had just fallen heavily because of a malfunction in the fuel engine of his beloved car. Naturally, the Massila car god Raynor would rather admit that he lost a fight than talk about it. Why don't you check if old Titus is injured? Titus popped up. You look as strong as a bull. Augustus shook his head. I never doubted it. It's good that you're back. Then, Augustus asked the generals of the Revolutionary Army in front of him. What about the others? We are fine. We have brought back as many brothers as possible who died in the battle, but the situation is too bad for those troops that were almost wiped out. The unarmed refugees are facing a worse situation. In the process of fleeing to various airports and temporary landing points, some people are left behind from time to time. These people either lost their way or were eaten by alien insects, those who did not come back. Raynor said. There are a large number of missing persons reports everywhere. Augustus had already ordered the Marshal's command to contact the communication consoles of each division, telling his generals and officers not to leave anyone behind, no matter if that person was a villain or a good person. I'm afraid we don't have time to wait any longer. Send a few more mobile forces and near-ground armed speedboats to search for survivors nearby. As long as they succeed once, they may be able to save many people. Augustus kept an eye on the sky while speaking, alert to the possibility of the appearance of the dragon or other arthropods and insects similar to beetles and chelonians at any time. But it's already dark. Even if someone is still alive, I'm afraid they won't survive tonight. Titus was not very happy. The most fatal thing is that insects don't sleep at night. I'll take the people. Raynor said, I'm familiar with this area. As long as we can save a few more people, it's worth taking a few more risks. Raynor said and walked to another helipad to organize the manpower. At the same time, the noisy roars outside the fortification wall became more and more dense, and the sound of flapping wings and bursts of sharp screams were heard in the air. Augustus' eyes widened a little and looked up at the sky. The sky was like a black curtain with countless stars, many of which were almost as bright as the moon. Each of them was a large Mammoth-class and Prowler-class human transport ship that was taking off, or their burning wreckage. However, the bright starlight was gradually obscured by shadows, and a large number of Zerg flying creatures began to hover in the sky. Their number was so large that it almost looked like a moving rain cloud. Although the Jumunganda swarm was a hive, mainly based on ground combat forces, their number was quite large. Even if the proportion of flying creatures was relatively small, their number far exceeded that of the human air force. Outside the airport, protected by a large number of pristine fortification walls, bunkers and electromagnetic guns, except for the light of searchlights at a few outposts, it was all dark. In the darkness that Augustus could not see, the purple-black fungal blanket had covered more than 80% of the city of Marcera. On the sticky fungal carpets, dark red Zerg tissue granulations swayed among the hyphae, pustules and human corpses, and stretched toward the sky, like a scene of fungal growth that was fast-forwarded countless times. The dark brown and flesh-colored Zerg spires replaced the magnificent glass curtain wall domes of human skyscrapers, and the eggs were buried deep in the warm underground hatching chambers and the gradually cooling human corpses. In the moist nests, the white gelatinous substance like fly eggs wrapped around the humans who were dragged underground one by one, and their terrified and twisted expressions were still clearly visible when they died. In the darkness outside the wall, the sounds of tens of thousands of Zerg running, and the uneasy grinning of teeth came one after another. The shrill alarm sounded immediately on the fortification wall, and the officers kept running to ensure that every heavy machine gun team and gun position could fire normally. There was also a commotion and exclamations from the crowd, but it seemed that those who were still stranded in the airport had made up their minds to fight the Zerg to the death, if they really came. Damn it, the bugs are here so soon. Ty just cursed softly. Did you hear what those twisted little monsters said? Dinner is ready. I knew it wouldn't go so smoothly. He said, after this, I must pack up and go back home. Fighting bugs is not worth my salary. The fact that you can't find a pretty girl is a reason why you complain every day. If you like, I would rather you go back now. Augustus walked towards the fortification wall behind him and listened carefully to the movement outside as he walked. Oh, I'm just saying it casually. Ty just shrugged and followed shamelessly. I like burning bugs the most. The Zerg don't seem to be coming for us. At this time, Kerrigan stroked her painful forehead and said, I can sense the thoughts of the Zerg. That's good. Ty just was happy. It's either the Omega Squadron stranded on the ground or a group of extremely unlucky guys. Thank them for attracting fire for us. But these people should be not far from us. Otherwise the bugs would not pass by here. What else can you sense? Augustus looked at Kerrigan with concern. For a high-level human seeker like Kerrigan, she only needs to concentrate and sense carefully, and the voices in her mind and spirit will be significantly amplified, just like ordinary people hear the sound of raindrops falling like thunder. It's the Protoss. Kerrigan paused. Contact our reconnaissance troops. Augustus had just finished speaking when he received an urgent report from the command center. Marshal, the reconnaissance boat has found a small-scale Protoss ground force at the northernmost end of Marcera. We don't know why they are there, but it seems that the Protoss are in trouble. The Zerg have surrounded them. A report mixed with electrical noise came from his headset. How far are they from here? Augustus asked. About 25 miles. The other side immediately replied. Augustus was silent, just frowning and thinking about something, and after 4 or 5 seconds he said, where is Raynor? He just took people out. Wait, you are not going to rescue them? We don't need to do that. Ty just said in surprise. If it were the Tal'Darim, I would never pay attention to them. Augustus said, but if it were these Protoss, it would be different. Do you expect the Protoss to be grateful to us, and then they will notify us, before they blow up the planet next time? Ty just said sarcastically. What good can be gained from making friends with aliens? He said. We don't do things that have no benefits. Thank you for your support. Chapter 267 Only dead bugs are good bugs. The specific location is 411 Tangming Street in the northern part of Marcera. It can be found on any satellite map. Marshal, convey my order to General James Raynor and ask him to lead his troops to the above location immediately to carry out the rescue mission. Note that the rescue targets are the Protoss. Augustus used his communicator to accurately convey his order. Yes, Marshal, this batch of spacecraft is about to take off. The Chief of Staff asked me to ask you. I want to stay on the surface, young man, until everyone is safely evacuated. While Augustus was speaking, he had already approached the fortification wall outside the airport and was climbing up the fortification wall widened and reinforced with fine steel through a spliced metal ladder. Holding a C-10 red-haired ghost Kerrigan followed Augustus, followed by Corporal Faraday, Titus, and a squad of Marshal's guards. This is fucking amazing. Jimmy boy will be shocked, won't he? He will definitely ask if our Marshal is kidding. When the burly Titus climbed up the ladder in his power armor, the soldiers behind him felt that the ladder was shaking. I learned a lot from the Tal'Darim Protoss. That is, the Protoss is an extremely arrogant race that despises life. Just like insects, it is useless to talk to the Protoss about morality and kindness, because they don't have such concepts at all. The temper of the Protoss is like the stone in the toilet, smelly and hard. Titus continued to tell Augustus his views on the Protoss race. I agree with you, Titus. But in other words, this statement is also suitable for you. Augustus climbed up the wide fortification wall and looked down at the city of Marcera outside the wall. The Revolutionary Army's engineering corps built this solid defense line in less than 4 days using modular panels and all the materials they had at the Marceau airport and the Federal Engineering Station, but everyone just hoped that it could hold off the Zerg for as long as possible. Fully armed Revolutionary Army soldiers stood on the fortification wall with electromagnetic guns, Gauss heavy machine guns and flamethrowers set up, and dozens of rotating ground-to-ground missiles ready to fire at any time. After Augustus climbed onto the fortification wall, the officers and soldiers on it immediately saluted Augustus. After Augustus appeared, the soldiers were obviously full of fighting spirit. Presumably, even if they were asked to kill their way into the Zerg's lair, these iron-blooded warriors would not hesitate at all. I don't think so. Titus's eyes were stern, and he was about to explode, but he didn't dare to lose his temper at Augustus. Titus, whose face turned purple, had a burst of laughter, so he could only yell at the Martial Guard soldiers behind him in anger. Don't laugh. Damn it, you idiots are only fit to kiss my ass. What do you think of my Marshals Guards? Each of them is 100 times stronger than you. If they were still in the army, they would have been officers long ago. Corporal Faraday, who was standing behind Titus, had his face covered with the other's spit. Corporal Faraday immediately said angrily, "Who are you? If it weren't for Marshal Augustus's appreciation of you, you would only be a robber or a bandit now." Titus immediately stood still, his face full of anger, veins on his cheeks bulging, and it seemed that he was ready for a big fight. But Titus was not a brainless person. All his bluffing was to satisfy his own goals. Titus knew that the Marshal's personal soldiers were deeply trusted by him, and it was not a good thing to offend these people. The most feared thing was the pillow talk. Now is not the time to fight. Next time, I will definitely have a good fight with you. Titus said a few polite words and followed Augustus in a dejected manner. The Protoss did help us a lot, Titus. Augustus ignored Titus's rage because he knew that the latter would calm down as quickly as he lost his temper. There are eyewitness reports of Protoss ground forces everywhere, and at least hundreds of thousands of people have been saved because of their actions to stop the Zerg. Moreover, if the Protoss don't care about our lives, then they can use their star destroyers to destroy the entire Marsala. Augustus didn't even look at Titus, but looked at the deep darkness outside the fortification wall. This proves that the Protoss hopes, or they are trying to keep all humans alive. As for those planets, cities, and humans that the Protoss believe have been infected and are beyond help, they will not hesitate to burn them and the Zerg together. The area in front of Augustus used to be a central park surrounded by green grass. In the arid and barren Marsala, this central park is an extremely rare beautiful landscape because there are more than a dozen geysers and dense forests in the center. The people of Marcera City once described this as the worst image project at the end of this century, and now this beautiful park is covered with a thick purple-black fungus blanket. Many cars of dignitaries and their families were parked in the park, but now they have become twisted alloy steel frames wrapped in tumors and stickiness. The ground was full of broken glass and floor tiles, and countless alien Zerg were gathering in the darkness, and those red eyes were emitting a glowing light in the darkness. The swarm of Zerg was coming from the south of the airport. A large number of alien Zerg were crossing the central park in front of the fortification wall and running north. The alien Zerg closest to Augustus was only 200 or 300 yards away from the machine gun of the Revolutionary Army. The soldiers on the wall could even see the glowing red eyes of the springtails and the colorful crowns of the Hydra under the searchlight. The sound of countless claws stepping on the ground and the rustling sound of the keratin scales on the abdomen of the Hydra scraping against the ground gathered together like a roar. In Augustus' memory, he had only heard such a sound in documentaries on the documentary channel. The sound of millions of wildebeests migrating on the African savanna running at the same time. What puzzled Augustus was that most of the Zerg ignored the brightly lit airport and ran towards the north of the fallen city. Is that the Protoss in that direction? Augustus looked in that direction. The Protoss are much more attractive to the Zerg than humans. Kerrigan stood to the right of Augustus and tapped the goggles on her forehead. Find and devour all the Protoss. This is the deepest mark engraved in the Zerg genes. The Zerg have a great reaction to our Seekers, which may be because they regard human Seekers as Protoss. She carefully felt the thoughts of all the Zerg within a mile, and found that their simple and single thoughts only had the desire to devour the Protoss. The Tal'Darim have already told us very clearly that in their tribe, every Protoss is a Seeker, and the Zerg like Seekers the most. Ty just patted his butt and walked over. Every Protoss is a nasty telepath, and all Protoss can read minds. A level 5 Seeker can make the Zerg rush over from more than 10 light years away just by smelling the scent. With so many Protoss gathered together, the Zerg must be crazy. We still know very little about these two races. Kerrigan shook her head. The Jumunganda swarm, or why did the Zerg invade the Ceres system? What is the historical origin of the Protoss and the Zerg? She said, it's obvious. The Protoss and the Zerg knew about each other's existence before us. Humans will start a war for many reasons, nothing more than cultural conflicts and the pursuit of territory and resources. As for the Zerg and Protoss, we can't understand their thoughts, just like rats and ants can't understand what humans are thinking. We will understand. We just lack a deep communication with the aliens. Augustus said. Maybe we can reason with the Protoss, but what about the Zerg? Kerrigan said. To deal with the Zerg, what we can do is to unite with the Protoss to defeat them. Augustus said as he turned on a holographic projection device he carried with him. Of course, what I hope most is to be able to directly or indirectly control a Zerg hive army. This holographic projection device itself only has the function of projection, and its only and most important function is to project a small holographic projection plan of the city of Marcera in front of Augustus. On this holographic projection map, the Zerg are represented by red triangles, and the Protoss are represented by ice blue squares. At this moment, a large number of red triangles are converging towards the north of the city, and on the fluorescent green background, they are like steam hot streams venting from the valve port of the battle cruiser's pressure relief valve. The ice blue square representing the Protoss is being devoured by the Zerg at a very fast speed, while the dark green icon of the human rescue team is like a sharp knife tearing a hole in the Zerg. Good job, Jimmy, Augustus said as he looked at the screen. As they were talking, the roar of the transport ship taking off, and the cheers of the crowd came from behind Augustus and others. More people escaped from this real hell on Earth. In the distance, the swarm of insects responded with bursts of roars. The sharp chirping and flapping of wings were getting closer and closer, as if there were hundreds of millions of giant locusts flapping their wings at the same time. After all, the insects are not blind. Ty just said slowly in his low and magnetic voice, they are coming. Just as Ty just said, the sudden appearance of a large number of flying alien insects in the sky sounded the alarm for people. The huge king insect was like a hot air balloon suspended in the sky. Although it was just a black dot above the head to the humans on the ground, this strange creature with crab claws, jellyfish body and carapace was much larger than the springtails and hydralisks on the ground. Thousands of king insects were suspended in the sky, like balloons parked between the high-rise buildings in the central city of Marcera. Each king insect is surrounded by dozens or even more dragons. This flying creature, that has been included in the gene bank of the insect swarm, has terrifying fangs and claws and a pair of wide wings of skin and flesh. Its snake-like body occupies most of its body, like a biological cannon that constantly spews acid. Each dragon has many pairs of orange eyes, which are like red dots in the sky that symbolize danger signals. There are also a large number of creatures similar to flying crabs and large bats around the king insects and dragons. Especially for the latter, these flesh-colored bats with large wings are obviously not afraid of human artillery fire. As soon as they see human fighters or spaceships, they will rush into them. Even if the terrible explosion caused by chemical catalysis in their bodies is not counted, it will be a terrible disaster if they collide head-on with a fighter or starship flying at high speed at their flying speed. On the ground, the number of hydralisks in the Jumunganda swarm even exceeded the number of Zerglings. From the surface, there were about 7 or 8 giant hydralisks with blood-red shells and huge crowns leading their tribe. The bugs are coming. The soldiers on the sentry tower shouted loudly, and everyone rushed to their posts. I just need to kill a few tons of bugs to refresh myself. Titus's bad character was reflected in all aspects, but he was undoubtedly an insect exterminator. I have killed a lot of bugs, what's the big deal about killing a few more? Only dead bugs are good bugs. Titus said as he walked to the machine gun turret on the side, politely asked the main shooter to roll down, and then pulled the heavy machine gun, and started shooting happily. This person may be a villain with a bad character, but if he is asked to do bad things or fight, the big villain Titus will never be vague. The enemy is only worthy of licking our asses. Titus roared and cursed, and bullet shells flew under the orange gun flames. Free fire. Don't save ammunition. When the commander on the fortification wall gave the order, everyone on the fortification wall opened fire at the same time. The front row of Zerglings and Hydralisks fell under the dense firepower of the Revolutionary Army. Blood, broken shells and hisses suddenly resounded throughout the night sky. Everyone injected themselves with a shot of modified Umogen enhancer before the battle. The adrenaline provided by it could support these soldiers for more than 6 hours. One after another, the alien Zerg fell in front of the human Gauss rifle. The 8mm caliber piercer spike bullet could easily tear open human skin and bulletproof vests. However, the soldiers had to waste a lot of bullets to penetrate the hard chitin shell of the alien Zerg, and now they had to use special depleted uranium armor-piercing bullets to see initial results against the Thunder Beasts. Augustus held the Gauss rifle in his hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with other soldiers, shooting the alien Zerg approaching the fortification wall one by one. At first, Augustus still had the energy to aim, but later the number of Zerg had increased to the point where he could easily shoot them without aiming. It must be said that the vibration of the rifle and the wailing of the flying Zerg shells were indeed something that could easily make people feel a surge of adrenaline. Large groups of Zerg flying creatures flew past the fortification wall, spewing green highly corrosive acid at the human soldiers below. As long as they were touched by a little acid, even the armor plates of the power armor would begin to melt. Many people were completely melted in the acid spewed by the flying crabs of the dragon group. They only had time to let out a few screams before twisting and falling down, like cardboard dissolving in strong acid or thin paper, people curling in flames. Only a piece of black residue was left. The anti-aircraft firepower of the Revolutionary Army shot down many Zerg flying creatures, but they were still numerous. Large groups of Zerglings and Hydralisks fell in front of the fortification wall until the blood covered the ground, and the fragments of internal organs and shells almost covered the ground. Then, without any warning, the Zerg retreated briefly. But soon, inhuman roars came from the darkness, the wail of human dry vocal cords. One after another, the staggering infected, one after another, the alien monsters that were once human, began to walk towards the base from all directions. Some of the infected were even wearing damaged power armor, holding Gauss rifles, and shouting to fight for the ideals of the Federation or the Revolution. Now, these humans who have turned their allegiance to the Zerg staggered towards their former compatriots, with their teeth and claws bared, and the cracks on their hideous mouths were full of tentacles and saliva. "Hold on, my warriors," Augustus shouted. "Neither the Federation, the Protoss nor the Zerg can defeat us." Chapter 268, Blade of Tacita. The battle lasted until 5:20 in the morning. The walls of the defenses on all sides of Marcera were filled with infected human and Zerg corpses, and the blood dyed the entire battlefield red. The defense line was broken up by the Zerg several times and recaptured by Augustus's soldiers. The casualties have exceeded the total number of deaths in the Guards division in previous battles. The number of infected people has exceeded Augustus's estimate, and it seems to be more than the total number of missing and dead in Marcera. The scientists of the Revolutionary Army can only speculate that this is either the Federal Alien Laboratory in Marcera is conducting experiments on people from other planets, or that the infected people can even reproduce themselves. The Jumunganda swarm that the Korhal Revolutionary Army faces is not only the main Zerg hive that executes attack commands, but also one of the largest and strongest Zerg hives. It is only a matter of time before they overwhelm the abandoned Marcera colony. When the last batch of transport ships leaving the airport took off, countless infected corpses were piled up in front of the defense wall where Augustus was. The corpses piled up into a mountain, raising the ground by 4 or 5 feet. This allowed the infected people to step on the piled corpses, to climb the fortification wall, even if they could not use ladders. This undoubtedly indirectly lowered the height of the fortification wall, allowing the alien creatures that surged like waves from behind to climb the high wall by stepping on the corpses of the former. The infected tyrannids, as numerous as sea sand, staggered towards the fortification walls on all sides, like a black wave. At the same time, transport ships continued to take off from the launch port on the high platform in the center of the airport. Every half an hour, a large number of transport ships quickly climbed up with red-orange tail flames. A large number of alien flying creatures followed these spacecraft closely, and they competed with the brave human fighter pilots in the high altitude, while rushing towards the transport ships that were constantly climbing. From time to time, huge flesh-colored bats named explosive mosquitoes by the Revolutionary Army's alien scientists crashed into the thrusters at the tail of the transport ships, blowing the transport ships that were climbing straight up into a ball of fire. The fragments of the transport ship that disintegrated in the screams fell to the ground like fireworks, and the humans in it either died instantly before they could react, or were burned alive. When the mosquitoes rushed to the ground, they would undoubtedly become a terrible living bomb. Anyone who has experienced everything will never forget this thrilling night in their life. Which batch of evacuees is this? Augustus was swinging his Gauss rifle with an empty magazine and sweeping it at the infected who climbed up the wall on countless corpses, hitting him until his brain burst. Kerrigan, who was next to Augustus, held the C-10 canister rifle in her hand and accurately blasted 2 distorted infected people one by one. Then she shook her long fiery red hair and turned around to kill the infected who climbed up the wall on the other side one by one. Even Kerrigan was exhausted after fighting all night, and her forehead was covered with fine sweat. Corporal Faraday, wearing a crimson CMC 300 power armor, held a railgun and fired at a hydralisk mixed in with the infected army. Her Mk-12 piercing bullet directly shattered the monster's jawbone covered with spikes and fangs. Every bullet shell ejected from the shot made a dull sound when it fell to the ground. There were corpses everywhere around them, including both revolutionary soldiers and a large number of infected people and alien insects. Those infected people, who were far from their original appearance, were now just a group of alien monsters similar to humans, a wriggling and twisted flesh fused with distorted tissue shells and curled tentacles. Clothes, hats, power armor, and the things they wore when they were still human had become a mixture of veins and tendons, looking like tumors embedded with broken metal pieces and cloth. The control tower swore that was the last batch, and everyone was successfully evacuated. A communications soldier in the command center replied, "The transport ship that will pick us up will arrive on the ground in 15 minutes. General Warfield said they were held up by the Zerg Air Force and can't provide us with more manpower. Listen, boys, rescue will arrive in 15 minutes. Hang on, we'll be rescued soon. Take good care of the wounded. If you can't take away the bodies of your comrades, you'd rather burn them than leave them to the Zerg." Augustus switched to the command channel while changing the magazine in his hand. "Tough guys of Korhal, each of you is a hero." As Augustus spoke, a dragon with a bright purple shell fell from the sky with a scream of bullets. This monster with a wingspan of more than 30 feet, about 10 meters, flew from the low sky like a snowy owl falling to the ground to kill, and landed on the heads of the 2 marshal's guards beside Augustus. "Lanza, shoot at your heads." Augustus raised the Gauss rifle in his hand and began to shoot at the dragon that was rushing towards him. At this time, his gun holding posture was no longer as stable as before, so many bullets were fired. Upon hearing the sound, the 2 marshal's guards immediately raised their guns and fired at the top of their heads. The dragon was only a flesh and blood body after all. Its wings soon had many holes, as if the skin membrane had been pierced. But this did not affect the dragon's normal flight. It really looked like a dragon falling from the sky, casting a fast-moving shadow on the ground. A few hours ago, the flying creatures of the Zerg could not invade the airport and defense positions without restraint under the cover of the Revolutionary Army's anti-aircraft missiles and machine guns, but now their numbers are increasing, and the human anti-aircraft firepower is still weakening. After descending to a height of 40 or 50 feet, the egg-laying organ at the end of the dragon's snake-like tail accurately projected at least a dozen bright green symbiotic creatures. After being hit, a revolutionary soldier at the bottom was immediately blown into a pile of fragments and armor and bones dissolved by acid, and the screams disappeared at this moment. Then some other symbiotes bounced and landed at the feet of another soldier not far away. The symbiotes shrank into a bright green color in an extreme amount of time, becoming a short life cycle from birth to decline. Bang, Sarah, kill it, Augustus shouted. Kerrigan turned around when she heard Augustus's shout. The psychic's talent for shooting was almost innate. She completed the steps of aiming and shooting in a few seconds. The 25mm canister bullet hit the body of the dragon with a sharp whistle. The latter immediately screamed and fell down, smashing a dent in the protective wall. But even so, the dragon was still alive after falling. One of its wings was obviously completely broken and drooped limply. Its body was full of bullet holes, and blood flowed to the ground from wounds all over its body. The Mutalisk was roaring and struggling on the bumpy alloy ground like an out-of-control beast, opening its bloody mouth to the nearest enemy, until Augustus accurately threw an electromagnetic grenade into its open reproductive organs, and the shattered flesh and blood immediately splashed all over the ground. Before Augustus had time to celebrate, another group of infected people climbed up the fortification wall, and at this moment, only 1 in 10 of the soldiers guarding here remained. There were corpses everywhere, and everyone died in an extremely miserable way. Some were corroded by acid into a massive black residue, some had their hands chopped off by hydralisks, and some were grabbed by the feet and dragged down the fortification wall by the infected and torn into pieces. The reserve battalion will reinforce the front line immediately. We need support. Augustus took a deep breath and rushed to the infected person closest to him. It was an infected marine from Omega Squadron. On his dark CMC power armor, one could still vaguely see the marks of past honors. The white inverted U-shaped badge and skull logo were now covered by a layer of hyperplastic tissue and pulsating tendons. The matte orange helmet of the marine from Omega Squadron looked like a broken egg. There was a dark hole in the visor, and several flesh-colored tentacles stretched out from the jagged edges of the hole. The built-in computer in the power armor was still working, but there was no sound left in its communication device except for the messy electrical noise. The Federal Marine still held the Gauss rifle tightly in his hand, but he had forgotten how to shoot, and was even worse than a chimpanzee who knew how to use a stick. Before joining the army, all Federal recruits had to swear that they would never abandon their rifles. The rifles were their best friends in their lives. However, the swarm has now truly combined him with his rifle forever. The gun with tentacles and tumorous skin has become a part of him, as an organ, rather than a weapon. He may have been just a labor prisoner who had undergone brainwashing and nerve removal surgery, a soulless walking corpse, but becoming part of the swarm did not make this soldier free. Perhaps death is the eternal relief. The Jumunganda swarm assimilated him. This soldier who used to be able to catch up with the hoverbike at full speed is no longer as flexible as before. He dragged his spasmodic and twisted body and moved slowly, muttering repetitive words. It was nothing more than the words that were common on recruitment posters such as loyalty and people of the Federation. The spikes and long claws growing from the joint bones on the infected body were enough to tear apart a fully armed human soldier. Anyone who despised these pathetic monsters ended up becoming minced meat, or one of them. For humans assimilated by the Zerg, pain and other perceptions no longer exist, and the emotion of fear is only a distant memory. He is just a sentinel who exists to guard the Jumunganda swarm. Augustus fired a volley of spike bullets at the monster in an instant, and the ping-pong sound of bullets hitting armor was endless. Under the powerful firepower of the Gauss rifle, the monster fell without any honor and dignity. The appearance and posture of death were very different from that of a praised Federation soldier. Only from the appearance could it be vaguely identified that it was once a human. Then, more infected Omega Squadron Marines climbed up the wall. Their power boots with armor plates turned outward scraped against the alloy ground, making a series of sharp sounds that made people's teeth ache. The army of infected people continued to advance, climbing on the corpses of their own kind. Every time an infected person fell, more would take his place. Titus, Augustus shouted. What endless alien monsters. At this time, Titus on the high platform next to him noticed the situation around Augustus. He immediately held the handle of the heavy machine gun and swept across the Omega Squadron Marines until all the bullets were used up. Die, die. When the deputy machine gunner yelled that there were no more bullets, Titus simply walked down with a Gauss rifle, shouted obscene words like bastard, and chopped the head of the last Omega Marine who was still standing. At this time, the infected people under the fortification wall gradually became scarce, and they were replaced by real alien insects. Obviously, the brainworms of the Jumunganda swarm had played enough of the game of letting humans fight against humans, and were tired of the new toy of infected people. A more fierce attack would soon begin. And Augustus knew that his exhausted soldiers no longer had the strength to deal with the next attack. I've never fought this kind of battle. I thought we came to Marcera to kill bugs, but now it's become a zombie game. Titus walked up to Augustus and said, "Do you have any cigarettes, boss? Why don't you go see if those people have any cigarettes?" Augustus took a breath while the Zerg reorganized their attack. "Where's Jimmy boy? I haven't heard from him for a long time. It seems like a century ago that he ran to save those Protoss pointy heads." Titus actually turned over in the corpse of the Omega Marine when he heard what Augustus said, but he was looking for bullets instead of cigarettes. "It makes me miss him." "You care about him so much?" Augustus said. "A little bit." Titus said. "Yeah." Augustus nodded. "Jimmy arrived there more than an hour ago." However, the besieged Protoss had no intention of asking them to save them. To be more precise, those Protoss warriors came to help us stop the Zerg. And each of them can fight 100. So there is such a good thing. Titus grinned. "These golden Protoss are completely different from the Tal'Darim Protoss. If you hadn't said that, I would never believe that there are people in this world who are willing to sacrifice their lives for others, not to mention that they are aliens." "You can't say that, Titus. There are always good people among humans, and there are good aliens too." Augustus said. "We are just unlucky enough and lucky enough. These Protoss in the Ceres system happen to be the ones who don't want to hurt humans. This is obvious. You and Jimmy are typical good people, and I'm a bad person. But since those Protoss don't need us to save them, then we didn't make a wasted trip." Titus spread his hands. "To be precise, my goal has been achieved. The Protoss sensed our goodwill, so they are willing to have a brief exchange with Raynor. It can be said that we have established a bridge of communication with these Protoss in the Ceres system." Augustus said. "I look forward to a direct dialogue with the commander of the Protoss fleet." "So you don't care about the lives of those aliens at all? You saved them not for any damn sympathy, but for political purposes. I can see from your father that politicians have dirty hearts." Titus cursed. "So, where is Jimmy?" To be honest, Titus still cares more about Raynor than what the aliens are like. Not long ago, he said he was coming soon and brought reinforcement. Augustus glanced at Titus, and flashes of light appeared in the distant sky. 5 Revolutionary Army patrol speedboats rushed to the front, followed by the Protoss shining golden fighters and transport boats. These Protoss fighters have elegant fuselages and butterfly-like wings. Bumblebee-like interceptors buzz low in the sky, followed closely by crescent-shaped warships and slender cylindrical reconnaissance planes. The golden fighters and warships were like countless golden stars flying from the horizon, and the dazzling light was like scattered gold. "Reinforcement have arrived, warriors. Pack up and prepare to board the ship. Don't leave anyone behind," Augustus said in the communication channel. There was a sparse and not very enthusiastic cheering around. The warriors were exhausted and did not trust the Protoss who had just bombed Chatsera. "Are you sure they are not here to kill us?" Titus' voice must have been more frightened than surprised. "It's really rich. These fighters must be worth a lot of money. Will they sell them to us?" Titus shrugged and said. "The price is negotiable. We will sell them to the Umoyan people. Thank you for voting and rewarding support." Modify the bug in the previous chapter. The infected organisms ignited upon encountering strong ultraviolet rays should be a special case of Meinhof. Ordinary planetary infected bodies, such as Haven, can also appear normally during the day. That description has been deleted. Chapter 269 Son of AI. The Protoss fighters came silently. The roar of their engines was so low that it was almost as light as the breathing of a cat taking a nap. Their communication method was obviously completely different from that of humans, so it was impossible to intercept them. The nimble, golden and blue butterfly-shaped and sharp-edged Protoss fighters flew over the heads of the Jumunganda swarms that were howling at the sky, and under the guidance of the focusing lenses, they rained down a rain of death composed of scorching beams. The beautiful butterfly-shaped wings left a spread of fire, and thousands of zerglings and hydralisks were burned to ashes in an instant. The nimble fighters that flew over Augustus' head had an ingenious design and brilliant and harmonious beauty, as light as an ice blue butterfly taking off in the wind, and as sharp as a shot arrow. The blue plasma beams burned the ground, and the Zerg's fungal tentacles and organic buildings, which were like paste in a hot pot, began to curl and collapse. The wood used by humans to splice benches in the Central Park was carbonized by the plasma beam. The stone and steel on the ground were hit by the Protoss beams in a dazzling flash and scattered into a molecular state in the air. The rippling super waves could be clearly seen a mile away. Augustus saw a large group of Mutalisks and Scourge flying towards the Protoss fleet like a black cloud, and then the Zerg on the ground temporarily retreated. Wow, look at these ships. They are so damn beautiful. Can't one build them? Titus looked up, and his fierce face showed a blank look. The last time Titus saw the Revolutionary Army Engineer Corps build a bunker in the vast sea of Zerg, he watched Swan weld a high-energy gas collection drone with his hands. Since then, Titus felt that engineers were omnipotent. That I really don't know. Augustus shook his head and waved back Corporal Faraday and Sarah Kerrigan. Augustus then ordered the troops to retreat in an orderly manner to the central platform of the Marsera skyport on the public channel. Under his order, the remaining revolutionary soldiers began to abandon all heavy weapons and supply boxes, taking only the remains of most of their comrades who were already in a state of disrepair. He knelt on one knee and picked up a blue soldier's identity plate made of synthetic resin from the ground, covered with red blood and purple black shells. The plate was on a layer of human and Zerg limbs, and the blood of the owner of these limbs had long been cold. The plate was covered with blood and had the soldier's number, name, hometown, and date of joining the Revolutionary Army written on it. The owner of this plate was once agile and loved his hometown, but now he has become a broken corpse. The young soldier was torn apart by a ferocious Jumunganda hydralisk like opening a can. His body had been dismembered into many pieces, and it was quite difficult to piece it together completely. A Korhal, a steel. His father is the heir of a viscount from the old days, and his mother is a noble from Valhalla, the core world. Kerrigan put the gun in her hand on her shoulder and walked towards Augustus. She had just carried a red revolutionary flag from the other side, which was now stained with a lot of acid, revealing large black spots, as if it had been burned by fire. You remember him, because he was one of the men and women who took sword lessons on the lawn of the Korhal Steel Academy, when you passed by the car on the day you joined the Federation Marine Corps, she said. Go quickly, are you waiting for the bugs to eat you? Titus had already withdrawn his gaze from the golden Protoss spaceship. Titus picked up a broken helmet from the ground while urging Augustus, you can't take everyone with you. In this rotten hellhole, many people have been eaten by bugs. Go back to the Hyperion, drink a glass of cognac or get drunk, and everything will be fine. Augustus put away the soldier's nameplate in silence, and watched several revolutionary soldiers pass by. Let's escape from this sad place first, and then mourn those who are not as lucky as us, he said. Augustus, the ship that will take us back to the fleet has arrived. At this time, Kerrigan reported to Augustus. They are finally here, otherwise the airmen will only be able to collect our bodies. Augustus breathed a sigh of relief. Isn't it? I've said it before. The Air Force is responsible for flying, and the Marines are responsible for dying. Titus said. Damn it. Don't complain, Titus. I gave you the opportunity to drive a battleship, but you couldn't stand the loneliness and drove under the influence. Augustus said. In the end, you begged me to transfer you back to the Marines. Later, I figured it out. The feeling of being down to earth is what makes me feel the most down to earth. Titus said, a real man should drive a mountain-like armor to flatten the city. There will be a chance, Titus. Let's look to the distant future. Augustus took a last look at the battlefield littered with corpses, and followed a team of medical soldiers carrying stretchers, to run towards the launch port. The Protoss troops almost attracted all the attention of the Jumunganda swarm. These two races that suddenly broke into their human vision seemed to be innate and incompatible enemies. The surviving soldiers of the Revolutionary Army Guards Division retreated in an orderly manner along several runways towards the airport under the leadership of officers at all levels. Even in such a situation, they were able to maintain order. After a day and night of fierce fighting with the main attacking hive of the Zerg, the Jumunganda, only less than 1,000 soldiers were left out of the more than 4,000 soldiers who participated in the battle. The officers of the Revolutionary Army were extremely brave, and more than half of them were killed. There was even a situation where one battalion could only be commanded by a lieutenant. Since Augustus's Guard Division only accepts a small number of new recruits from Korhal every year, the actual establishment of this division will only become smaller and smaller, and the officers and even soldiers who are still alive will be promoted at a very fast rate. At present, only those who have been through a lot of war in the non-resocialized army can resist the charge of the Zerg on the battlefield without collapsing, and Augustus's Guard Division is the elite of the elite. In this unit composed mainly of Korhal veterans, anyone who shows cowardice in combat, or proves to have any doubts about the significance of the revolution and Augustus's ideas will be persuaded to withdraw. The Guard Division only accepts real warriors, and except for the Korhal people, they will hardly accept soldiers from other planets. During the retreat, Augustus dispatched the retreating troops, while observing the battlefield in the distance. The golden and blue Protoss fighters were encircling and suppressing the Jumunganda Zerg in the sky and on the ground. They were light and elegant, and even the smallest spacecraft had the icy blue sheen of plasma shields flashing on its surface. The Protoss fighters circled and turned at a speed and turning radius that human fighters could never achieve, hunting the violent Zerg with coldness and ruthlessness. If the enemy they faced was the human colonial resistance forces, the latter would obviously collapse at the first touch. But the Jumunganda Zerg swarms did not care about casualties or losses when attacking, and they would sooner or later overwhelm this Protoss force. From time to time, butterfly-shaped Protoss fighters turned into golden and blue flashes under the attacks of mutalisks, scourges, and flying crabs, and the amazing shockwaves and radiation generated by the explosions of these fighters would destroy more Zerg in an instant. When Augustus confirmed that the last platoon had entered the platform where the launch port was located, Jim Raynor, who had been out of touch for a long time, contacted him again. Augustus, these Protoss will hold back the Jumunganda swarm for us for a while. Raynor's voice came intermittently from the headset of the communicator beside Augustus' ear. He should be on a Revolutionary Army battleship that is fighting against the Mutalisks. You are really one of my lucky generals, Jimmy. Those Protoss don't need our rescue, so how did you get involved with them? Augustus stood at the entrance of the launch port and watched the last soldier of the Guards Division walk in, followed by Titus, Karrigan and others. Drive slowly, Jack. I almost vomited the military number 10 rations I ate yesterday. Those Mutalisks can't catch up with us. Suddenly, there was a bumpy sound and explosion from the other end. It's Matt Horner, sir. A small voice came over. It was Matt Horner, that Augustus brought back from the Terran Empire. Matt Horner had been driving a small speedboat for the Revolutionary Army for the past few months. Even as a new recruit, Matt's flying skills were already perfect. This was not the first time he had come into contact with this Terran Federation light vehicle that can be seen in many fields. I'm sorry, Matt. I won't make this mistake again next time. Drive slowly, Matt. Don't rush. Raynor added. Actually, the situation was a bit complicated at the time. At the time, my spaceship was 1,600 feet, about 500 meters, in the air, at least a few thousand yards away from the Protoss trapped on a street, and the voice of the Protoss commander on the ground appeared directly in my mind. At this time, Raynor was tied tightly to the seat of the battleship that was turning in the air with a seatbelt. There was nothing to do, except praying that the plane would not crash. It wasn't that they hacked into our communication equipment, but it appeared directly in my mind. It was like a thunderbolt. At that time, I thought we were hit. Psychic language. Augustus glanced at Karrigan beside him as he walked into the launch port. At least Karrigan couldn't do this now. Yes. Since I met John, I have learned more about this. According to him, he is a high-ranking Templar of the Protoss Empire, the son of Ea, and the Apostle of Kala. Those are a bunch of titles that I don't understand, but strangely, I can understand the meaning of these titles. Templars are warriors among the Protoss. The speedboat that Raynor was riding was flying among at least hundreds of mutalisks and sometimes had to use speed to avoid the flying acid and make evasive maneuvers. As long as the driver made a mistake, everyone on the airship would be killed immediately. Then he said that there were thousands of hydralisks in front of us and asked us to leave there immediately. Raynor said, "The answer is obvious. I went to save them. Of course I wouldn't run away." When Augustus boarded a shuttle, Raynor's voice was filled with a lot of static noise. "Then I parachuted over their heads with my men, and when I landed, I stepped on a lot of zerglings to death. One shot a hydralisks, and one pistol bullet blew up an overlord." Raynor said, "My people fought side by side with those Protoss, and with the support of the subsequent Protoss fighters, they beat the Jumunganda swarm into a panic. I admit that there is some exaggeration, but the facts are not much different from what I said. Even the Protoss's high-ranking Templar, I bet that he is an important person, was surprised by our bravery and selflessness." He said, "Before that, those Protoss always thought that humans were a selfish and greedy race. They never thought that there were brave people like me and us among us." At this time, Jim Raynor was still a young man with a strong sense of justice and a passion, and he had a burst of momentum. "The most important thing is that Raynor is very pure." Augustus asked Raynor to save people, so he really went to save people, without any other purpose. This was enough to surprise those Protoss. I think the Protoss high-ranking Templar must have found it very funny when he knew you were going to rescue them. As Augustus spoke, the shuttle he was riding on began to slowly rise into the air after a tremor. "No, you have to understand that the Protoss don't have any damn sense of humor at all. They don't understand that you are joking at all." Raynor said, "The Protoss expressed their gratitude for our rescue and thought we were respectable warriors. It seems that you have tried, Jimmy." Augustus said calmly, "You should leave Marcera. Everyone has evacuated. There is no need to continue to hold on here." He said, "Marcera is completely finished." Raynor sighed deeply. "Originally, I was thinking of returning here with Elizabeth and John after retirement, just like what you and I did in Marcera, and being a small sheriff. Matt, take us away." He said, "Before that, it's better to notify our Protoss comrades. Sir, I'm not sure our communication equipment can contact the Protoss. Their communication method is different from that of humans." Matt's voice sounded far away from Raynor. "Whether it's shouting with a loudspeaker or something, let's do it anyway." Raynor shouted, "Damn it, why are these mutalisks everywhere? Jimmy, see you on Hyperion." Augustus said. Outside the window of the shuttle, 100 roaring, orange-red wakes were rising into the sky. Several squadrons of A-17 Wraith fighters were escorting the evacuated spacecraft, and in Augustus' eyes, they were just a few black dots that were getting farther and farther away. Amid the tremors of the shuttle, the brightly lit Marcera airport was getting farther and farther away from Augustus. Since the airport had an independent nuclear fusion power plant, it could still maintain normal power supply after the fall of Marcera City, and the lights would stay on. As the shuttle continued to rise, passing through the sparse clouds, the lights gradually turned into blurred dots, and as the Zerg poured into the airport, they went out one by one, like an empty office building. Marcera fell into deep darkness. "Thank you for your concern. Thank you for voting. I'm going to recommend a book to a friend today." Chapter 270, The Destruction of Marcera. Chapter 270, The Destruction of Marcera. The process of leaving the gravity field of the planet Marcera was long and dangerous in Augustus' eyes. Groups of purple dragons chased the prey that was within their grasp, and the huge mouths below them spewed out flying blade insect symbiotes. Once these ugly little monsters landed on the human spaceship, they would use their sharp teeth to bite through the outer wall and bury themselves in it, waiting for the gorgeous explosion in a fraction of a second. As long as there was enough time, the blade insects could even bite through the heavy armor of the Behemoth-class battlecruiser. When the shuttle escaped the gravity and jumped in, the driver had to drive carefully to avoid the various spacecraft wreckages flying at extremely high speeds in the synchronous orbit. Some of the wreckage was huge, obviously from a battlecruiser or a garbage cleaning ship of the Federation. The battle in space has come to an end because the Protoss fleet intervened in the sky battle between the Revolutionary Fleet and the Jumunganda swarm in outer space a few hours ago. The Protoss fleet dealt a heavy blow to the Jumunganda swarm and drove their flying creatures out of the battlefield. The huge Protoss expeditionary force has never left this galaxy. In the shuttle's external camera, the deep blue Hyperion and the sister ship of the Norad, 3 huge steel ships, were anchored in the deep space, like blue whales in the deep sea. The shuttle Augustus was riding drove into the apron from the docking hatch, opened on the side of the Hyperion, and stopped steadily under the guidance of the orange-clad ground crew. The artificial atmosphere inside the Hyperion was mixed with the smell of oil and sweat, but it was more acceptable than the surface of Marcera, which was full of stinking corpses. At this moment, the apron was full of Marcera refugees who had just walked towards the transport ship and shuttle. These dusty people were full of gratitude for surviving the disaster. And since it was not the first time that the Hyperion had handled the refugee rescue mission, these refugees were being arranged in an orderly manner in various cabins that had been emptied. In this situation, no one would care whether the living environment was too crowded. Viktor Kaksinski, deputy to the Revolutionary Army's chief engineer Oris One, was in charge of the command and dispatch work in the Hyperion dock. He immediately gave Augustus a brief report on the damage to the Hyperion's hull. Augustus stayed on the landing platform for a few minutes and instructed the dock sergeant in charge of refugee settlement to arrange all refugees as soon as possible and distribute water and rations to everyone. As for children, they might have a chance to get a piece of candy or military chocolate. Then, Augustus took Serac Aragon, Titus and Faraday to the bridge of the Hyperion through the ship's elevator. The person commanding the ship was Jim Raynor's deputy captain, a Korhal IV who graduated from the Tarsinus Naval Academy. After returning to the Hyperion, Augustus immediately took over the command of the battle cruiser. He asked the captains of the fleet, including the fleet commander-in-chief Horace Warfield, to report the combat situation on the command channel of the bridge, and immediately received responses on various channels. According to the reports of various battle cruisers and affiliated formations, the transport ships carrying refugees have all returned to port. As for those who have not returned, the above people can only appear on the missing list. I'm so glad you're back, Augustus. If you had met with an accident, so many people would have completely lost their hearts. On the main screen of the bridge in front of Augustus was Warfield's dark face. At this time, he had grown a lit beard, and the majestic image of a general was natural. Bugs can't kill me, General. Augustus looked at Warfield on the main screen and said, how are the losses? We lost 2 Mammoth-class and Giant-class transport ships, as well as a lot of shuttles and Apod spacecraft. At least 200 A-17 Wraith fighters and more Avengers crashed in battles in low Earth orbit in space. None of the ace pilots in them came back. Warfield said. If it weren't for those troublemakers in Omega Squadron, we wouldn't have lost so many people. He said. The Martin and Gothic were seriously damaged, but with the repairs of the engineers, they can catch up with the fleet to complete the jump. Omega Squadron must pay the price, but now we have to leave the Ceres system quickly. Order the fleet to prepare for the jump in 15 minutes. The new coordinates are the Fomorian system, 3271. Augustus ordered in the command channel of the entire fleet. Received. The Air of Thunder is entering the preset jump channel. I'm Duke. Alpha Squadron is executing this order. This is Napoleon II. Captain Rick Kidd reporting to you. A series of responses came from the fleet's command channel immediately, and the various battle cruisers began to return space fighters and tactical attack aircraft to the dock. Ernest calls the bridge of Hyperion. This is Runstein. Marshal, the Protoss fleet is firing on Marcera. Runstein's face suddenly appeared on the screen. Bring the image to the main screen, Augustus said. The image on the main screen looked familiar, with the Protoss fleet's main battleships bombarding the orange Marcera. The white hot beam stirred the atmosphere of Marcera, and the colorful radiation immediately covered the surface of the planet, like a layer of oil film floating on the water. Marcera, a planet that once nurtured more than 4 million people, now suffered the same fate as her sister planet Chatsera. Her surface is now covered with boiling magma lakes and boiling steam, and the oceans have been completely evaporated. The Protoss destroyed Marcera, and all the surface life has died out. This planet is no longer worth colonizing. Kerrigan said. In terms of burning insects, the Protoss are ahead of all of us. Titus, who was standing behind Augustus, said. This is indeed the most effective approach. Augustus said, if the Zerg in the Ceres system are not eliminated, they will soon use this system as a starting point to invade the Korhal sector. The Korhal sector is just a small stone in front of the Zerg. They will eat up the entire universe sooner or later. Yes, they must do this. Otherwise the Ceres system will become a breeding ground for the Zerg. At this time, Raynor walked in from outside the bridge. Behind him followed Matt Horner and several rangers. Almost every one of these people was injured. After a day and night of fighting, they did not fall down because of their youth and strong bodies. Augustus sighed softly. How are Elizabeth and her family? He asked Raynor. They are very sad, just like all the Marcera people. They are at a loss and don't understand why people with pious faith would suffer such misfortune. Raynor sighed in the same way. People are cursing the Federation and feeling deeply saddened by the destruction of their homes. Although I don't want to say this, the Marcera and Chatsera people today are just like the Korhal IV people of the past. They are full of sadness and anger, and they are eager for revenge. Hatred is a double-edged sword, said Augustus. Among the people of the Ceres system, more and more people support separatism. I have heard many people shouting that they want to join the Revolutionary Army and take revenge on the Federation, the Zerg and the Protoss. Raynor said, if they want to join the army, then I will not refuse anyone. Augustus looked at Raynor and said, the Marcera people are descendants of early pioneer miners and soldiers, and the ancestors of Chassera were jailers and prison guards. The harsh living environment has tempered the people of the Ceres system, making them more capable and skilled in fighting than the Korhal people. How are you going to arrange for other refugees from the Ceres system? Raynor asked Augustus. Send them to Agria or somewhere else. Agria is no longer safe. Augustus stared into Raynor's eyes. It is safest to send them to the core worlds. Otherwise, if the Zerg invade the planets, where refugees are resettled again, we will have to relocate these people again. But the nobles of Tarsinus will not sit idly by and watch the country bumpkins and mud-legged people in the fringe star regions. No one is willing to bear the burden of resettling so many people. Titus laughed. We know the style of the Federation very well. They will only shirk their responsibilities. The federal government will definitely promise to solve the refugee problem, but the bill for funding may not be passed until all the refugees are dead. In any case, we must transfer refugees to the core worlds as much as possible. Kerrigan said, or somewhere outside the territory of the Terran Federation. The Kel-morian Federation is not safe. We can only go to the Umajan United States. Augustus said, Umajan is far away from the battlefield and should be safer. Since the Umajan people are not very keen on the colonization movement, there are many planets in the United States that have not been colonized. This is the only way. Raynor nodded. To be honest, I'm starting to worry about my hometown Shiloh and the people in the town. I still have many classmates who are still there, following in their father's footsteps and doing the work that has been done for generations. He said, I can't imagine what a tragedy it would be if the Zerg invaded Shiloh. There are still hundreds of millions of people there. How can we save so many people? Titus said, if the Zerg invade multiple planets at the same time, the people there will not be as lucky as these people today. We are not firefighters. We will appear wherever we are needed. Titus, I believe the Federation will never sit idly by. If the Zerg invade the core worlds, they will definitely be forced to jump off the wall. As Augustus was speaking, the picture on the main screen suddenly changed. The glorious bridge and the tall Protoss in purple and white robes appeared on the screen. He was tall and strong, and the golden shoulder armor on his broad shoulders stretched upwards, higher than his head, like shining metal wings. The soft silk robe of the Protoss was covered with smooth golden armor. The armor had the same natural beauty as all the creations of the Protoss. The gems and crystal ornaments on his button robes were painted with beautiful patterns, and the hem of the armor robe was inlaid with blue and purple crystals. A layer of shining blue halo was attached to his body, which was the plasma sparks of psychic energy. The technicians on the Hyperion fell into confusion. It seemed that the Protoss used some technology to simulate human radio signals to achieve the purpose of communication. I'm High Templar Tassida, the executive officer of this fleet. The voice of the Protoss, in shining armor, was deep and soft, but it was like the roar of sea waves and thunder. The Protoss did not use their mouths to speak. Their voices were a direct reflection of their thoughts and the most direct expression of their emotions. This was incredible to humans, but the Protoss were born this way. We are the Templars of the Protoss Empire, ordered to destroy the Zerg that invaded the human world. I'm deeply sorry that we came too late and failed to save your people who were infected by the Zerg. I'm the commander of this human fleet, Augustus Mengsk, the marshal of the Korhal Revolution. Augustus's expression remained unchanged. Salute to you, Protoss Executor Tassida. My compatriots and I have witnessed your heroic act of saving humanity, he said. Point, you really understand. I can understand. Tassida's sky blue eyes are very different from those of humans, as if they are burning flames. The flames in his eyes swayed with the fluctuations of his emotions, and with the subtle changes in his facial muscles, they formed an expression in a sense. You are different from all the humans we have seen. They hate us and fear us. I can understand why they are like this, because that is human, he said. You can understand that we do this to save humanity instead of simply slaughtering it. Compared with death, being infected by Zerg is the most terrible fate. Tassida praised Augustus. You are an outstanding leader, wise and kind. You are also a respectable hero among the Templars. Thank you for everything you have done for humanity. Augustus said, I hope that the experience of fighting side by side in the Serra system can become a bridge to maintain the friendship between humans and the Protoss Empire. In the future battles with the Zerg, if the Korhal Revolutionary Army and the Protoss Empire meet on the battlefield, I think we should not be enemies of each other, but should help each other and eliminate the threat of the Zerg together. After all, the Zerg are our common enemy. I think it should be so. There is no need for the Protoss and humans to be enemies of each other. Tassida's voice was still as deep as the sea. Although Augustus did not hear any laughter, he believed that, if Tassida was a human, he would be laughing at his words. Because the Protoss Empire is much stronger than humans, they neither regard humans as a threat nor seek help from humans. We never expect gratitude, because this is what the firstborn son of God has done for countless epochs. Protect the weak races, maintain order and balance. Tassida did not mean to laugh at humans. He was open-minded and tolerant, selfless and upright. Most Protoss were arrogant and looked down on humans, but Tassida was an exception. Augustus Mengsk, I hope we will never meet on the battlefield, Tassida said. The remnants of the Jumunganda swarm are fleeing, and we are going to destroy them completely. Now, we must leave. May Adon grant eternal peace to our enemies. Thanks for voting. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Homeland Lost. About 3 weeks later, Icarus IV in the territory of the Umajan United States. As an agricultural world in the United States Alliance planet, the capital airport of Icarus has never had so many people pouring in within a day. This has overwhelmed the airport and has to limit the tonnage and number of ships entering the port. Augustus, wearing a dark grey fitted officer uniform, was standing at the exit of the terminal building with a silver frame and a blue crystal glass dome, watching the refugees from the Serra system pouring out of the exit. Outside the exit was the pure blue sky and fresh air of Icarus IV. The white alloy buildings of Umajan stood between the green lawns and forests. As the terrain was undulating, a group of brown birds were flying into the distance. All this was as beautiful as a world in a painting. Icarus is one of the most beautiful planets in the United States Alliance world. It belongs to the Umajan colony. Its rich soil has created thousands of hectares of fertile fields and a charming golden autumn. If the Icarus people had not abused pesticides in recent years in pursuit of crop yields, causing irreparable environmental damage, the planet would be much more beautiful than it is now. After learning about the fate of the Serra galaxy and the massive invasion of the Zerg, the Umajan Democratic Council, adhering to the original intention of forming the Council for Humanitarian Care, agreed to use Icarus IV as a transit point for the temporary placement of refugees from the Serra galaxy. At the same time, Umajan also asked Augustus to share his experience in fighting the Zerg. At the same time, the United States affiliated worlds and dominions were also strengthening their defenses. A strong sense of crisis has always inspired the Yumajan people to strengthen their armaments. Now, those in high positions in the Yumajan world have reacted. The threat of the Zerg invasion will replace the oppression of the Terran Federation for a long time. The existence of the Protoss and the Zerg will no longer be a secret unknown to the public. The new generation born and educated in this era will naturally accept the cognition that humans have to compete with the other two races in the universe for resources and living space. If they are not careful, the fate waiting for the humans on the planet Caprulu is likely to be the extinction of the race. Even though humans will never give up their internal struggle, fighting for the survival of the race will become something that Caprulu humans and even all humans in the Pantalonian sense must face. Kerrigan, Raynor, Faraday and others are following Augustus with a team of elite guards, while Warfield, Titus and Hanak and others each have their own tasks. Every time they arrive at a friendly or neutral planet, the Revolutionary Army will replenish the losses in personnel and materials and repair warships. At this moment, the exit of the port passage is full of Yumajan alien research experts and infectious disease prevention experts wearing white biochemical protective suits and orange goggles, as well as a large number of doctors. In order to enter the refugee camp prepared by the local government for the Serra Galaxy, these people must also prove that they do not carry the Zerg virus. Although the doctors in the Revolutionary Army have tested them, and the existing Zerg virus is not highly contagious and the latent period is not long, it is only some Zerg species with deadly viruses that spread the virus plague, but the Yumajan people still emphasize retesting to ensure that the risk is controlled within a very low range. Those who could stand here and receive retests were lucky, because those who had been tested by the Revolutionary Army doctors before were either transformed into monsters and thrown into space, or were lying in the cabin of the medical ship dying. The medical level of the Yumajan United States is as high as their achievements in the field of high tech. Can't even they solve the Zerg virus? Retracting his gaze from the people who kept pouring out of the exit, Augustus looked at Sarah Kerrigan beside him and asked, "No one is hopeless." Kerrigan gave Augustus a sad look. The arrangement of amino acids in the Zerg virus is unprecedented in human history, and it is mutating every moment. The doctors accompanying the army have been telling those infected that we have a solution. Before people find out that there is no cure, at least it can give patients hope, Augustus said, so that they don't have to suffer so much. The people of the Serra system have suffered enough. Raynor sighed. Have we made any progress in our alien biological laboratory? Dry Francus believes that there may be a way to deal with the Zerg virus in the genetic material of the Protoss. Kerrigan replied. The doctor has tested the effect of the Zerg virus on the Tal'Darim Protoss with his assistants and students. Kerrigan knew what Augustus was thinking. By the way, I remember there was a Tal'Darim Protoss in our alien laboratory. I heard that he just lay there and waited to die except for taking a considerable amount of terrazine every day. In order to get terrazine, he participated in various experiments of Francus. Francus's action is as strong as ever. Augustus asked with concern, what's the result? The implanted virus cannot infect the Protoss, but this may be because the Zerg virus that can infect the Protoss is completely different from the one that infects humans. Kerrigan said. It's a drop in the bucket. Augustus didn't have much hope for this. Tell Dr. Francus that the fate of billions of human beings depends on the results of his experiment. This is a heavy burden. You are putting Francus on the moral stake. Renault shrugged. You are always like this, Augustus. You know the nature of each of us very well, and know how to inspire our fighting spirit. He said. Duke is a villain. He is selfish and pursues honor. You satisfy his vanity. Titus only has money in his eyes, so you will give him money. This is the embodiment of your wisdom. Jimmy, at a deeper level, this is just an exchange of interests. Augustus' eyes were calm and cold. But you are different to us. I can't think of anything worth your use. Renault said. That's different, Jimmy. Augustus was silent for a while. He did not follow the refugees out of the Icarus airport, but returned to the dispatch hall of the airport through a narrow passage. There were still quite a number of Serra Galaxy refugees waiting to leave the airport. In the center of the dispatch hall was a huge holographic projection screen. The UN logo on it showed that this was the broadcast of the UN Universe News Network Tarsinus headquarters. It was worth Augustus's attention that more than 3 months after the appearance of the Zerg in the Serra galaxy, UN finally began to report news about aliens. Everyone in the hall stared at the big screen with anger on their faces, cursing the federal government's evasion and inaction. In the Serra galaxy, the Revolutionary Army saved the refugees regardless of their own sacrifices, while the Terran Federation not only did not help, but also wanted to deal with the Revolutionary Army. It can be said that the Revolutionary Army is desperately pulling the refugees out of the abyss, while the Federation wants to kick both the Revolutionary Army and the refugees back, and then close the coffin. I can already imagine the sensation this news has caused in Tarsinus and other Federation worlds. Augustus looked at the main screen. It's obvious that the news of the discovery of an alien intelligent race has caused a great uproar in the territory of the Terran Federation. Kerrigan said, in the beginning, the UN and other mainstream media only told the Federation that there are 2 races in the universe, the Protoss and the Zerg. Didn't they say that the Zerg are terrible monsters that eat people, and that the beams emitted by the Protoss can decompose humans? Augustus said coldly, it's still the same old way. Avoid the main point, disassemble the facts into multiple fragments, and then reassemble them according to what they want. As long as they change the word order and add some rhetoric, what they want to express may be completely opposite to the facts. Kerrigan said sarcastically. In fact, in the beginning, humans still thought about how to share human culture with aliens. Toy companies even launched commemorative Zerg and Protoss toys, and they were a great success. But the Federation had not yet given the specific images of the Protoss and Zerg. Augustus smiled silently. While Augustus was talking, the screen projected by the holographic projection was still playing the image of the host of the UN news program. Here the Protoss destroyed Serra. Everything on the planet was burned down. The number of survivors is still being counted. The army has withdrawn from the Serra system. Now they have finally begun to face up to this matter. Augustus said, but it seems that they have completely blamed the Protoss for the destruction of the Serra sister planet, and completely ignored the Zerg that actually devoured the 2 planets. At first, the Federation tried to block the news of the Serra system, and Omega Squadron did it almost perfectly. Although we knew what was happening there, with the Federation controlling the media, our voices could only fall on deaf ears. Kerrigan said. But in fact, not long after we evacuated the Serra system, the Zerg invaded Char, Antigua, and Little Atticus one after another. 5 fringe worlds were attacked by different Zerg hives. This was obviously beyond the expectations of the Terran Federation government, and they had to make the experience of the Serra system public. Char. Augustus suddenly looked at Kerrigan with a sharp gaze, which almost scared the latter. What's wrong? Kerrigan wanted to read Augustus's thoughts, but she gave up after thinking about it. I still remember Char. It's a red planet full of magma lakes. Raynor remembered something. I heard about Char many times when I was in the Federation Marine Corps. I heard that your brother Arcturus had also been there. During the Guild War, Char was the main battlefield between the Federation and the Kel-morian Federation, because there were precious heavy metals and minerals there. Later, both sides used battle cruisers and nuclear weapons. As far as I know, the environment there is even worse now. It is almost uninhabitable. There are basically only some miners and garrison troops on it. To put it bluntly, the Federation will not care about that damn place at all, he said. As for the planets of Antigua Prime and Atticus Minor, the Terran Federation may say a few nice words. That's too bad. Augustus said, if possible, we shouldn't give Char up. It's a pity that we have too few people. He sighed deeply and said nothing more. Augustus had just finished speaking when the host on the holographic projection screen in the hall suddenly said indignantly, before the Protoss destroyed Serra, they discovered a large number of Sons of Korhal members. They were still destroying military facilities and slaughtering refugees when the aliens invaded. There is no doubt that the evil Protoss is Augustus Mengsk's lackey. He betrayed the interests of mankind and colluded with aliens to deal with the Orthodox government. Nonsense. This immediately attracted the roar of the angry Serra people. Bullshit. Even Raynor cursed. The young man with black hair had his eyes wide open and had already taken out the revolver given to him by Augustus and pointed it at the holographic projection screen. How many good brothers had died in order to save people? If you had not just thought about blocking the news at the beginning, but had hurriedly evacuated the refugees, things would not have turned out like this. Raynor was still a young man full of blood after all. Although he had a calm personality, he would inevitably lose his mind when he was angry. Put it down, Jimmy, Augustus shouted angrily. It won't do any good, even if you shoot it. That's a holographic projection screen, not an LED 2D screen, he added. You can't break it, even if you shoot it. Hearing Augustus' words, Renault immediately came to his senses and slowly put down the revolver in his hand. His face turned from green to red, and he couldn't speak. Renault soon realized the terrible consequences of shooting in the crowd, and his face was red with shame. You idiot, Augustus cursed. Next time, you have to shoot at the face of a real person instead of an image. The people around him were still scolding the Terran federal government for its inaction and incompetence, so that Augustus couldn't hear what was being said in the news. Augustus could only see the Revolutionary Army's crimson-colored whipping flag in the roar of a zergling. The Federation cannot tell the difference between the Revolutionary Army and the Sons of Korhal, or they simply do not want to tell the difference, Kerrigan said. In the eyes of the Federation, the Revolutionary Army and the Sons of Korhal are both terrorists and disruptors of order. At this time, the voices of the people in the hall suddenly became quiet, because a well-known member of the Terran Federation Parliament appeared on the news program. Citizens of the Terran Federation, I want to tell you that the aliens who are hostile to humans are not only the Protoss, but also the Zerg controlled by Augustus Mengsk using drugs. These two races are the mortal enemies of mankind. There is only one way out for mankind. All mankind must unite under the banner of the Terran Federation and repel the invading enemy. We must defend Antigua, Little Atticus, Hilthian and all other marginal worlds. The Terran Federation Navy has always been at the forefront of defending mankind, he said passionately. And at this time, the traitor Augustus Mengsk and his rebel forces started a riot in the rear, attacking soldiers who were fighting alien threats. These thugs only care about their own interests and turn a blind eye to the critical survival of the human federation. You are so cute, Senator Pert, Raynor said sharply. You don't have to bury your own deeds like this. Let's go. We can't stay in Icarus for too long. Augustus patted Raynor's broad shoulders. Where should we go now? Kerrigan asked. The nearest one to us is Antigua, Augustus said. Wherever the people need us, we will appear there. Just watch. The Zerg will not stop their offensive. More planets will be invaded in the future. The situation in Caprulu will definitely exceed the imagination of the Terran Federation. And the Terran Federation fears nothing more than that things are completely out of their control. Chapter 272 Antigua Front. Report your position, Titus. Augustus stood on a riverbed that had long been dried up, signaling the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of the Guards Division behind him to stop. Following Augustus's order, about 2,000 revolutionary soldiers wearing crimson CMC power armor behind him immediately stopped in unison within a few movements. This is a unit directly under Marshal Augustus's command. Only resocialized soldiers can follow orders as strictly as they do. The right wing of the Guards Division is composed of more than 500 Rangers riding light vehicles under Jim Raynor, and the left wing is an armored force composed of more than 40 arc-light siege tanks and several regiments of Goliath armed robots. Standing at the position where Augustus is, the outline of a city can be vaguely seen. The dome-shaped colonial buildings stand in the dim sand, and the black shadows of high-rise buildings divide the orange sky into jagged shapes. That is Antigua, the capital city of Antigua Prime. Augustus had heard of this place many years ago. Since more than a decade ago, this city has repeatedly launched rebellions against the Terran Federation, and the news of the rebellion has spread to Korhal IV. Since then, the city has been under the strict military control and high-pressure policy of the Terran Federation. The people of Antigua are also one of the forces with the closest relationship with the revolutionaries of Korhal. The local resistance organization is secretly supported by Augustus' father, Augustus Mengsk. This is also the reason why Augustus chose to come to Antigua Prime first. With the support of the locals, the rescue operation will definitely be more effective. If possible, Augustus is happy to temporarily take over the control of the entire Antigua Prime from the Terran Federation and announce to the world that it has become independent. I'm Titus Finless Stealing Wolf Hunter approaching Antigua. I hope the federal officials are ready to welcome us. Titus' voice came clearly from the communication device in Augustus' helmet. Although the Federation troops stationed on Antigua Prime far outnumbered the combined forces of the two planets in the Serra system, they were still at a great disadvantage in the battle against the Zerg. Therefore, when the Antigua government began to seek support from other planets around Antarcnus, Augustus's fleet received a large number of distress signals before arriving on the planet. The information revealed in the signals all indicated that the main defense forces and military fortresses of Antigua Prime had been destroyed by the Zerg. The Federation army had been defeated, and the Antigua people's weakly defended cities were exposed to the Zerg's sharp claws. In the past few weeks, the Antigua governor personally led several battles to defend Antigua's major cities, but the layman's reckless command led to disastrous consequences. The Antigua governor mistakenly believed that the Zerg were just a group of beasts without any intelligence, so he hastily assembled all the troops and marched towards the seemingly defenseless Zerg main nest. However, it turned out to be an obvious trap. Antigua's planetary defense forces, the Marines stationed in the colony, and the militia were all wiped out. Even the federal general who commanded this army was dragged into the underground nest by the Zerg. The Antigua governor, who was hiding in the governor's office, fled the planet overnight, and his whereabouts are unknown. Since then, before the federal fleet arrived at Antigua's main star, Antigua's federal military forces have been completely annihilated. At this time, the Korhal Revolutionary Army that arrived in Antigua became the only military force that could save the Antiguans. Augustus was leading his army to rescue Anduza, which was surrounded by the Zerg. Because the federal garrison stationed in the city refused to open the airport to the Revolutionary Army, the Revolutionary Army had to go to the main city of Anduza by land from the nearest landing point. We encountered a lot of bug scouts along the way. Damn, there are bugs everywhere here, just like a rotten red apple with worms. The voice of Titus in Augustus's helmet suddenly became intermittent, interrupted from time to time. I must remind you that the bugs here are faster and stronger than those in the Serra galaxy. As soon as they appear, they will rush to destroy you immediately. Compared with this, the Jumunganda Zerg in the Serra galaxy is just a cat teasing a mouse slowly. Then, as if it was strongly interfered with by the signal, Titus's voice was interrupted by a burst of electrical noise. However, Augustus was not worried about Titus's safety. He should be worried about the enemy who was about to face this Revolutionary Army Tyrannosaurus. The only thing that Augustus needed to worry about was that the uncontrolled Titus would destroy everything along the way like a crazy beast. Fortunately, Augustus had finally taught Titus the principle of putting the people's hearts first, and he would not destroy the houses of civilians. Marshal, Zerg spotted at 2 o'clock, unknown number. When Augustus tried to establish a communication link with Titus again, Corporal Faraday beside him pointed to the right front of Augustus. It's the Zerg. They are not easy to deal with. I would rather deal with several times more federal soldiers. Raynor took a few steps forward and took out his revolver. The Zerg's awareness has obviously increased. The underground of this area has been eroded by them. They are moving under our feet. Sarah Carrigan took her C-10 shotgun from behind and pulled down the eyepiece on her head. The soil on the surface of Antigua Prime is dry and hard, but this does not prevent the Zerg from digging their caves deep underground and building a well-developed underground worm tunnel network similar to an ant nest. Through these underground passages connecting various worm nests to hatcheries, the Zerg can appear on various battlefields in a very short time and launch surprise attacks or blitzkrieg. Establish a line of defense. Augustus frowned and said. The troops behind Augustus reacted immediately. The soldiers drew their guns and loaded them. The arc tanks put away their twin 80mm cannons and set up stabilizing brackets with the hissing sound of the pressure relief valve opening. The Goliath armed robots moved to the front of the front line with the firebats wearing heavy power armor like giants. The rotating machine gun barrels kept calibrating the angle according to the judgment of the aiming system. Brothers, pay attention to your back. Be careful of being dug out by insects. Raynor added in the command channel. At this time, the HUD display screen on the visor of Augustus' power armor helmet showed a series of terrain data. Antigua Prime was once a world with vast oceans and lakes, but now only the traces of scouring and dried up oceans on the surface of the planet can prove that this planet was once a blue ocean planet. Antigua is not much different from Mars Serra now. The only thing worth praising about her is the unique scenery of desolate and barren and the melancholy beauty in the poet's mouth. Because of this, the surface of Antigua Prime is mostly flat alluvial plains, canyons, and hills and gullies that were once the seabed. There were almost no obstacles on the vast red plain in front of Augustus, and he could see everything at a glance. Therefore, he could easily see the swarm of Zerg running in the distance. Just a few miles away from Augustus, the dust raised by the swarm of Zerg when they ran covered the sky, and the sun seemed to be blocked by the dust raised by the swarm of Zerg when they ran. This is a new Zerg nest army. The picture on Augustus' helmet kept zooming in as the camera focused. With just a little comparison, he could find the difference between the Jumunganda group in the Ceres system and the Zerg in Antigua. The Zerg that appeared in Antigua had bright orange crowns and partially protruding shells of the same color. Compared with the purple Jumunganda swarm, they were obviously faster and their attacks were as fast as lightning. The Zerg of Antigua are obviously different from the Jumunganda of the Ceres system. The different colored crowns and decorative specialized tissues should be used to distinguish the different groups. Kerrigan said, generally speaking, whether it is the Terran Federation Joint Command or the Revolutionary Army Martial Command, they will only name the Zerg that appear in each system with the name of the system, such as the Ceres Zerg or the Antigua Zerg. But soon, humans discovered the obvious differences between the different Zerg hives, and they do not stay in the same system or the same planet. Each Zerg hive has its own differences. For example, some groups are huge and always drown the enemies, blocking the way with a tide-like attack, while some groups are rare, but specialize in hunting or searching for excellent genes in the universe. Others will be completely driven by the violent genes and excessive hormones in their bodies, slaughtering everything like crazy berserkers until they die. These violent Zerg only obey the masters of their own clans, and in some cases they will even attack their own kind. It is this difference that makes humans name the Zerg of each Zerg hive with special names. In the code name of the Terran Federation command system, the Zerg in front of us are named Garm Swarm, Garm, the Hellhound in Norse mythology, the guardian of the gate of the underworld, always appears in the image of blood all over the body. Kerrigan said to Augustus, the Zerg that appeared on the other side of the planet have metallic blue crown, and they are named Surtur Swarm. Surtur, the first fire giant in Norse mythology, with a huge flaming sword. According to the intelligence we got from the fallen Antigua Federation Command Center, the combat method of the Garm Swarm is also very different from that of the Jumunganda Swarm. Even if they are in an absolute advantage in numbers, they are accustomed to launching unexpected attacks. Once the attack is blocked, or at a disadvantage, the Zerg of the Garm Swarm will immediately retreat. She said. Now we know that each hive group is controlled by an unknown alien creature called a brain worm. The brain worms of the Garm Swarm seem to have a very cautious character. Usually, unless they are sure of winning with one strike, the Garm Swarm will not take the initiative to attack. As for the Surtur Swarm, they seem to rarely appear. So the alien brain worms have already eaten us. Let them also see the human Hellhound missiles. Where is our air support? Augustus shouted in another channel. The flight squadron is on the way, sir. His question was immediately answered by an Air Force lieutenant colonel, who was driving a heavy bomber and leading a formation to fly rapidly over the heads of the ground troops. The pilots of the Revolutionary Army who have experienced many battles and have been promoted exceptionally are all aces among aces. Each of them has the courage and awareness to die with the enemies of Korhal at any time. The ground is full of alien Zerg, sir. Where should we fire? They are everywhere. The voice of the Air Force Lieutenant Colonel came immediately. Then open fire everywhere. Augustus answered quickly and without hesitation. As you say, men, we are flames. Whatever I touch, both enemies and I will burn. Even though he had become a lieutenant colonel, this young and energetic pilot still uttered some amazing words, like he did in junior high school, just because he felt that it was very impressive. Augustus did not wait for long. As the formation of bombers passing through the sky cast a shadow, a large number of incendiary bombs and high explosive missiles fell in front of the Revolutionary Army's position. The ground immediately fell into a sea of fire, and a large number of Zerg were blown into pieces. The howling of the Zerg suddenly weakened a lot. However, after a short period of calm, the rustling sound rang again. Although the bombing killed a considerable number of Zerg, it did not stop their pace. Compared with the Jumunganda Swarm, the Garm Swarm obviously has more Zerglings. These deadly little monsters like velociraptors are the support for the Gam swarm, to launch raids and the embodiment of the Zerg's spread of fear. The arc tank opened fire first, and the destructive firepower of the 120mm impact cannon immediately covered the front group of Zerglings, followed by the ground-to-ground missiles carried by the Revolutionary Army's Goliath armed robots specifically for dealing with Zerg. The fierce firepower slaughtered the Gam Zerg swarm in front like a torrential rain. Under the human artillery fire, even the Zerg's hard shell could not withstand it. However, at this moment, the red heartland behind the Revolutionary Army's front suddenly began to collapse, and a large number of Gam Zerg with dark orange skin poured out from the sunken cave. Damn it, Renault cursed in a low voice. I knew these bugs would do this. They are much smarter than Duke, that cold-blooded and cruel bastard. The front army moves forward. The 3rd and 5th battalions move closer to Major Nalafa's arc tank. Hold the front line. Reinforcement will arrive soon. Augustus ordered. Where are the reinforcement? Renault asked a stupid question. Duke's Alpha Squadron is right behind us. Augustus replied, as long as we hold on, the offensive and defensive situation will be reversed, and then we will be the ones to surround these Zergs. Duke may be brainless, but if you just tell him to keep going, then his poor brain may understand. Raynor was still laughing. Even in the face of tens of thousands of Zerg, this brave man remained calm. The Gam Zerg will not let us go easily, because it may know that humans are extremely vulnerable when they are isolated and helpless, and when they enter the city to build fortifications, they will no longer face a field siege war, but a siege war with huge losses. Augustus' eyes were sharp. I thought the Zerg didn't care about losses at all. Raynor shrugged. Jimmy, Augustus said, the most terrible thing is that we know they may really not care about losses. It's just that too much loss on a local battlefield means the failure of a battle for the Zerg brainworm, and the Zerg master will not allow failure. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 273, Corrupt and Tigan Government. A 25mm canister bullet landed on the hard reddish-brown soil of Antigua, creating a shallow dent. A hydralisk whose spine was shattered by an Arclight siege tank's 120mm concussion shell lowered its head, and red blood trickled out of the bullet hole. A 12-foot-tall Goliath armed robot stepped on a twitching Gam Zergling, and walked across the battlefield littered with corpses. The sound of bones breaking came from the alien monsters that were not yet dead under its wide steel stable feet. Augustus walked through the bloody battlefield, which was filled with Gam Zerg corpses and human machines with broken shells and blood flowing. He walked up to a huge hydralisk and kicked its bright crown. A dozen Revolutionary Army soldiers holding C-14 Gauss rifles in both hands were walking past Augustus, and the Ranger's vulture vehicle thrusters sprayed ice blue flames over the soldiers' heads, attracting several curses. Among the soldiers passing by Augustus were the Marines of Edmund Duke's Alpha Squadron. Their shining white power armor and golden eagle emblems were quite eye-catching on the red land of Antigua. Under the order of General Edmund Duke, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Alpha Squadron, the resocialized soldiers in the squadron would repeatedly wash their power armor made of new alloy steel every day to ensure that they could meet the general's requirement of shining in all directions. Several transport planes were hovering in the sky, and the bodies of the wounded and the dead were being transported to medical ships with a large number of medical equipment. This hydralisk scrapped one of our Goliath armed robots. We don't know how much it will cost to repair it. Kerrigan shot the heart of the hydralisk again. Some Revolutionary Army soldiers were doing the same thing as Kerrigan, rescuing the wounded while shooting those tenacious Zerg. Because the dead Zerg cells will quickly combine with proteins and produce new cells, if these monsters are not completely killed, they will slowly recover and appear on the battlefield again. No time to get some souvenirs, boss. We are still in a hurry to uphold justice. Raynor opened his helmet with the pattern of the Heavenly Devil. Look at these shells. They are so hard. The claws are so long that they can chop off a person's head. What a monster. Duke walked slowly towards Augustus. He shook off his helmet, and the scalp of his pointed head was slick with oil. The alien monsters I encountered when I was in Brutus were not even 1/10,000th as scary as a Zerg, he said. Duke's support came quickly. The Marines of Alpha Squadron became very brave and immediately launched an attack on the Gam Zerg behind Augustus and others, breaking the siege of the Zerg. Although the commander of Alpha Squadron was a reckless butcher and a strategic gambler, it was undeniable that the soldiers of Alpha Squadron had excellent military literacy and combat capabilities, otherwise they would not have been hated by the Kel-morians in the past. Come on, General, the last time you boasted about defeating a few carnivorous beasts, we were as happy as if you had just saved the world. Raynor shrugged. We are saving the world now. Duke was not very happy. He reminded Raynor, General Raynor, you have to remember your identity. You are a general. There is no such thing as laughing and joking on the battlefield. Duke did not get along well with Raynor's heavenly demons. He had a better relationship with Collins and Pryor, who were also federal defectors and officers. Similarly, Raynor looked down on Duke's cold-bloodedness and arrogance. When they got together, they always ridiculed each other. I must have said something inappropriate, Raynor said. Augustus tapped the chitinous crown of the Hydralisk in front of him with the iron gauntlet of his dark grey power armor. The Zerg of the Gam swarm are larger than those of the Jumunganda, and the most notable difference is that they are faster and stronger. Even with a dead brain, the monster's tough muscles were still tense, and its still living huge heart was still beating, pumping blood out of its healing wounds. In the Zerg population, there are some individuals that are obviously stronger than others of the same species, and this can be seen in both Zerglings and Hydralisks. I believe that there are such individuals in Ultralisks, Mutalisks, and even other Zerg, but we have not encountered them yet. They are undoubtedly the elite individuals of their group, the kings of their species, and the most powerful servants of the Cerebrate, Augustus said. We need to pay a greater price to kill these elite individuals. Jimmy, the enemies we encounter will only become stronger and stronger. The Zerg are still evolving, and their numbers are as numerous as sea sand. It takes us at least 4 months to train a warrior, while the leader of the Zerg only needs 1 order, and the swarm's hatchery will give birth to hundreds of millions of Zerg. This is not fair. How the hell can this be? Renault cursed. This is reality. The country folks' coffee and rotten clothes, the stinking sewers on the fringe planets, and everything you can see when you open your eyes. It's terrible. Duke snorted. The young boys who came from the Marine Corps can only throw soap at each other in the bathroom. This is a war between races, not chess and sandbox games that follow fixed rules. Augustus said to Raynor, the bugs won't tell you, when they eat our colonies, that I'm going to take this step. The Terran Federation may not have figured out that the war between the Zerg and humans is about the fate of a race. Either human civilization continues to stand in the galaxy, or the Zerg's endless darkness swallows everything. Keep moving forward. The brainworms of the Gam swarm may be far more cunning than we thought. This will not be the only attack they'll launch. Augustus said, if I were it, I would wait patiently for the humans to let down their guard and make a fatal mistake. Hear that, brothers? The Zerg are lying in their wet chambers watching us to see if we make a mistake. But Augustus tough guys will never make a mistake. Raynor shouted to the soldiers passing by. We are the Marshal's personal soldiers. Raynor's words were immediately responded by the soldiers. Maybe the Zerg are in their nests watching those idiots of the uncommenting on the Zerg on TV, questioning the intelligence of humans because of the idiocy of these noisy alien experts. Duke said. Don't doubt it, the Zerg can definitely do it. Augustus said and caught up with the advancing troops. When the brainworms find out that we have given their tribes various names based on myths, they may find it interesting. Karrigan walked behind Augustus. He had to bypass the huge bloody worm creature in front of him. The body of the swarm tunnel worm was like a stranded blue whale. Its dozens of tons of body exuded a disgusting pungent smell under the scorching sun of Antigua. Augustus crossed the huge tunnel worm and followed the army all the way west. The area of Andaza, the capital of Antigua, is mostly flat land with hard soil, which is very suitable for human armored forces to gallop. What Augustus regretted was that there was a lack of stable water sources here, which was undoubtedly a very difficult thing for him to grow vegetables on the main star of Antigua. A Terran Federation military base outside the main city of Antigua soon appeared on the HUD display screen in Augustus's helmet. The military base with a large area once housed a regular Federal Army battalion, but now the base was dead silent. The isolation walls and iron grills outside the military base were covered with a sticky fungus-like attachment, like muscles torn from the skin. A huge command center has completely turned black and brown, as if it was wrapped in moldy yogurt, like a brown rotten apple that wilts in the sun. Only the radar in the base is still working, but no one knows who is controlling the equipment. In the past, the battlefield of Antigua was always circling with scavenging birds, but now there is not even a single living thing here. This is really weird. Raynor pointed to the outer wall outside the military base and said, "Isn't it a ghost?" Kerrigan said, "The Zerg infected this military base, and the people inside have either turned into monsters, or been eaten skin and bones. Blow it up, otherwise who knows what more terrifying monster will not jump out of it." Duke said. The outer wall of the military base was covered with a layer of purple-black flesh-colored vines and thorns with knot-like membrane wings, and Augustus soon discovered that the vines were deformed human intestines. "General Duke is right. We can't let these monsters continue to harm people," Augustus ordered. "Blow up these buildings." A company of Goliath armed robots and about 20 arc tanks surrounded the silent base. A large number of Revolutionary Army soldiers began to switch to grenade launchers and short-barreled grenades. The dense artillery fire razed the Federation's military base to the ground in a few minutes. A shrill howl came from the smoke. Augustus could see a huge Zerg queen being cut into several pieces by sharp metal fragments in the collapsed wall of the command center. Around this Zerg queen were Terran Federation Marines wrapped in amniotic bubbles. Their dark brown power armor was covered with spikes, like new sprouts breaking out of the ground. Oh my god, if we hadn't seen this infected base, who knows how many hideous monsters would have emerged from it. Raynor was shocked. "We destroyed a hatchery for abominations." Augustus's reaction was not much better than Raynor's, but he remained quite calm. "Can anyone hear me? I'm Normantown's Sheriff Johnson. We are surrounded. Who can come and save us?" At this time, many people's power armor built-in computers received a signal like this: "There are wounded and children here. Who can help them? Go and have a look." Augustus said, "The people who can hold on until now must be the best warriors in Antigua." He said, "Send out scouts first. This is probably a trap." At this time, Augustus's troops were already quite close to the distant city of Ansida. The distant city was like a giant with dark gray skin lying on the red plain of Antigua. It was a grey industrial city, a city built on the basis of Antigua's mining industry. Ansida's bureaucracy was corrupt and the governance was chaotic. The local tax laws and decrees were chaotic and contradictory, and they changed every day. One federal official after another kept plundering the wealth here, and the embezzled and recovered bribes were used to take care of everything in the federal parliament and the creation family or to hire lawyers to defend in court. Later, the people there had to establish their own order and laws, which was one of the reasons for the frequent rebellions in Antigua. However, the local rebel forces were simply unable to deal with the Federation's resocialized soldiers, so they now regarded the achievements of Augustus Carr's Revolutionary Army as an exciting success. Augustus's troops continued to advance, passing through a salt marsh covered with red thorns, and a devastated colonial town slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. There were a large number of Gamzerg swarms wandering around the town, and most of the buildings had become rubble. Only some Antigua militias were still using old-fashioned weapons to guard the last few bunkers and automatic machine gun towers. Even the militia are better than the Federation. Renault had the right position to say this, because he had been a militiaman in Marcera. "We have to rescue them quickly. Time is not waiting for anyone." "General Duke," Augustus said, "everyone follow me." Duke took the lead, leading hundreds of Alpha Squadron's resocialized soldiers to support the besieged Antigua militia. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, you bunch of brainless apes. What's going on? This place is so close to Ansida City. Is there no one to rescue them? I heard that there are not many Zerg attacking Ansida." Raynor said, "They are not so helpless to lend a hand to the nearby satellite towns. The answer is obvious. Those scared federal officials are holding all the troops tightly in their hands, fearing that if they send more than 100 people out, the city will fall." Augustus said, "Since the Federation executed the last batch of governors and officials of the Serra system who escaped, these cowards no longer dare to escape. Marshal, the fleet in Antigua's high-altitude orbit has just discovered a golden Protoss fighter." General Warfield said that he received a message from the Protoss fleet. Suddenly, Kerrigan reported to Augustus. "They said they will not purify Antigua Prime for the time being. Purify? Purify by burning. Raynor said, the Earthlings used to deal with Seekers in the same way, burning them alive. Because they think those people are witches. I see. Augustus nodded. I knew Tacita would come to Antigua. Wherever there are Zerg, there are them. Thanks for voting. Chapter 274, Liberation of Antigua. I didn't expect you to be here. You're from the Revolutionary Army. Sons of Korhal. Duke's Alpha Squadron moved forward and soon dispersed the GAM's warm Zerglings near Normantown, opening a path to the town for Augustus. Not long after, Augustus met the sheriff of Norson Town outside an old gas refinery outside the town. The local sheriff was wearing an old CMC 200 alloy steel power armor with spots of lavender paint on it. He was carrying a P180 pistol and a somewhat old shotgun on his shoulder. We happened to be nearby. Officer, what happened here? Where are the Federation Marines? Augustus, followed by Carrigan and others, walked towards a dutiful town sheriff. Asking a knowledgeable local would help Augustus figure out what happened here. At this time, behind Augustus stood a row of guards wearing crimson power armor and gold badges. A huge Goliath armed robot stood next to it. The machine gun under the cockpit swept the purple-red bushes swaying in the wind on the reddish-brown land with the sound of the servo system rotating. The bushes here still bloomed with small yellow flowers, but the bushes on the land, covered by the fungus blanket had withered. The mayor of Antigua transferred all the troops here to guard the city. They left us to those monsters and let the people of Normantown fend for themselves. A sigh came from under the sheriff's mask that was being opened. A bald face with a long white beard appeared in front of Augustus. We tried to escape into the city, but the monsters came too quickly. The day before, we just heard that some monsters with bug eyes attacked a self-operated mine, and the next day, monsters rushed into the town and overturned garbage cans and oil drums. He looked very old, maybe even older than Augustus' grandfather. When the police heard that a big dog had knocked down a child, I immediately rushed over with my men. I've lived for more than 60 years. I've seen a woman dismember her husband and the cannibalistic demons in the northern city-state of Antigua, but I've never seen a half-eaten corpse full of worms like that. We all know how scary it is. Zerg eat people, and this may not be because of hunger, but just to satisfy their primitive hunting desire. Augustus handed the sheriff a Federal Marine No. 4 ration while speaking, a tasteless energy bar, but it can quickly replenish energy. The most important thing is that this type of military ration is quite starving. Behind the old law enforcement officer were the soldiers and militiamen of the Alpha Squadron who were withdrawing from the Norman town. Behind the tall soldiers were hundreds of town residents, and some of them carried children who could no longer run. When the soldiers of the Alpha Squadron walked past Augustus, the dazed eyes of the rescued children deeply hurt him, which made Augustus believe that what he was doing was right. Can you still keep up with us, Sheriff? Augustus said to the old man. Join us, Sheriff. Every time we kill a Zerg, someone may be saved. The Federation doesn't care about the lives of the Antiguan people, and we have Augustus Mengsk's Revolutionary Army. Raynor smiled, indicating that the person in front of him was the Marshal of the Korhal Revolution. What could be more interesting than killing bugs? Those who join us are good people and freedom fighters, Carrigan added. Of course, we have had enough of the oppression of those Federation people. As long as you give the order, Commander Mengsk, most of Antigua will rise up. The Antiguan sheriff did not eat the energy bar given by Augustus, but instead handed it to a child who was walking by. Ever since you defeated Alpha Squadron and Marcera last time, and brought disgrace to the Duke family, many people here have been looking forward to your coming to Antigua one day. Now Antiguans are looking forward to someone who can rebuild a new order, and fulfill the promises that the Terran Federation has not fulfilled. He said with a smile. I have a bucket of red paint at home, but unfortunately I didn't bring it out. The sheriff pointed to the soldiers behind Augustus, and then took out a poster from the storage unit on his power armor. It read, Augustus Mengsk, the best devil of heaven, the hero of Korhal, the savior of the Terrans. There were also a few lines of small words below, which were words that Augustus had said before, such as the fire of revolution can set the prairie on fire, and other words that he himself was not sure if he had said. This seems to be a propaganda poster drawn by the Pan-Terran Revolutionary Party, secretly printed by the OGB in various marginal star regions. You are a celebrity now, Augustus. Raynor pointed to the poster. It's a great painting. The shadow behind me seems to be me, and those faceless marines must be Titus, Hank, and Lundstein. This is what the people of Arcturus have been doing. My brother believes that achieving a great victory is only the first step to success. The most important thing is to publicize it. Augustus took the poster from the sheriff. The creation family of Tarcinus controls all mainstream media, and we can only use this stupid method to promote our evolutionary ideals. He really loves you, Augustus. Raynor was envious. I have a good brother. Augustus shrugged. As long as we occupy the radio tower of Ansida, everyone in Antigua will know we are here, he said. It's easy to overthrow the federal government here, but I'm afraid we can't hold it here. When Augustus arrived at the Ceres system, Chasera had almost completely fallen, and the underground of Marcera was almost hollowed out by the Jumunganda swarm. The Zerg had just invaded Antigua not long ago. Although the federal army was almost annihilated, it was delayed for a while. Anyway, if we see that the situation is not right, we will leave immediately, Raynor said. Let's go to Ansida first, and take over the city first. Relying on the buildings to build defenses can save more people, Augustus said. This time is different. The Protoss will help us. Can you hear me? I'm Titus. You have to be careful, Marshal. We encountered the armored forces of the Federation Army. It seems that there are more than one army here. We are already outside the Ansida XC area, but they don't seem to welcome us. At this time, Titus's voice came from Augustus's helmet. I'm Augustus Mengsk. Augustus turned his head and waved to the troops behind him. The soldiers in line immediately turned to the distant Ansida city. Titus, it sounds like you are in trouble. Just now a bastard shot at me. According to the rules, does that mean I can fight back? The sound of a laser lighter turning on came from the other end of Titus. I didn't say you can't do that. Augustus followed his team, while Raynor walked with the sheriff of Normantown to ask what methods he had used to deal with the Zerg in the past few days. Kill them. I like your straightforward style. Follow me. Fight until they surrender. The roar of Titus and the chaotic sound of gunfire came from the other side of the communication. Sharp screams and heavy objects collided in Augustus' ears, forcing him to turn off the communication with Titus. At this time, the Revolutionary Army was less than a mile away from Ansida City. They could already see the airships hovering over the city and the rising flares. The rumbling sound of artillery like thunder indicated that the troops led by Titus had begun to engage in battle with the Federal Army guarding the entrance of the city. This time, Titus was attacked together with Anak Hank's Red Devil Flamers and Augustus' newly recruited Marcera Rakan Prior's Thera Galaxy militia. Although these commanders have different personalities, their attacks are all known for their swiftness and speed. As they get closer to the city, some huge fossils appear in Augustus's eyes. The skeletons of these marine creatures were originally buried deep underground, but were recently dug out by the Zerg. Go forward, take Ansida and occupy the governor's palace. Augustus walked through a huge rub skeleton of an ancient Antiguan marine creature and stood a few hundred yards away from an outpost. Next to the outpost is a wide road that leads directly to the center of Ansida. Now the entrances are built with bunkers and fortifications, barbed wire and minefields. In the other direction of the city, Titus's troops have entered the city's blocks, which obviously caused considerable chaos in the city. If they can't even deal with Titus and the governor's men, how can they hold on to Ansida for so long? Raynor said. Ansida has never been attacked by all the monsters, said the sheriff of Normantown. The mayor may have claimed that the city was under heavy siege when he asked for help, but we all know that this is not the case. This is normal. We should not have too much expectation on these fools, said Augustus. General Duke, order our artillery to prepare to fire, Augustus said to Edmund Duke beside him. However, just as Augustus ordered the attack, a white flag suddenly rose in the bunker. We surrender. A tired voice came from the loudspeaker in the federal fortifications. Then, hundreds of federal soldiers came out of the bunkers, artillery positions and tanks, raised their hands, and surrendered to Augustus's troops. As long as they saw the uniforms and weapons of these soldiers, Augustus and Raynor could understand why they did not fight to the death like the resocialized soldiers. Some militiamen did not even have decent power armor, and more were even police officers wearing black cloth uniforms from the colonial police department. Among them, there were also some Ansada citizens who volunteered to assist in the defense. They all surrendered sincerely. Kerrigan said to Augustus, "We should accept their surrender." For a long time, the red-haired female ghost Sarah Kerrigan has been responsible for the task of screening the loyalty of recruits for the recruitment department, the Revolutionary Party and the OGB, just like more than 20 ghost agents in the Revolutionary Army. Among these ghosts are 7 ghost agents of Victor V and more than a dozen Seekers of Alpha Squadron. Before this, the Federation treated Seekers as killers and human weapons, and would not let them get involved in political and religious audits in the government and the military, because the Federation officials did not think it was necessary, nor did they trust those powerful Seekers who were brainwashed or coerced to work for them. Augustus was the first person to do so. However, among them, only Kerrigan was the most trusted by Augustus. After taking over this position, continue to advance until all the Federation officials are captured, Augustus said. When Augustus gave the order, the Guards Division rushed into the block after a full-speed run. As expected, these soldiers surrendered as soon as they saw the flag of the Korhal Revolutionary Army. Because they had long been dissatisfied with the federal government of Antigua, a red revolutionary flag followed a revolutionary vulture car into the city, and the hastily organized federal army fled. "Isn't it a bit too smooth?" Raynor said. "I always feel that things are not that simple. Maybe it's just that the enemy we are facing is far less capable than Alpha Squadron and Omega Squadron," Augustus said, and under the protection of Kerrigan and others, he walked towards the group of bunkers built by the Federation on the highway, and found the highest-ranking federal officer here, a second lieutenant who had just graduated from the military academy. "We look forward to your coming day and night. The people of Antigua have endured too much oppression." The federal second lieutenant grabbed Augustus' hand. "Marshal, I've read the book you wrote. The words in it deeply influenced me. If we must do this, we can only re-establish a new order and law on the ruins of the Terran Federation. If the ruler of the Federation has forgotten everything he promised to the affiliated colonies, then it will be up to me, Augustus Mengsk, to complete it. I'm really glad that these words can help you." Augustus glanced at Kerrigan next to him, and his eyes clearly meant, "I remember this sentence, but when was it said?" "Yes, it comes from your last speech at the graduation ceremony of the third batch of recruits in the Revolutionary Army's boot training camp." Kerrigan nodded. "Oh my god, you didn't really write all of Augustus' words into the brochure." Raynor's reaction was similar to what Augustus was thinking. Every word of the marshal is a wise saying. As a staunch fan of Augustus, Kerrigan said affirmatively. At this moment, Augustus's power armor suddenly received a communication signal from an unknown source. "Listen, rebels on the ground, I'm Colonel Jackson Holler of the Terran Federation's Nova Squadron. Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, or you'll have to pay the price for destroying the Federation military base. Damn it, if it weren't for us, the infection would have spread to the entire Ansada. If you hadn't taken your time to get here, you wouldn't have needed us." Renault cursed. "Thanks for voting. Chapter 275 Psionic Disruptor. Go to hell." Although he knew that his words would not reach the bridge of the Nova Squadron's flagship, Augustus still cursed. "This is Horace Warfield's Iron Justice. We have discovered 2 Federation Navy squadrons." Warfield's report followed. "You mean there is another fleet like the Nova Squadron in the Antigua system? I sincerely hope they are not rushing to collect our bodies." As a general of the Revolutionary Army, Raynor could also hear Warfield's reminder in the communication channel he belonged to. According to the scan results, the Nova Squadron and Delta Squadron of the Terran Federation just completed the jump. Warfield said, "There are at least 30 Behemoth-class battle cruisers and 2,000 affiliated warships, ships and interstellar fighters. Currently, this joint fleet is sending ground troops to the surface of the Antigua planet. Keep your distance, General, and avoid direct fire with the Federation fleet. Now we only have 16 warships that can join the battlefield, and any loss will probably be difficult to make up for." Augustus hummed. "A wise choice. We don't have the strength to fight the Federation head-on for the time being. We have a mobile fortress that can serve as a berth for the fleet, but the firepower to deal with 2 squadrons of fortresses is still insufficient. Warfield nodded and ended the communication with a sentence that he would execute the order. The Federation is finally willing to send a large number of troops to save their colonies. Kerrigan breathed a sigh of relief and her brows relaxed. But then, after a little thought, her expression changed. You are here to save people, right? She looked at Augustus with her mouth slightly open. You heard it all. If we don't surrender immediately, Colonel Holler will make us pay the price. Augustus looked at the dark sky of Antigua and the horizon radiating red light and shadow. Point, I shouldn't have expected the Federation beasts. Kerrigan said. Let's build another command center for them. The Tarsinus people are not so petty. Raynor said sarcastically. We'll give them a big one back. Augustus said as he walked up to the surrendered federal officer, patted him on the shoulder and said, young man, this is up to you. Behind you is Antigua, and under your feet is the National Gate. Yes, Marshal. The young federal officer listened to what Augustus said, and immediately became excited, with a light in his light blue eyes. Augustus waved his hand, and the remaining members of the Marshal's Guard, led by Corporal Faraday, followed him through the highway leading directly to the city center and headed south. Like other cities that were once deeply trapped in war and the threat of alien insects, this once prosperous city has now become extremely depressed. Hover cars, trams and airships can be seen parked on the roadside everywhere, and the road surface is full of broken glass and traces of blood. The brass statues that sang praises to the ancient heroes and political figures of the Terran Federation were blown down by a missile grenade and collapsed. Revolutionary soldiers in armor ran through the streets, and Arclight siege tanks weighing more than 60 tons rolled forward. Most of the citizens of Antigua hid in their locked houses, but some brave people quietly put up a welcome flag that had been prepared in advance in their shop windows or outside the windows, and the bright red flag fluttered in the wind. As a city with a history of rebellion for more than 10 years, the people here have long been looking forward to the arrival of this day. It can be said that they are always thinking about overthrowing the corrupt Antigua government. In other marginal worlds, where news is lagging, Augustus may not necessarily get the support of the locals if he wants to raise the flag of rebellion in the local area, but on Antigua Prime, he does not need to have such concerns at all. After all, the history of Antigua people's rebellion is much longer than that of Korhal IV. However, if the Zerg did not invade Antigua and several nearby star systems, then even if Augustus responded to Antigua, the Federation's strike fleet would swarm in, and he would not be able to defend the planet at all. Those people are welcoming us. While running along with Augustus, Kerrigan's jade green eyes swept across the tall buildings beside the highway, and she used her telepathic ability to search for the thoughts of possible assassins or federal snipers. Kerrigan's physical fitness is quite amazing, especially with the help of the Umagen Shadow Agent combat suit. She can even compare strength with a Marine in power armor. I think they have long been fed up with the oppression of the federal government. This is a good opportunity to officially liberate this planet. But after the federal fleet, the Protoss and the Zerg came to Antigua, basically everyone here can play Mahjong. Raynor said. Thank God, at least there are no other aliens. The more chaotic the situation is, it may not be a bad thing for us. The governor's palace is just ahead. Augustus and others kept moving forward. When they were getting closer and closer to the central city of Antigua, the number of weapons and transport vehicle wreckage on the ground increased significantly. Augustus did not hear the sound of fierce fighting, and it seemed that the federal soldiers did not have much fighting spirit. This is understandable, because the governor of Antigua almost destroyed the regular army on the entire planet because of a failure. I can already see the flag of the Revolutionary Army. It's Titus and his men. When Augustus arrived at the governor's mansion, Titus and Governor Marcera's troops had already entered it and waited for Augustus for a long time. The decoration of the Antigua governor's mansion is gorgeous, just like the holiday villa of a member of the Terran Federation Parliament, and the Antigua city government building not far away is no less impressive. Among the landmark buildings, only the broadcasting building of the Antigua branch is a simple and heavy reinforced concrete structure, with white marble and lamps on the walls. Augustus met Titus Finley and Governor Marcera prior outside the empty governor's mansion. The mayor of Antigua shot himself, and our people failed to catch that hateful guy. However, I did catch a lot of members of the Antigua Senate. Titus said to Augustus. The most useless people here are the councilors and donkeys. Augustus looked at the group of Ansada City Hall officials who were cowering behind Titus and walked towards the headquarters building. He had no interest in talking to those people because Augustus would rather spend all this on ordinary civilians. Let's see if our ghost agents can get some information from these people. I hope they still have some ideas other than luxury in their minds. Point that I have nothing to say. There are donkeys everywhere here. Titus scratched the pink king of hearts on his chest and followed Augustus. What are you going to do next? Do we have to spend another few weeks to transfer these people from Antigua? How can we save them? I'm looking for a way to save the Antigans without transferring them. Augustus said, remember the psychic transmitters we found on Chasera and Marcera? What? Hank, who was walking from the other side, also wanted to join the conversation with Augustus. The psionic transmitter, once activated by a ghost agent, will emit a psionic signal that can attract Zerg swarms 5 light years or more away. Kerrigan said, you keep talking about things I don't understand. Psionic or something superpower. Can psionicists breathe fire? Hanak soon found that he was asking for trouble. Yes, Hank. Kerrigan said, I like psionicists. Hanak walked away unhappily. I dream of being able to set the enemy on fire with just a snap of my fingers. What are you going to do? Throw the psionic transmitter right in the center of the Federation camp. I love this plan. Titus said. It's not as simple as you think, Titus. What if Nova Squadron and Delta Squadron set up bases near the city? In that case, the Zerg will eat the civilians along the way, while eating the Federation troops. Raynor didn't think so. Naive Jimmy, those who do big things have to be ruthless and don't care about small details. Titus smacked his lips. You call this casual? And if we do this, we also need a ghost agent who can sneak into the Federation base without being discovered. After he activates the psychic emitter, we have to rush to pick him up. Raynor said. Unless each of them is as good as Lieutenant Kerrigan, we will lose at least one valuable ghost agent for every psychic emitter activated. I won't send Kerrigan. Augustus said. I won't activate the psychic emitter unless it is necessary. Unless it is necessary. It's more cost effective to exchange a ghost agent for tens of thousands of people. Titus said. Because the person who goes is not you. Raynor knows Titus's character very well. I'm just making a suggestion. If you don't like it, you can just treat it as the crazy talk of a drunkard. Titus felt that he was asking for trouble. He always positioned himself as a person who was just going through the motions. Whether the revolution was successful or not, it didn't mean much to Titus himself. Perhaps the Terran Federation people under Augustus' rule will be happier than they are now, but Titus's lifestyle will not change. But maybe Titus still wants to be a hero in his heart, or maybe he just obeys Augustus' orders out of habit, and gradually he can think from the perspective of Augustus' subordinates. The psionic emitter is a double-edged sword. It is likely to attract Zerg from other star systems. Kerrigan said. Just set the strength of the psychic emitter. Augustus said. We can completely reduce its range. Drive Frankus discovered some weapons, based on the Zerg psychic chain reaction, that only exist in theory when studying the files of the Terran Federation Psychic Emitter Project. Augustus said, at my request, the alien laboratory is trying to continue researching other psychic devices. Originally, it would take at least 5 years for us to see the finished product, but fortunately, we have the greatest engineers in Kaprulu, Rory Swan and Viktor Kakzinski. He said, it is they who have brought the imagined weapon into reality. Just as Augustus was talking, Swan's voice came from the communication device in his power armor. Good morning, boss. Studying that artifact fragment has helped our research. The psychic jammer you asked us to research and manufacture is now ready for use. The force field can cover the entire city of Ansada and an area of 20 square miles outside. Swan sounded like he was still busy with something. From the clanging sounds around him, it could be heard that he was busy in the Hyperion's mechanical room. Over the past few months, the Revolutionary Army has been traveling around, fighting the Terran Federation and the Zerg. After all, damaged power armor, mechanical armor, vehicles, and spacecraft need to be repaired. The young and energetic Revolutionary Army guys always like to break all kinds of equipment, but in the end, the engineering corps has to clean up their mess. The latest research shows that the Zerg brain worms will connect to their group members through some kind of psionic connection, and this device can interfere with this psionic connection. Once it enters the range of the psionic jammer, the brain worm will lose its connection with other Zerg. He said. The technology is new, but the parts we used to make it are all old stuff. We used a box of parts bought from the Moria flea market. Swan added, when working with the Alien Research Laboratory, Francois sent his young student Stetman. That kid is a talent. In other words, as long as the Zerg enter the range of the psychic jammer, they will become uncontrollable beasts. Augustus already knew the use of the psychic jammer. This means that the Zerg will not launch an attack rashly, but this range is not enough. It should at least be able to cover the entire planet. Everything has to be done slowly, right? It's the same as always. You pay the money, and we work hard. As long as we work hard and study hard, we will come up with something new sooner or later. Swan said. It's all up to you, Swan. We can't do without you. Augustus said, you sound not very excited. Are you still worried about Meinhoff's people? It's always nice to feel needed by someone, especially when that person is the marshal of the Revolutionary Army. Meinhoff is still in the hands of the Union. It's still some distance away from the Serra system and Antigua. The Guild Guard should be able to protect it. Speaking of which, I'm really glad that our family didn't go to Korhal IV. Otherwise they would have to move again. Swan said. They have adapted to life in the Meinhoff mines and are only good at dealing with stones and crystal minerals. Okay, Swan, we'll talk later. Augustus said. Well, the guys I sent out are on the way. After you capture Entida, the transport ship carrying the psychic jammer will be able to land in the city's central airport. Then they will assemble new equipment for you. I hope it will be effective. Swan left the communication station and went to busy himself with his own things. A new device. Friends, with it we can effectively resist the Zerg attack. Augustus said to Titus and others. Psychic jammer, it can disrupt the Zerg's brain worm. King Worm and Queen Worm's control over the Zerg and the Zerg nest. Augustus said. It's like when you are browsing an illegal website and the network is suddenly cut off, or the remote control of the car suddenly fails. Karrigan didn't need to listen to understand the meaning of Augustus' words. That's terrible. Titus frowned and said with disgust, it sounds like some new mosquito repellent. It sounds like a good thing. It can be used near our fortifications to isolate the sudden attack of the Zerg. So when can they be used? Raynor nodded. It's better to hurry up, because the Zerg will come soon. Titus was impatient. It's almost there. I have asked Corporal Faraday to send people to clear a landing area in the open area nearby. There is no need to land from the airport. Augustus said. How come that guy is still a corporal, while his subordinates are all captains? Titus asked in confusion. Rank is irrelevant to Faraday, and even if he is a corporal, he has the qualifications to question the Emperor. Augustus continued. Jimmy, jammers are not only used for defense, but also for offense. Thanks for voting. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.